All right, we are going live. Hooray! How's it going?
Hooray!
How's your stream today?
That was great.
It was
We managed
great.
to get we managed to get some actual storm decks together today.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice, nice. I've really caught the storm bug lately. I will be honest.
hmm
Like storm is pretty. I wouldn't say prohibitive, but very very challenging for a beginner. Um, I think that uh, once you kind of get your feet under you and you're drafting vintage cubes, Storm's like the way to go. It's so fun. It's like a unique puzzle every single game, and you don't really get that from limited very frequently.
That's a very good way to describe it.
Yeah. So, anyways, how have you felt about Amonkhet? So, going back to the previous set for a minute.
Amonkhet was like truth be told, I think Amonkhet is up there in like my top three
Hmm.
favorite draft formats. It
Interesting.
really shined. Yeah, it really shined from like compared to some of the recent set. Like I didn't really like Kaladesh at all, but Amonkhet really somehow like hit home with me.
Hmm. Well, what were your favorite strategies, and do you agree that the format was usually super aggro?
No, that's where I was coming to exactly. Like,
Hmm.
I super disagree with this being, for example, as aggressive as Gate Crash was.
Hmm.
It's just like every time I play the format, I tend to draft the slower, dirtlier decks, control decks, and I'm doing very well with those, and I'm having a blast.
Cool.
I mean, of
Yeah.
course, I've lost red decks, but
I found that in draft I've had a lot of success just forcing red and white aggro decks.
mhm,
That doesn't mean I've never drafted other things, but usually when I'm forced to draft more late game focused builds, while the
mhm,
decks end up strong, they still lose frequently to the hyper aggro decks. So I don't think that this is a monolithic. I don't think Amonkhet is just like a monopolar format where there's one thing you can do and you can
mhm,
only do that one thing. I agree with you there. You can definitely do a lot of different strategies, but I think I am with the majority in that it's primarily an aggressive format. I don't
mm,
know.
okay.
Um,
Well,
so
like I
yeah,
said, one of the better things about the format was that it's super varied. You can do
yes,
almost any strategy.
yep,
Like you said, it's like I do well with my control decks. People do
hmm,
well with their aggro decks, and there's no single objective
yep.
like rule that you should only do X.
Yeah, I think the other thing that really stuck out to me about Amonkhet, I don't think I'm quite as high on the draft format as you are. I've probably
Mm,
had more fun in sealed in this format than in any other format. That
mm,
might just be because I ground out a lot of sealed matches in preparation for GP Vegas, but I
mhm.
actually enjoyed the sealed format and actively enjoyed it more. Instead of just sort of begrudgingly, okay, I guess I'll practice it so that I'm not like a fish out of the water at the GP. Yeah, I found that the sealed actually had more different archetypes, and there were, excuse me, viable aggro archetypes in sealed and viable,
Mhm. Mhm.
dirtily
Yeah.
archetypes in sealed like there normally are, etc., etc. Have you taken a lot of time to look at the Hour of Devastation previews?
Not too deeply. I
Okay.
I skimmed through the spoilers yesterday at FNM with the guys,
Hmm.
and of course I've spent more time with the older spoilers, but the latest ones that came out yesterday, I have only like had a cursory glance at what they are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty similar. We've already gone through white, blue, and black.
Hmm
To be honest, at least those three colors look like it's about a half step down from the power level of Amonkhet.
hmm
It feels like most of the archetypes are still being supported. I think blue is a little better in our devastation than it was in Amonkhet, but we thought blue was going to be decent going into Amonkhet because we thought that the set was going to be very dirtily,
hmm
and that ended up not really being the case. I mean, you seem to disagree, but
Yeah.
like everyone, I think 80 or 90% of the people making set reviews of Amonkhet were convinced that it was going to be very slow, myself included.
hmm
And I think the consensus opinion is that, yeah, there might be some slower decks, but it's not a slow format. It's not like a Cons of Tarkir, like I kind of thought it might be. So, anyways, it will be interesting to see how red goes. So why don't we just get started?
All right then.
All right, Blur of Blades, 1 and a red for an instant. Put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Blur of Blades deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. What do you think?
I think this is a very interesting effect for red to have. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be good, because I think that the 2 damage to a player should be mostly irrelevant. And then as a combat trick, it only gives -1/1 to the creature, like a blocking creature. I don't know if that's enough for a 2-mana instant to be relevant.
That's it. Yeah, I think that you can kind of ignore the second half of this. It's just like incidental upside. The real question is how good is instant speed -1/-1 counter? And honestly, I think it's going to be better than it would have been in Amonkhet. There are more X1s in this set, at least from an initial glance. There's also a lot of 2/3s, which 2/3s suffer from -1/-1 counters more than 3/2s do.
That's true.
Because if you -1/-1 counter a 2/3, it becomes a 1/2 and loses to most 2-drops. If you -1/-1 counter a 3/2, it still trades with most 2-drops and some 3-drops. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. I think I'm going to play 1 or 2 in most red decks. I also suspect I'll be able to pick these up later than most removal spells.
I assume so as well.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna if I play red, I'm probably gonna start with this on my sideboard, and definitely bring them in if they have a lot of X1s.
Yeah. So having said that, where do you think this ends up for grade? Oh, and are you familiar with how I do my ratings? I feel like you've been on here before.
I've been here before, but just go.
Yeah, let's just go through them again.
Yeah, go through it.
Right. So A's are cards that warp the game. They are game breaking in a sense. Your opponent, when they see you play an A, is like, well, crap. All my plans are out the window. So classic A's include Angel of Sanctions, Glorybringer. I don't know. Like sometimes very efficient spells can also be A's. A good example would be Glorybound Initiate. I think is like an A- or an A. It's up there. Sure. So cards like that just warp the game, so they're A's. B's are cards that they draw you into the color somewhat, and they are rewards for drafting your archetype. So like if you are in red, you want to open an Uncrop Crasher. You just do. That card is amazing. It doesn't quite warp the game like an A would. It is a very powerful card, but it's not like a Glorybringer type card. But it's still good enough that it's a reward for being in red. So I think that's a pretty good example. C's are your average draft cards. Most decks probably have like more than 10 cards in the C range. So it's not like they're a problem to play. And they're just average. You just, you play them. You're not too happy. You're not too sad. Good example of a C would be, what would be a good example of a C? Like a very high C could be something like Talkrop Crasher, maybe. That'd be like a C+, or maybe a B-. An average C would be Nefcrop Entangler, maybe.
Yeah.
In red. See, I'm naming all these white-red cards because that was the archetype I drafted the most. So those are good examples of Cs. Ds are cards that are either very specific and niche, so you use them in very particular archetypes, and they excel in those archetypes, but are not played in a majority of decks of that color, or they're slightly overcosted, so you're not excited to play them. A 4/4 for 5 mana with no other text is probably a D+ or a D in most sets, most modern sets. Like a 1/3 for 2 with no upside is probably a D. These are cards that you can play. They're not exciting. They serve a role, but you're going to be able to pick them up late. Not looking for them. And Fs are cards that 99.9% of the time you are better off not including in your deck. Cards like Dubious Challenge, cards like let's see, what was that? There's always an awful blue enchantment in every set that ends up being an F. Like in this set, there's a 7-mana blue enchantment that copies each instant sorcery you play. Yeah, don't play that card; it's terrible. So, yeah. Anyways, that's kind of where we are. Also, sideboard cards get a sideboard grade.
Yeah.
And sometimes we will give build-around cards a build-around grade.
All right.
Yeah, dispossess is a D, or sorry, an F, an F for dispossess. Okay, cool. So with all that context, what do you think about Blur of Blades?
Like I said, I'm not happy main decking this, so I'm gonna give it like maybe a D plus if the set is full of X1s.
Okay, I think that there's a little more utility here. I feel like I'm going to use this as a combat trick a significant amount of the time. And like if it kills the creature, it's not too bad. So if you consider it as like a mediocre combat trick and a mediocre removal spell, I think the two halves of it turn it into a decent spell, but still not. I agree, not something I'm looking to pick up too early. So I think C- is probably about right for me personally. Yeah, I think this is closer to a sideboard card than anything, but I don't think it's unreasonable to main deck it.
Right.
All right, next we have Crash Through. 1 red mana for a sorcery. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. Draw a card. Ugh. I'm not looking to play this. But let's try to make this good. Like, would you play this in a blue-red spells deck?
Oh, maybe. I mean, it's a red draw a card.
Yep, red draw a card, gets a sorcery in the graveyard.
Yeah.
But the problem with this card...
cycle,
exactly. The problem with this card is that it has the half of a cycling spell on it, the cycling part of it, but it doesn't actually do very much. Creatures you control gain trample is essentially a bad burn spell.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of how I read this. Yeah. I think that there are cases where this might make the cut, but I'm not looking to main deck this, and I think you're probably going to play this in less than 25% of your matches. So I suspect that this is just a straight D. Maybe D minus.
I mean, I don't even give it that high of a rating because I'd never want to put this in any of my decks, really. I think this is like strictly worse than what was the Mill 5 that had cycling?
Compelling deterrence.
Yeah.
Or no,
this is strictly worse than
compelling argument.
Compelling argument. Yeah. This is strictly worse.
Yeah, because that one's an instant.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Panic Basket. Oh no, am I dropping frames? Oh poop, I am dropping frames.
You are dropping a couple of frames.
Oh no. I'm dropping a lot of frames actually. Hang on, let me change some settings.
All right.
Let me change some settings. Working on it. Let's see if that might stabilize it. I'm not sure what's going on here. I think we're back. Oh. Yeah, we're still choppy.
Yep.
Still choppy.
Oh,
man.
Or,
yeah, it's my ISP. I've had this problem before. Poop.
That sucks.
All right. So chat, here's a question. Considering that there's very little video going on, do you think that this is still watchable right now, or is the audio cutting out too? Because if the audio's cutting out, then we're going to have to take a rain check. If the video's cutting out, I don't care that much. But it looks like the bitrate isn't too bad. It looks like it's dropping like very regularly. It's like every 2 seconds it'll drop, like 20 frames or something like that. Audio is excellent. Okay,
really?
Let me know if the audio starts cutting out, because if the audio starts cutting out, we're just gonna stop and restart tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, because I don't think the video matters too much for the stream.
That's fair.
Okay, anyways, so Crash Through, I think it's a D minus or a D. Like, it'll be played sometimes, but I'm not looking to do it. So
yeah.
Where are we at? Archetypes, maybe spells.
Spells is the only one I ever played in.
Yep. Defiant Kenra, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Jackal Warrior with no text.
What is this, like a C minus? Yeah, it's a bear.
It's a bear. It depends on how aggressive red is. Like, in some sets, a 2/2 for 2 with no other text is like a C+. Like Magic Origins, but I don't think this is Magic Origins.
So,
no. I think
it doesn't have any relevant creature types or anything like that.
Yep. Well, at least not for limited. So yeah, we could give this maybe a C minus.
Yeah.
Aggressive decks like 2 drops. Cool. All right, next. Firebrand Archer, 1 and a red for a 2/1 human archer, which has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Firebrand Archer deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Now this seems interesting.
Yeah, this is definitely better than Defiant Kenra. I don't think that the 1 loss of toughness is too bad. And dealing dealing 1 to each opponent whenever you cast a non-creature spell is reasonable, I think.
This sounds very much like just a blue-red card, even
Yeah.
though it requires red to cast.
Honestly, I think any red deck will play this, but it will definitely excel in blue-red.
Yeah, probably.
Like, this reminds me a little bit of Thermo Alchemist. It's not as good, I don't think. Because Thermo Alchemist could just sit back. This, in order to get as much damage as Thermo Alchemist, has to attack a couple times. But the fact that it's a 2/1 and can attack and trade makes this a decent card, I think. So, I think I just like it at a C.
C's fine, yeah. It's definitely better than the Kenra, like I said. And I think this is one of those cards, like, if you get in the archetype, this is probably going to be, like, a C plus or a B minus even if you, like, go really deep on it. But,
Yeah.
you know, Piker.
Yep. All right, next we have Frontline Devastator, 3 and a red for a 3/3 with Afflict 2 that has fire breathing for 1 and a red. And it's a zombie Minotaur warrior.
All red zombies.
Yeah. I don't know, I kind of like this guy. 4/3 is pretty good if you read it like a 4/3, right?
Yeah, that's the classic Summit Prowler.
Yeah.
It's fine. This is hard to evaluate because I can't imagine how playing with Afflict will be like. Like Afflict might be the most powerful mechanic in the format, or it might just be, you know, dud.
I don't think it's going to be a dud. I think it's reach for these aggressive decks. Like, if you can get your opponent to like 8 or 6 and you have a few Afflict creatures on the field, your opponent is just dead. And I think that's where I see Afflict becoming powerful.
Right.
So, yeah, this will be interesting. I think we can give this... I think it's maybe a little above average. I like the fire breathing on it. It's a fast clock in the late game. Afflict probably is somewhat important. Yeah, I don't know.
I really wouldn't go above like straight C, unless Afflict turns out to be really busted. Then this could obviously be the bread and butter of a red aggro deck.
Sure. I can get C. Oh, one other thing that I saw, I looked at the breakdown of the converted mana cost for this set, and there are a lot fewer 4-drops than you would expect.
Really?
Yes, so like there's a lot of 2-drops and a relatively small amount of 4-drops.
Interesting.
And so if that's true, it's possible that people are going to pick this up just to fill their curve. Because this card is better than most 3-drops. So, you know, like a lot, the problem that 4-drops face is that they are 4 mana, so they're like a mid-game card. And they're competing with all the 3-drops, and some 3-drops are as good or better than some 4-drops, right? And they're also competing with 5-drops, which are a little more late game, but usually are much more powerful than 4-drops. This one, I think, is enough more powerful than 3-drops that it's in a different tier. I don't know if you agree with that, but like I'm thinking if I'm comparing this to most 3-drops, this kills most of them in combat, and it doesn't trade with that many of them. There's not a lot of 3-power 3-drops in this format.
All right.
So I don't know. I think that this is a C, but it's possible the way the draft shakes out that this goes slightly up in pick order. But I don't know. We'll see how good red is in general because that'll also affect this card. Yeah, I think this is just bread and butter. I'm not even going to put anything in the archetypes column.
Yeah.
All right, Gilded Ceradon, 4 and a red for a 4/4 beast. Whenever Gilded Ceradon attacks, if you control a desert or there is a desert card in your graveyard, target creature can't block this turn.
Very nice.
Yeah, this is a 5-drop.
Yeah, I love the synergy with the desert theme in the entire set. I just think that's a very well executed mechanic.
Yeah. And there are a lot of deserts too. I think there's like 6 at common, 7 at uncommon, and 3 at rare, if I recall correctly. And so you're gonna have some deserts in your pool. And if you have this on the field with a desert, oh my god. This card is going to kill your opponent.
Yeah. For the most part, especially on the like more expensive cards, I'm going to assume that you have a desert. Like in most scenarios, if you
Yeah.
drafted maybe like 3 or 4 deserts in your entire draft, you're gonna have a desert when you play your 5-drop. So
Right.
for this card, I'm gonna give this like straight up. This is like a B minus or something. Because I remember there was in the Council of Tarkir block, there was the Mardu 5 mana 4.
Mardu Rough. No, what's a Rough Rider?
Five,
I think it
it
was
might be
Rough
wrong.
Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that card was really good. And this
Yeah.
is like way easier to cast. Sure, you lose 1 power, but I think
It's definitely worth
desert
it.
rule will always be in effect if you play this card.
Right. Right. And if you
If
pick
don't
this
play
up,
desert, you probably don't play it.
yeah, if you pick this up, you can just prioritize some deserts, and it's no big deal. Some of the deserts are pretty strong on their own, so yeah, I like it. I think that this is probably a C plus, which is rare for a common 5-drop, but I'm looking to pick this up. So
All right. Yeah, Mardu Rough Rider, exactly.
yeah, this is a card that makes me want to play deserts. Granitic Titan, 4 red for a 5/4 menace with cycling 2. Actually, I don't hate this. I don't hate it. This reminds me a little bit of what is it? The 4/3 that exerts for menace in +1/+1. What's that card's name? Emberhorn Minotaur.
Emberhorn Minotaur, except this one costs 6 mana.
It does cost 6. That's true.
I am not excited for a 6-drop in my red deck.
Yeah, I'm not either. The fact that it is cycling makes this a little more palatable. And I think that in certain archetypes, you're going to want this. I think like red-green probably is okay with having a 6-drop like this. It's a real clock in the late game. It's hard to block easily. I don't know. I don't hate it. Having said that, it's a 6-drop.
No.
I don't know. I think that we could give it like maybe a C minus. The fact that it is cycling puts a floor on how low we can rate it, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think like if you compare it to Desert Ceradon, I think Ceradon is better.
Desert Ceradon,
the previous set. 6/4 cycles.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that I would rather have this than Desert Ceradon.
Yeah, but they're like very comparable.
They are
You were never
comparable,
happy
yeah.
playing Ceradon. I don't think you're ever going to be really happy playing this guy.
I think the problem with Ceradon, though, was that the format was really fast for it. At least in my experience. Like, I wasn't playing Ceradon not because not because of the, I don't know, it was more that it was 6 mana and the games didn't last that long. I think that this format's probably a little slower. But I think we're on the same page. This is probably a D plus or C minus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the D version. Not excited.
Probably too expensive, and cycling 2 is mediocre. All right, Kenra Scrapper 2 and a red for a 2/3 menace. You may exert Kenra Scrapper as it attacks. When you do, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
But in flashback to a certain wolf from Shadows over Innistrad.
Dude, this card is sick.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So like 2 and a red for a 2/3 menace is already pretty okay. Like I'm not super happy about it because red would rather have a 3/2 menace, but the fact that it exerts, man, this card is a real clock. And here's the funny thing about this. When you exert this, you're not actually losing damage, right?
Sort of, yeah, true.
Because like since it gets +2/+0, it's like it's making up for the missed combat step. Plus, you can untap this and do all sorts of shenanigans in that sense. So I think that this card is going to be probably the best common creature in red. I looked at most of them. I think this is probably the best common creature.
At least so far, yep.
Yeah, at least so far. I don't think any of the future ones are better than this. I think actually there's only one more at common. So I think I like C+. I think this is the bread and butter of an aggro deck.
That's reasonable.
Yeah. Kindled Fury, 1 red for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn.
We've had this before.
Crowd's favor,
It's
right?
fine. That,
Something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, I this card is a very cheap trick, and first strike is strong, especially with all these menace creatures running around.
Oh yeah.
Um,
I just like whenever I look for combat tricks in any format when I'm drafting, I always look at the one drops, and this is one of the like. This is a good combat trick for a single mana.
yep.
I like it.
Having said that, it's competing with a lot of good removal spells. So I don't know. I can't rate combat tricks too high, but this is probably like a C minus maybe or a C.
Yeah, I'd give it a C because this is like I said, whenever I look for combat tricks, one mana is the place I want to be.
Yep, I agree. Cool. All right, next up, Open Fire. 2 and a red instant. Open Fire deals 3 damage to target creature or player. Oh, Lightning Bolt, how you've changed.
Lightning bolt. B.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-mana Lightning Bolt, but Lightning Bolt's like
instant.
an A minus, so
Yeah.
so this card's absurd. Or not absurd, but really strong. Yeah. I think we can give it like a B or B minus.
Yeah.
It's funny because this is better than Electrify, but usually you're okay with paying 1 mana more for more damage. But oh
This
wow,
goes
it does hit
down.
players too. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
it does.
This
It
is
is
just a
actual
B.
lightning bolt with extra mana.
Yeah. Lightning Bolt with downside is still Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff. Puncturing Blow, 2 red, sorcery. Puncturing Blow deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Wow,
I
this is
like
great.
the removal spells.
Yeah.
I think this is straight terminate 90% of the time.
Yep. 90% of the time, it's Terminate with upside for 4 mana. Because it actually exiles it, and that's so relevant in this set. We've seen a lot of Eternalize, a lot of that kind of effect. So, would you pick? Oh, so here's a question. I think this is going to come up a lot. Would you pick this or Open Fire?
Oh,
I think it's actually a pretty easy answer for this one, but
yeah, I think the answer I'm going to give is probably incorrect, but that's because I think Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt has a problem with the card. You can misplay it because it can go to players' places.
I was going to just say Open Fire because it costs 1 red and not 2.
That's also fair. But I don't pick burn spells. I pick my removal spells. And when it comes to removal spells, I think Puncturing Blow is like overshines the 3 damage version.
Yeah, it's also an instant, not a sorcery. I don't know, man. I think I'm still on the side of Open Fire, but okay, fair enough. You've convinced me that there's at least a debate to be had. But yeah,
I think if you're aggro, you will always take Open Fire.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Maybe Red Green would prefer Puncturing Blow over Open Fire.
Yeah, I could see that too.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think I'm rating this a B minus.
Sounds good.
It's good, but sorcery speed. So, great sorcery speed removal. All right, last common is Thorned. How do you pronounce that?
Thorned Moloch.
Moloch. All right.
Say Moloch.
Moloch. Is it with
Moloch.
like a h at the end, or is it just Moloch?
Weird. I'm not a not.
Does anyone speak Yiddish in here?
It sounds like a Moloch. Like,
yeah.
Very weird OCH at the end, but
yeah, isn't that like a Welsh thing or one of those languages on the British Isles that's like not English? I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, it's a 2/2 for a 3 with prowess that has first strike as long as it's attacking. This is a nightmare to block. What's that?
Sounds like a blue-red card again.
Sounds like a blue-red card, sure. I mean, I'm happy playing this in most red decks. This is a nightmare to block, though. I'm not looking forward to my opponent attacking with 2 of these with open mana. Ugh.
Yeah. Especially if they attack into your 4/4s, you're like, come
oh
on,
my
man.
god, yeah. Yeah, because that just sets up like 3-for-1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I think that this is probably replacement level. I don't think it's as good as Kenra Scrapper, but it's in the same ballpark, so I think we can give it a C.
I'm not a huge fan of this. I think I'd give this a C minus simply based on the base stats. Like it's a 2/2 with first strike. That doesn't sound very exciting. But when you can trigger the powers, it gets a lot better.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think C's fair. All right, so red, I mean, these are the commons, so we expect them to be kind of mediocre, but I'm looking at the open fire and puncturing blow and being like, wow, that's pretty good. I think red is the only color to get 2 Bs at common. Oh wait, no, black did as well. Black had two more removal spells very similar to those, so interesting. All right, moving on. Let's go to the uncommons. This year I'm doing it by color and then by rarity, because I figure it makes more sense that way anyways.
That sounds good.
All right, 1 and a red instant. Choose 1. A braid deals 3 damage to target creature. Sold. Oh wait, there's another mode. Destroy target artifact.
All right, fixed lightning bolt.
Jesus, this is so good. This is lightning strike with upside for limited, more or less. Like, it's pretty rare that lightning strike ends up going to the face, and. Yeah, this card's so good. Is the sheet available after the review? The sheet is available now, buddy. Spreadsheet.
Yeah.
There you
go. I think this is just better than the 2 common ones we reviewed. So where does that put us? Apparently B+.
Yeah. This card's great. There's like no downside to playing this, and I will play 4.
Yeah. Just 4? Come on, man.
I'd probably play 5, fair enough.
There.
So braid B+, efficient and flexible. This is a frequent first pick, I think. Kills Oracle's Vault, true.
Oh.
Hey, maybe Oracle's Vault is playable now.
Shush you.
Burning Fist Minotaur, 1 in a red for a 2/1 first strike. Oh wow, I'm already sold. But it says 1 in a red, discard a card. Burning Fist Minotaur gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So this is going to be really interesting because, like, if I attack with this into a 2/3, or maybe let's say a 4/4, right?
Yep.
And my opponent blocks with mana open, I'm feeling very nervous. I don't know about you. But like the discarded card is a pretty real cost to the pump, and it's gonna open up blowouts.
Could be, but I think this kind of effect lets you play this card on turn 2, and it's going to get to attack on turn 3, 4, and 5.
Probably
because your opponent most likely won't leave mana open. They like to have to progress their board. So this is free attacks throughout the entire early game.
Right. I suspect that what I'm going to be blocking this pretty frequently. Into open mana, because like if I have a 2/3 and my opponent's attacking with this, I'm like, yep, sure, block. Because if they discard a card to kill my creature, I'm still trading my creature 1 for 1, and they're wasting their whole turn pumping this thing. So if I don't care a whole lot about the creature, like, I'm happy to reduce the amount they can develop their board.
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, I don't think that the pump is as good as it looks, is what I'm saying.
All right.
So the discarded card is a very, very real cost for this. All that said, it's this 2/1 first striker for 2. Really great with actual pump spells as well. I don't know. I think we can give this like a B-.
That'd be too high,
C+, sure.
Obviously, whenever I rate cards, I'm not a red player too much, so I might give them poor ratings just on the fact that I don't think a 2/1 for 2 is a very playable card. But I'd still hate to see this on the opposite side of board.
Well, I mean, by the way the rating system goes, Bs are cards that draw you into the color combination, or are rewards for drafting it. And if I'm drafting red and I get past this, I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
I don't think I would move into red for this though.
No, I wouldn't move into red for this. But I mean, that's why I'm thinking B- and not B, right? Like, if I'm playing red and I get this 4th pick in pack 2, I'm feeling like, yeah, I kind of did it. This card's great on the curve. So I think I'm sticking to B-. There's a world where this card is a C, right? Like, there's a world where the aggro decks just don't come together and this card doesn't do anything. Which is probably your dream world. But but I don't know. I think that Wizards has been pretty good about making sure that aggro is viable in draft especially. So yeah, this will probably be good enough. Real cost to the activated to the ability. All right. Next, Chandra's Defeat. 1 red mana for an instant. Chandra's Defeat deals 5 damage to target red creature or red planeswalker. If that permanent is a Chandra planeswalker, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Sideboard. It's pretty good from the board.
Oh, yeah.
It kills Glorybringer.
It sure does. Wow.
Kills Glorybringer. GG. All right. Next, Fervent Paincaster. 2 and a red. Creature, human wizard for a 3/1. Fervent Paincaster deals 1 to target player when you tap it, or you can exert it and it deals 1 damage to target creature. Wow, this card's like pretty solid.
And like you said, this depends on the amount of X1s in this format, but this could be a card that the game revolves around.
Yeah, I've seen a significant amount of X1s in every color, honestly.
Yeah.
So this card seems better than it would have been in Amonkhet, because Amonkhet had a lot of X2s.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, well, yeah, I guess it would have been really sick against red white and Amonkhet, but either way, I like it. I think this is probably like a B. I don't know.
I think I'd still give it a B minus. It is an X1 after all. It
is an X1, but it can hit for 3 if you're lucky.
If you forget the other text, it's a 3-mana 3/1, right?
Sure.
That sounds terrible.
That doesn't sound that bad to me. It trades with most 3-drops. It trades with most 4-drops. Right? That's a real Magic card. Now, is that something I'm looking to play? Not really. If it was just a 3-mana 3/1 in red, I'd give it a C minus, maybe a D plus. But the abilities are legit. This makes combat very difficult. What's that?
I think I'd give this a B minus for the abilities alone, but not for the stats.
Interesting. I think if it was just, let's say it was a 1/1 for 3 with these abilities, I think I'd give it like a C. Honestly,
Really?
Yeah. I don't think that those abilities are that strong for 3 mana. If it was 2 mana, I'm in. Right? Maybe I'm crazy. Because like ping effects are really good.
2 extra power will offset the having to exert to ping a creature instead. I think that's going to give it the same sort of feel that if you had a protocol sorcerer, for example,
right,
which would be a B or B minus.
Yeah,
and this one is slightly different, but still a very same card.
I think I'm just going to give it a B. I'm looking to play red if I get this in my first pack, and I could see myself first picking this sometimes. So, yeah, I don't think it's into any particular archetypes either. You just always want this. All right, next, Inferno Jet, 5 and a red sorcery. Inferno Jet deals 6 damage to target opponent with cycling 2. Wow. 6
Lava
damage is a lot of damage. That's Lava Axe plus, right?
But it's also more expensive.
It is more expensive, but it has cycling. Like, the fact that this has cycling makes this a lot more playable. Like, we talked about this yesterday, but Noah Sandler pointed out that... Or I forget if it was me or Noah that pointed this out, but one of us actually just said that Wizards has realized that there's a lot of design space left if they just print cycling on every single mediocre draft card possible. And that's exactly what happened with Inferno Jet and Haze of Pollen and all those other cards. This makes this interesting. It does combo with the 7-mana blue enchantment and the 6-mana blue enchantment, New Perspectives. So, I don't know.
I'm still not excited.
Yeah, I think
best
that
to see.
Right. I think that this is interesting top end for like a green-red deck. Like if I have a couple of these and some ramp, I'm like, okay, right. This is a win condition. So I think we can give it like. Honestly, I think just straight C or C minus.
C minus sounds good. It just Lava Axe is not great, even with cycling.
Yeah, Lava Axe you can cycle is okay. All right, next Magmaroth, 3 and a red for a 5/5 elemental creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on Magmaroth. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, remove a -1/-1 counter for Magmaroth.
Why do all these creatures seem like the blue-red? Every single one.
Right. A lot of them do. Maybe they're making up for how kind of mediocre blue was in the last set. I don't think this is specific to blue-red, though.
No.
Like, I would play this in any red deck.
I think this is
Right.
very hard to evaluate.
Well, so
Like,
I actually did some thinking about this card, but go ahead because you were about
it's
to
like,
say something.
yeah, it's like at worst, this is going to be a 4-mana 4/4.
Hmm.
On the turn, you get to attack with it.
Right.
That sounds decent. And then maybe on turn 6, 7, you find your combat trick, and then oh, you got a 5/5 again.
Right.
This is fine.
Yep. I think that, like, if you read this, so here's what I'm thinking about this card. It's if you're paying 4 mana for a 3/3, you're not super happy, but that's about the right rate. It's like a little under rate. So it takes 2 turns or 3 turns, if depending on how you count, right? Because this blocks as a 5/5 the turn it comes down. It's like 2 or 3 turns before this card is below rate. If you don't have a non-creature spell by that time, you're probably in trouble no matter what you're doing, right? Or you have a bunch of creature spells and your opponent has spent resources either blocking this or, whatever, right? So I think that this card's pretty strong. Is there an explanation of the grading system somewhere? Sure, we'll cover it after we're done with red. But essentially, C's are average, B's are above average cards that draw you to a color, A's are bombs or cards that warp the game. D's are cards that are niche playables, but you're not excited to have them in your deck. Most cards are going to end up being C's, basically.
You
Anyways,
should have a cover page on your sheet with the explanation of
yeah, I
ratings.
should. I used to have it, but I deleted it on accident when I made this version because I've just been copying each set review and then just deleting the data and yeah, it's a pain. I had to do all of this manually. So,
Great. All right.
anyways,
So what do you rate this?
I would rate this as a B or B minus.
Oh, it's pretty high.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
B minus sounds right. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I'm looking to play this in any red deck, so
Yeah. Yeah.
takes several turns before this is worse than a 4-drop.
Real giant.
Yeah, exactly. And that's without any non-creature spells. And that's the other thing. It says non-creature spell, not just instant and sorceries.
Mm-hmm.
So you play a cartouche on this, suddenly you have a 6/6, sorry. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, Manticore Eternal, 3 red for a 5/4 zombie Manticore with Afflict 3, which attacks each combat if able. I'm still kind of in, like...
Yeah, it's
Attacks
5 for 5.
Yeah, attacks each combat if able kind of sucks, but like you're
We have
probably
Juggernaut.
you probably want to do that anyways. This is a Juggernaut for 1 more mana, but with a significant upside, which is Afflict 3. Like, one of the problems with Juggernaut is if your opponent had a couple 1/1s, it didn't do anything other than ping off a 1/1 every turn. Thank you for the follow.
Great.
So I think I like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the kind of top end for an aggressive red deck I want.
Yeah.
Having said that, it is double red. You can't really splash this too easily. It's not something that I'm looking to move into red for usually. So I think this is probably on the low end of the B range or the high end of the C range.
I think it goes a C plus, just for the fact that it's only a 5/4 for 5. We had
True.
5/4 for 4.
Yeah,
Sure, this one has super trample or whatever you want to call the
super
afflict, but
trample. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, actually. Yeah, I like that. Sure, I think C plus B minus is fine. 5-drop, but pretty impactful. All right. Next, Sand Strangler, 3 and a red for a 3/3 beast, so a hill giant. When Sand Strangler enters the battlefield, if you control a desert or there is a desert in your graveyard, you may have Sand Strangler deal 3 damage to target creature.
Flame Tongue Kavu.
Flame Tongue Kavu it is. It's not as good as Flame Tongue Kavu, but
Not quite.
not
I
quite.
think this is again the same thing. When you play this card, if you put it in your deck, I assume you put deserts in your deck.
Yeah.
I assume your thing is going to be online.
Yep. I think, well, let's actually do the math on this. So let's suppose that you have 4 deserts. That
Yep.
seems like pretty reasonable, right? So let's do some hypergeometric calculation here. So let's suppose that there are 40 cards in your deck. There are 4 successes. You have, let's say you want to cast this on turn 4, right? And
Right.
let's suppose we're on the draw. So we have 11 cards, right? So we have 11 draws, and we need one success. What's the likelihood that we get a desert? 74%.
Yeah.
That's
3 out of 4.
not bad. That's not bad. And you don't have to cast this on turn 4, right? So
Yeah.
let's suppose this goes to turn 7, right? So
Right.
odds 40 for, that would be 14 and 1. What's the odds? Then it goes up to 83%. Yeah. I think once you have 4 deserts, this is usually online. You can count on this.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
like it.
Definitely really good. B.
Yeah, I think
There's
just
something
straight
there.
B. Like Flame Tonkabu is an A. This is
yeah.
Flame Tonkabu with downside, but still good.
I mean, it's 25% worse, so B.
That's a good way to think about it. All right, so there you go. This is the red commons and uncommons. How do you feel about them so far?
Oh, feels weird. I'm not sure if there's like a similar sort of aggressive, red-white aggressive theme as there was in Amonkhet.
Mm-hmm.
How many 2-drops were we were excited about? One?
In red?
Yeah.
There was one that we were okay with, and the other was kind of mediocre.
Yeah. So like it's not like skewed towards having a bunch of really good 2-drops so far.
Though I will note that
Or
blue actually had 2 very aggressive 2-drops.
Mm.
Because the 1/3 that gets unblockable when you cast a non-creature spell, I think, or was it cycle? When you cycle, looked pretty
Yeah.
good, and the 2/1 with prowess and afflict looked pretty strong as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that red blue is going to be a legit deck. Hopefully that's true because red blue is my favorite color combo. But yeah, all right.
Yes.
Starting off with a bang, we have Chaos Maw for our first red rare. It is 5 red for a 6/6 Hellion that says when it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to each other creature. Wow.
How slow is this format again?
I don't know.
If it's slow, A.
Yeah. I mean, this is...
If it's fast?
Yeah.
Not quite as good.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 7-drop. Like, most red decks that are aggressive probably don't want this. Or they, you could play one and mise it, especially in sealed. But like, if you're in any way mid-range or rampy, then wow, this card goes way up in value.
Yeah, if you like, imagine what's the premium 7-drop from the previous set, the Greater Sandworm.
Which one?
Greater Sandworm.
Greater
7 mana
Sandworm,
for
sure.
a 7/7 that
Sure.
can be blocked. Yada yada yada. If you imagine that anytime you had cast the Greater Sandworm, you had cast this card instead, which would have been like, how good would this card be?
Pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
But the problem is this doesn't have cycling.
It does not have cycling, that is true. And it's red instead of green, so...
Right, like ask yourself, did you cycle Sandworm more or cast it more? And I definitely cycled Sandworm more.
That's a tough one. I think I'm about 50-50 because, I played green, rampant things.
Well, me too.
I cast that card a lot.
So actually, at GP Vegas, my sealed pool on day 1 had Greater Sandworm, Gift of Paradise, and Liliana. So you could cycle Greater Sandworm, cast the Gift of Paradise, and then reanimate Greater Sandworm on turn 4.
Do you know what I did? Yeah, what I did on... It was like the first week of the format. I played a red-black deck with Liliana.
Yeah.
And people yelled at me for putting Greater Sandworm in my deck with 0 green sources.
That's
I reanimated
pretty funny.
that thing 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times.
Yeah. That's
It won
legit.
me every single game.
That's legit. Anyways,
I know,
yeah.
like it, but
Yeah, I mean, I think the main problem with this is it doesn't have cycling. If this had cycling, well, I guess Living End would be kind of busted, but
oh dear.
Yeah, oh dear, exactly. But I think we can give this probably a B. It's a legit finisher in a lot of decks. I don't know. I think that effects like this that are pretty strong deserve a grade that reflects that, because if you take this early, you can plan your draft around it. But there are a lot of drafts that I'm going to have where I'm in a base red deck. I open this pack 3 and I'm like,
pass it.
Yeah, and you pass it. Yeah. But in the context of a pack 1 pick, I think this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think I would give this an A- because
A-,
it will
okay,
definitely skew. It will skew the board. Like when you play this, it will automatically give you a very high chance of winning.
True.
But the like the requirement for you to put this in your deck is also very high.
Right.
So I think I would rate this based on the assumption that you have a deck that wants to play a 7-drop.
Yeah, I mean,
Then
the other
it's going
issue,
to be an A-.
the other issue I have with this is it doesn't kill some of the flyers out there. Like there are some X4 flyers. I don't know. I think I can be convinced to B plus. I suspect that since it's a 7-drop, I'm not going to go much higher than that.
All right.
If it had some sort of evasion, then I'd be a little more in.
What, you don't think killing your opponent creatures sounds
It also
evasion?
kills your creatures.
It sure does.
So like, I don't know. I love Anger of the Gods, but
Right.
I think B plus is about where I like it. I could see it being better than that though. Like again, this is all previews, so it's hard to say for sure.
Of course.
All right. Anyways, interesting card. Next one, Earthshaker Kenra, 1 and a red for a haste 2/1 Jackal Warrior. When Earthshaker Kenra enters the battlefield, target creature with power less than or equal to Earthshaker Kenra's power can't block this turn. With Eternalize 4 and a red. Woo! This is something good.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Super aggro.
Super aggro.
Of course, this is not a common, but this is like the 2-drop you want to have.
Oh god, yes. Yeah, this is constructed playable probably. Like 2/1 haste with upside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like what I see happening with this card frequently is if I'm on the play, I play a 2-drop. My opponent plays a 2-drop. On turn 3, I play this attack for 4. And at that point, I'm feeling pretty good with the card already. Right? This trades for most 2-drops. It trades with some 3-drops. It's a real card. And then later in the game, if it does die, you have a 4/4 haste that Goblin Heel Cutters to your opponent.
Yes.
That is super good.
Card.
All that together, I think we can give this like a B plus.
Agreed.
Like this is efficient and just strong. So, and not a terrible top deck. Like anything with haste is not the worst top deck. So
you can loot it away at end game and then just straight up get a 4/4 instead.
Yep. All right. Next, Hazoret's Undying Fury. 4 red for a sorcery. Shuffle your library, then exile the top 4 cards. You may cast any number of non-land cards with converted mana cost 5 or less from among them without paying their mana costs. Lands you control don't untap during your next untap step.
So first off, I'm going to say I'm not going to give this card a rating.
Why?
Except for the fact that this says to me, Vintage Cube. This is red Mind's Desire that cannot cast an
Is
Eldrazi.
a red's Mind's Desire, yeah, it's true.
I think this card is bonkers, but I have no idea if it's playable in the draft.
Well, let's analyze it. So like when I'm looking at this card, I'm thinking, all right, what's the likelihood, like what are the average number of non-land cards on the top of my deck? Right? And I'm thinking on average there's like 2, maybe 2.5. Usually those cards will cost 5 or less. So, you know, if we take that average case scenario, we're getting maybe 6 mana worth of cards out of this and a little bit of card draw at the expense of not our lands not untapping. But I don't think that's terrible.
Mana.
What's that?
This costs 12 mana.
Yeah, it costs 12 mana with, well, it's 6 mana with Echo, basically. So 12 mana in installments.
Yeah.
It's more than 2.5. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, if your land ratio is 17 to 23, so you should have an average of 2.8 cards in 5.
Sure. But if you consider that you're keeping hands that have, I guess, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So we could say it's around 2.5, right?
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
If you get 3, you're slightly lucky. If you get 2, you're slightly unlucky. But
yep.
There's also the chance that you draw 6-drop. So if you have this in your deck, you have some dex building constrictions. I think I'm going to try this and see how it is. I have a feeling that it's going to be pretty strong.
Oh, I will so play this card.
Yeah. This feels like it's good because I'm thinking like, okay, I'm getting like a I'm getting like a collected company sort of. Right?
Sort of.
A 6-mana collected company in a sense.
I'm still going to call these 12 mana spells.
Sure. Well,
like I use that.
Yeah.
I use that as a baseline for all of the effects. like that they will cost double the mana because you don't get to cast anything next turn.
Yeah. And this has the chance to whiff.
It does.
But if the board is anywhere near parity and you cast this, I think you probably win the game. Probably. Though, yeah, I don't know. This is
hard to evaluate.
This is a very, very difficult card to evaluate. I'm thinking that we could call this in the B range, but we could be totally off. This might be completely unplayable. This one of those cards.
Is Mind's Desire.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's not Mind's Desire.
That's my rating for it. No,
it doesn't untap the lands
than Legacy. But,
yeah, true. In Vintage Cube, this does get better because mana rocks. Yeah, I don't know. I think we give this like a B minus. Could be strong. Really hard to evaluate. What's the average converted mana cost of cards in your deck? 2.5. Yeah, that sounds about right. If you hit 2.5, that's yeah, it's 6.5 worth of value for 12-ish mana. Except you're getting them on the, like you're drawing the cards though. Machine Schooling. That's the part of the equation that you're missing, because these are cards that you would have had to draw naturally. So it's like you're getting a little ahead in turns when you cast this, right? Yeah, you know what? That's an interesting way of thinking about this card. Because since this is basically drawing the top 4 cards of your library and casting them for free, it's like you're skipping the next few turns in a sense.
Yep. Like
you're getting those turns worth of cards for free. I think that's actually really strong. Like this is very, very good card advantage for red.
6 mana, draw 2.5, generate about 7 mana.
Mm-hmm.
And then skip your next untap step.
Yeah, I like it. I think
like it.
I think this is good. In fact, I'm going to bump it up to like a B+.
I think the thing is, this card is so high variance that when you think about like Pro Tour and stuff like that, I don't think anyone will ever play this card in there.
Really? I don't know.
Because if you're behind, you will lose if you don't hit really well.
Right, but if you're behind, what card is pulling you back into the game anyways? Right. This is a card that can pull you back into the game.
Yeah, but like
it won't necessarily, but it could.
There's a risk that you will fall behind because you're going to have to skip a turn.
Sure, but there's also a risk that you just close the game away. I don't know. I think that this card.
That's what I said. It's super high variance, so it will be interesting to see if it gets played at the competitive level.
Right. We'll see. I'll be interested to see how limited resources rates that card, because they're Anyways, next, Hour of Devastation, 3 red for a sorcery. All creatures lose indestructible until end of turn. Hour of Devastation deals 5 damage to each creature and each non-bolus planeswalker. Yeah, this card is insane.
Wrath of God.
Yep, Wrath of God, basically.
Build your deck properly, and it's only going to kill your opponent's creatures.
Yep. I think this is the first A+ we've rated. Like, this is a 5-mana spell that wins the game on the spot.
That's a bit too much, I'd say.
Yeah, fine. It's a Wrath of God, but like,
yeah,
this is super good. So I like A or A+.
I mean, I think it's just going to be straight A because it actually doesn't kill any 6/6s, and then it's like, it doesn't progress your board and whatnot. But this is still a Wrath of God.
Yeah.
How often do you last it didn't have a Wrath of God and we suffered for the fact?
We could rate it an A instead of an A+. I mean, I guess it's not like a Glorybringer or a Wingmate Rock or a Pack Rat.
I was a bit kidding with A+, but I think this is definitely an A, especially if you're in the deck that you can have you have a 6 toughness creature, then you win the game with this.
Yeah, they said the thing. Yeah, it's the name of the set, so it has to be good. All right, next, Imminent Doom. Wait, is this another Wrath or something? Hang on. 2 and a red. Enchantment. Imminent Doom enters the battlefield with a Doom counter on it. Uh-oh. Whenever you cast a spell with converted mana cost equal to the number of Doom... No. I don't even care what it says. I'm out. It says, it deals that much damage to target creature or player, then put a Doom... No. Do not play this. This card is awful. Terrible. It has to be exactly the number of counters.
Yes.
Like, so I think people are going to play this at pre-release and be like, okay, cast a 2-drop, ping you 1. Nope. What? Yeah, read the card. Oh, that's what's going to happen at pre-release, because it has to be exactly the same number of exactly the same mana cost as the number of Doom counters on Imminent Doom. So if you play this, you have to play a 1-drop and then a 2-drop and then a 3-drop and then a 4-drop. And at that point, okay, you did it. But what's the likelihood that you have those?
And you did what? You paid 3 mana for an enchantment that dealt a lava axe to your opponent.
Well, it can deal damage to creatures too. Like if
you can deal damage to creatures.
Yes. So
still
like,
not interested.
Right. I'm still not interested because it's too hard to turn online. Oh, thanks for the auto hosts, Travis. By the way, you should all definitely check out Travis's stream. He's pretty cool. Yeah, this doesn't quite get there for me. Maybe we give it an F+ because it'll be fun to draft in the last week of the format when we have nothing better to do. So, don't play this. All right.
No.
Next, Neheb the Eternal, a 3-red 4/6 mythic legendary creature. Which, oh man, there are so many words on that type line. Why couldn't they have? Wait. Why couldn't they have made the
Chromatic Core.
No. Oh yeah, Chromatic Core. Why couldn't they have made that legendary?
I don't know.
Because this has so many lines of text on that. Anyways, I'm a little bitter. So 4/6 afflict 3 at the beginning of your post-combat main phase. Add red to your mana pool for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn.
So you know that like in the paper drafts, there are these expeditions or whatever the latest ones are called, and one of those that happened to be in Amonkhet was an enchantment that said for 5 mana you can take an extra combat step and an extra main phase.
Yep.
Do you know how nicely it works with Neheb?
Very.
Very, very, very.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this card should mostly be evaluated as a 5 mana 4/6 with Afflict 3, which is a really, really good Magic card, right? Like, I would pay 6 mana for a 4/6 with Afflict 3.
That sounds good, yeah.
Right, 5 mana 4. I feel like I'm getting there, right? I feel like I'm cheating a little bit. And it says at the beginning of your like the ramp spell part of this is cool. Right. I don't think it's going to matter very frequently, but boy, oh boy, if I have like cut ribbons in my deck, feeling pretty happy about this card. Yeah. So I like it. I think that the floor on this card is like maybe a B. I think that a 5 mana 4/6 with Afflict 6 or with Afflict 3 is probably a B. I think this could be a lot better than that. Depending on the way your deck is arranged. Oh, also, this lives through Hour of Devastation, which I guess is very flavorful.
6 toughness.
Yep. So I think there's enough little things that this does, and it just has enough, base stats that we can give this maybe a B or B+.
I think I'd give it a B.
B seems right.
Still only a 4/6. It doesn't actually have evasion, which I would hope to like. Menace on this end, I'm loving it. But it's an above average creature.
Yep.
With upside. Sounds good.
Yep. All right, next we have Wildfire Eternal, 3 and a red for a 1/4 zombie jackal cleric with Afflict 4. I think that's the highest Afflict number we've seen. And it says whenever it attacks and isn't blocked, you may cast an instant or sorcery from your hand without paying its mana cost.
Right. So if you have 1 card in your hand, this is a 4 mana 1/4 unblockable. If you have 5 cards in your hand, this is a 4 mana, deal 4 damage to your opponent, and put it in your graveyard.
Right.
No, never putting in any of my decks. Never.
I don't know. I could see this getting there. Like, casting instant sorceries for free isn't nothing, especially when we just saw that uncommon deal 6. Like, that's kind of cool.
Sure.
I don't think that this gets there that often, but
yeah, I'm just no.
This reminds me a lot of Oracle of Bones. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna come back to as well.
War of the Gods, I think.
Yeah, Punisher mechanics like this is something I'm not interested in at all.
Right. 1/4 unblockable isn't a playable. 1/4 for 4 with unblockable is pretty close to unplayable.
Pretty garbage.
Yeah, like the reason why we keep talking about this ability is like that's what determines whether this card is decent or not. Because like if you load your deck up with instances sorceries, I could see this actually being worth a card, but it won't be much more than worth a card because there's going to be those times when it doesn't do all that much.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to connect to cast. Yeah, that's true. But people, they're going to just let it through. And you're going to not have anything to cast with it. Or it's going to be an awkward time to cast it. That's the other thing. Like, you might not want to cast a spell at that time, right? Like, if you have a pump spell, that doesn't really help you. So, like, it has to be, like, a removal spell. And in that case, like, you're kind of doing it. That's cool, but...
You could probably already cast your removal spells. Like we saw, the red removal spells, they're 2, 3, and 4 mana.
Right. If you're already at 4 mana, you can just cast your Electrify or your... Yeah. Exactly. So I don't think this is great. I think this is playable, maybe, but I think that most decks, you're better off not playing this. So I think by that we can give it like a D+.
This is Sports found the line.
What's that?
There we go. Casting Approach of the Second Sun for free.
Oh, God. Oh, that's sick. All right, we did it. We broke it.
You challenged the draft.
All right, we did it. Ugh. Anyways, I think D+ is probably fine. You play the sorcery on attack phase. Yeah, that can matter. But there's
actually declare blockers, but yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's not. Yeah. So, anyways, D+ I think is fair. Probably good with certain rares, right? Like. Whether you play this probably depends on what rares are in your deck. I think that if you have the approach with the Second Sun and you have some of these other really OP instances of sorceries that are kind of expensive, it's worth it. But yeah.
If you're playing Approach with the Second Suns in your red-white deck and you're attacking with your 1/4, this mental image sounds ridiculous. Just, no.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I think you're better off not playing this. This is worse than most of the commons. I will pick a lot of commons over this card.
Oh, yeah.
So, anyways, how do you feel about red overall? Everything included.
Good removal, mediocre creatures.
Yeah. I think I like the I like the removal a lot, I agree. I think that most of the rares are pretty good. There are a couple duds, right? There's 2 pretty bad rares. But the ones that aren't duds are really strong. Like they were like Neheb was the worst, and I'd be pretty happy playing Neheb. So yeah, I don't think that this format has great creatures. It's interesting. It feels like a definite downgrade at common, especially. But the rares, man, this is why I'm like a little higher on Sandblast than most. The rares are really important to be able to deal with. And Sandblast does deal with most of them, though, ironically, not a lot of the red ones. Sandblast doesn't kill Chaos Maw. It doesn't kill Neheb.
Wildfire Elemental.
Yeah, it does. That's true.
Yes.
Think we're going to be splashing the Lightning Bolt? Yep, I would agree with that. And there's decent fixing in this format, too. It's not amazing, but it's there. So, cool. All right. Let me see if Zach is around. Hey, Zach, you around? Question mark.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Can I give an extra rating on?
Sure.
One artifact.
Sure. Which artifact?
Let me see if I can spot the name. It is the. Wait, which one is it? Wall of the Forgotten Pharaohs.
Oh, I'm actually really high on this too.
Triple S.
S+. This card's amazing. I'm in.
Oh god, this was like when I saw this first, it reminded me of Archer's Parapet.
Oh yeah, but with upside, right?
Yeah, and the people at my LGS, they know how much I love Archer's Parapets.
Yeah.
And when I showed them this card to them yesterday, they said that whenever I'm in the same pot as they are, they will hate draft this card, so I don't get to play with it.
Yeah.
Because I will put up to 10 of these in any of my decks. I love it.
Yep. I think that Wall of Forgotten Pharaohs, like, all jokes aside, I think it is playable. There is a defensive deck that plays a bunch of this type of effect that I think is going to be pretty decent, because there's the red pinger at uncommon. There's a blue one, isn't there? Something weird in blue. I forget.
Is there?
I thought there was. Maybe not. But I remember seeing a couple defensive creatures like this and thinking, yeah, there's probably one of these awkward defensive decks that has a couple flyers and a couple pingers and just wins through attrition.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is, you're the only one who wants this. Like that's the key with this type of card.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like if there's what's a good example? Like, okay, so my go-to for this kind of card is Sphinx's Tutelage from Magic Origins. I loved Sphinx's Tutelage. And it's like, once I realized pretty early in the format that Sphinx's Tutelage was viable, I went on a huge draft tear. This was very early during my streaming, when I just started streaming. Went on a massive draft tear because no one was drafting Sphinx's Tutelage, and people were passing all the cards that went into that archetype. So I would get 2 or 3 Sphinx's Tutelages and every single card I wanted and just crush people with it. And that was a very weird format because Origins was super hyper aggressive. But you could win if people didn't realize how strong the archetype could be. This is an example of a card that enables a similar archetype that no one's going to want this card but you. And that's a really important thing to be able to recognize. If you see a Wall of Forgotten Pharaohs in your first pack and you pass it, there's a good chance that this comes back to you. And if it does, you can go in and say, all right, I'm in the Defender Ping deck, right? And this could get there. Whether it does or not, hard to say, but, because we don't know what the format's going to shake out to be, but I suspect that this is pretty playable. Yeah. Anyways, so what do you want to grade it?
Triple S.
Triple S. S plus Iseroc.
Thank you.
All right. So Zach actually doesn't seem to be around. Would you be willing to help start green, or do you have to head out?
I have no problem starting with green.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think we got through red a little faster than I expected to. So, I forgot to put in the rares, didn't I? Oh well, we'll do that as we go. By the way, if you sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it felt like there was only a handful of cards. Was this a small set?
Yeah, this is a small set.
So little, so few cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, I just posted it in the chat, but if you would like access to the spreadsheet, just click that link, and it will be available for the duration of the format. I can't promise my grades will be accurate, but we're doing our best here. All right, Ambuscade.
You have
my first
green Skype thing on the.
Sorry, what again?
Stream. On the stream, you have your Skype chat text message showing instead of my beautiful face.
Really? Oh, so I do. My bad. There you go. There's your beautiful face again.
Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry. Thank you for the heads up. Okay. So, Ambuscade, 2 and a green for Clear Shot.
Gross.
Disgusting. Now, this is somewhat worse than Clear Shot because it doesn't give toughness. And the Clear Shot dream was you saved your creature from their removal spell and then killed their creature.
Yeah.
That was the dream. Like, you could engineer really random 3-for-1s with Clear Shot. This card isn't that good, but it's really strong at common. Holy crap. I am looking to pick up like 3 or 4 of these.
Yeah.
This is a card you're going to have to play around. I think that this is probably like a B.
I'd give this a B+.
B+.
It's not quite.
It doesn't increase the power, or the toughness. I think that Clear Shot ended up a B+ or an A-. This is about a half step below Clear Shot, right? Because if anyone who played that format... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Not as good of a combo trick, but still insane a removal spell.
Right. Yeah, no, I think this is fantastic. Is it as good as Magma Spray? That's an interesting question.
I'd say. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Magma Spray, so...
Yeah, you are completely opposite of almost everyone I've talked to.
Oh, yeah.
When you say that. Because, like, almost everyone I've talked to says that Magma Spray is the best common in Amonkhet. Or Magma Spray or Gustwalker. So, thanks for the follows, guys, by the way. I haven't been able to keep up with everyone, but there have been quite a few lately, and I do appreciate it. I suspect that some of those are from the new Twitch update. I don't know if you saw that happen on your stream today.
I
But
got a lot of weird follows.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Twitch app just updated, so there's a lot of people that actually intended to follow the stream earlier, and then it didn't go through or something, so they fixed that.
Really?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
most of those seemed like bots to me. It was,
No, I
it was
don't.
just like
I don't think they're
mishmash of
bots.
text. Really?
Yeah,
People have
that's
weird usernames. Let's go with that one.
right. Maybe. Okay. Anyways, so
Right.
for a grade, I think I like giving this probably a B. You do need a creature to make this good. The creature needs to be big enough to kill what you want. That's not hard though, right? Like if
Even
you have
there.
right, if you have a 2-drop, it'll kill most 4-drops, and that's
Yeah.
really sick. You have to be careful when you play cards like this, but it's not as bad as a fight spell. So
Yeah. I think
quite
this
like
is
it.
comparable to the lightning strike, and I think this has a higher ceiling because you can,
Right.
you have a 6 to fight that fights actually anything. But
Yeah.
that's just because I never shoot face with lightning bolts.
Yep, yep. So Green Lantern's Oath says it's not fighting. You don't think increasing toughness isn't that important. That's true. It's not that important, but it's important enough that, like, I remember casting Clear Shot and getting a 3-for-1 and my opponent just conceding on the spot because I
Yeah.
blanked their removal spell, killed their creature, and made my creature bigger to attack.
Yeah.
That, like, oh my god, that was one of the biggest blowouts you could possibly have in the format. This card can't do that. It can do
No.
a lot of things, but it's not quite as good as Clear Shot. And as a result, I think it's a solid B. Like, I'm happy to first pick this very frequently. It's not quite Clear Shot power level, though. But the fact that it's in the same discussion as Clear Shot, and we're just trying to figure out how much slightly worse it is, means that it's just a really good card. Because Clear Shot was in contention for the best
Gross.
uncommon in the format. So yeah, it's really, really good. Love this card. Anyways, next we have Beneath the Sands, 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, this never fetches a desert, correct? Because those are not basic?
Yes.
Boo. But it does have cycling for 2.
I initially when I saw this card, I was like, oh yeah, hey, rampant growth with the upside that you can do something with it later. Cycle it into another card. Then I realized that it's a 3-mana
Yeah.
rampant growth, and I no
Right.
longer want to cast the card.
3-mana ramp spells have been underwhelming for the last few sets, right? Like, Spring to Mind was playable, but not insane.
Gift of Paradise is insane.
Gift of Paradise was different, yes. Gift of
Yeah, but
Paradise
it
was
was
particularly
for the-
good.
It was really good for the fact that you can splash double-colored
Well,
spells with
there
Gift
were,
of Paradise.
it did a couple things better than Beneath the Sands did.
Implies.
Right, so there's actually 3 or 4 little things that Gift of Paradise did that make it better than Beneath the Sands. First is it gains 3. That's the most obvious difference. Second, if you have 4 mana, you play on your untapped land and then get to play a 2-drop. Right, so
True.
you can't do that with this type of card because the land comes in tapped.
Right.
Third, Gift of Paradise made Naga Vitalist better because it made Naga Vitalist able to tap for more colors. Now, that was really, really minor, but it did come up every once in a while.
I have a 4th point.
Yeah, sure.
Benefaction of Ronas. can
Yes,
tutor up
yeah, I was
Gift of
actually
Paradise.
about to say that next. Yeah.
All right.
So
Good.
there are like 3 or 4 little things that Gift of Paradise did better than Beneath the Sands. The question is how good is cycling for 2? Does this offset it? Because I do also remember drawing Gift of Paradise in the very late game and being like, nah, I wish this wasn't in my deck. But I don't know. I think like in the late game, Beneath the Sands is better, but while you're developing, Gift of Paradise is better. So on balance, I think Gift of Paradise is better than this card. And Gift of Paradise was amazing and sealed, but not a super high pick in draft. Like it was probably 7th or 8th pick in
Shush
draft.
you.
What's that?
Shush you.
Well, do you think I'm wrong? Like, do you think the pick order is wrong? I'm not arguing that Gift of Paradise is a bad card, but I don't think that you pick it before you pick it at the end of the first wheel, if that makes sense.
I guess it depended a bit on the where I was going with the draft, but I had drafts where I wanted to pack 1, pick 3, take a Gift of Paradise.
Fair enough.
But that again, that's like this is just me doing my weird thing.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah, I forced 5-color Storm. What do you think? What do you expect?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we can give this like a C or a C minus.
C- at the best.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of 3-mana rampant growth.
Yep. Yeah, 3 mana, rampant growth is mediocre. Hang on, I think I have a very sad kitty outside my door, and I'm going to let her in.
Yeah, no basic deserts.
Oh, you're so cute. You should say hi. Whoop, say hi to the stream. Hello. Okay. Hang on, let me open the window a little bit so she can... All right. Next, we have Bitterbow Sharpshooters, 4 and a green for a 4/4 Vigilance Reach Jackal Archer.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, what was this? A Sky Snare Spider with downside? I don't know. It's a little bit smaller, but...
Spider, yeah.
Yeah, but this is decent.
I'm a huge fan of this card. I like my 4/4s with Vigilance.
The only problem I see with this is that this trades with everything eternalized, but maybe that's actually a good thing.
Yeah,
If this had one more toughness, I'd be like slam dunk first pick. As,
oh God,
yeah, as is, I think this is probably like in the 5th to 6th pick range.
Sounds about right, yeah.
So
I give it a C+.
Yeah, I think something that I'm picking a little like between the 4th and 6th picks is probably a C to C+. So I think I can get on board with C+.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a good mid to top end card.
Yep.
Vigilance and Reach is nice. Like it. Oh, hey, Zach. So actually, if you don't mind, I was hoping to switch to Zach for this color.
That is okay.
But if you want to stay on, like you could stay on, it's up to you.
Whichever way you want to go, I'm fine either way.
Okay, cool. Why don't we switch to Zach then? It's been great to have you around. So why don't you post your info in the chat in case anyone in my stream hasn't visited your stream. If you like Limited and you especially like Cube, Iseroc is pretty fantastic. The #1 Finnish Magic drafter on Twitch.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty accurate. And yeah, you're great. You have a great stream. It's a lot of fun to watch. I tune in when I'm awake while you're streaming, which is rare, but yeah, so check him out. He's pretty sweet.
All right.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, dude. And we're going to get Zach on here.
I will see you later.
All right. See ya. Zach on and going. How's it going?
Hey. All right. I muted your stream, kept the chat up.
Excellent.
So as soon as you share your screen with me, I'll be in.
Okay. And why don't you tilt your webcam down about 3 inches? There you go. Perfect.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
Hello.
Perfect. Yeah. How's it going?
Good. Bitterbow Sharpshooters is nuts.
You think it's nuts?
Oh.
Okay. You think it's better than C+?
Yes. I think it is not quite as good as Nessie and Asp, and the format looks to be really different, but like it says something that they made a card that like Sentinel Spider was one of the best commons in M14. I'm forgetting exactly which core set it was in, but like making it splashable either means it's way worse than it used to be, or they're giving green a very nice gift.
Fair enough. Do you think it's B- or C+ then?
B-.
Okay.
I'd probably actually give it a B. I think there's a world where this is one of Green's best commons.
That's true, and since the cards are like since the commons we've been looking at seem a little underpowered compared to Amonkhet, the fact that this is just 4 power, 4 toughness might just push it over the top, like you're suggesting.
Yeah.
But I think B- is probably fair.
Playing a 5-drop that potentially blanks your opponent's entire aggressive strategy is incredibly powerful. Like it's not too heavy on the curve. If that ramp spell is decent, or if this is good, the ramp spell gets better, so you can play this on turn 4.
Yeah.
And it just like it blanks Gustwalker. It blanks a lot. The exert creatures got weaker, and there's still afflict, but afflict punishes blocking not as badly as exert does.
Yep. Awesome. Also, by the way, why don't you just introduce yourself a little bit, tell people what you do, and all that good stuff.
Sure. Hey, my name is Zach Barash, also known as Zenith or Zenith GP, although if you've seen me streaming, it's been a while and I apologize. I am a New York City-based game designer. I work for a company called Kingdom Death. I also do freelance game design. I'm making 2 educational games.
You just cut out, by the way. Can't hear you. Uh-oh. Oh, no. There we go. You're back. Oh, I can't hear you, though. Whoa. Are you there?
Do I have Yes.
You're back. You're back. Okay.
Okay, great.
That was
Sorry
weird.
about that.
No problem.
Old microphone. Game designer, makes some educational games, make a 4-player co-op thing, and shooting to work for WotC at some point.
Nice. All right. Cool. So I'm cool with giving Bitterbow Sharpshooters a B-. Why don't we just move on? Feral Prowler. 1 and a green for a 1/3 cat, which says whenever Feral Prowler dies, draw a card. I mean, 2-drop 1/3s with no text are Ds. Most of the time.
I usually rate them pretty low.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying Ds, right? Ds.
Oh, Ds. I thought you were like D's as in decent. And I'm
no,
like,
no.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Or card of No, yeah.
Right.
This is trinket text. Like that's text that goes on a card that makes people think it's better than it actually is. But like, I don't want to spend 2 mana to play a 1/3 and be like, well, it's a 2-drop that gains me 3 life and draws a card. Maybe like
Right.
Renewed Faith wasn't a very good card. And that had more modes. If there were value in sacrificing creatures,
Right, that's what
like
I was thinking.
If a merge were in this format, but those cards don't exist.
Right.
Like this is, I mean, it cantrips sort of, so you can't rate it too low. But yeah, this is like at best a C-, D+, something like that.
Yep. What was that common? Not Torment of Venom. What's the one that Lethal Sting? It's funny because if Lethal Sting was Bone Splinters, this card would be better.
Yes.
Right, like if we had actual Bone Splinters in this format, I would be pretty high on Feral Prowler in that specific deck, because that would be a good way to make your removal spell, draw a card removal spell. It still wouldn't be insane, but it would make this better.
It'd make it a little better just because they curve out so nicely.
Right.
But still, yeah, the fact that this isn't dying immediately, that you're just getting a chump blocker, that I think there are I don't know if there are many, if any, of those put a -1/-1 counter on your creature cards anymore. So this gets worse.
Yeah, that's a good point. If this set had what was the 4 mana 4/5 stinging sting something.
The Scorpion.
Scorpion, yeah, that one. Like this would get a little better because then you have an 0/1, then you could pop 2 more counters on it and it dies and you draw a card and everything's good.
I mean, this card is pretty great with the 2 mana 1/1 or 2 mana 4/4 that puts 3 -1 counters on things. But that's an uncommon in a set you're going to draft 1 pack of.
Yeah. One thing that's important to remember when you're evaluating cards in this format is you are not going to see much Amonkhet anymore. The general rule of thumb when you're switching from a large set to a small set in the draft is, whatever. If you would see a common X number of times in a large set, once you switch to the small set drafting, you will see it about as much as a rarity up. So like a Amonkhet common is the same as an Amonkhet uncommon now, and Amonkhet uncommon is about the same as an Amonkhet rare, and Amonkhet rare is about the same as an Amonkhet mythic. And
mythics are like invocations.
Right. And mythics are like invocations, and invocations are like priceless treasures or something. I don't know. So
and just in case there were priceless treasure, that's about as rare as Shichifuku Jin Dragon.
What?
There's one of it in existence.
There you go. Yeah, basically I don't think this card is very good. I think that it gets a little better than a D because I would rate this as, if this was like a 1/3 in blue with no text, I would rate it a D. As is, I think we can give this a D+ because this is a worse color to have a 1/3 in.
Yep.
But the draw card is text. Like that isn't negligible.
It is relevant.
Right, it is relevant. So I think D+ is about right. This isn't exceptional though, because it's not doing what green wants to do. So, not very synergistic. Probably. Maybe there's something we haven't seen. Synergistic. But yeah. Scalding Hot Soup. Where are the green rares on this list? I forgot to list them. We're going to type them in as we go. I have them all downloaded, but so basically, by the way, if you guys want to know a little bit of how I do all this, basically what I do is once the official set spoiler goes up, I download all the cards, name them by hand, put them into folders, specifically by rarity, and then have to hand type them all into this list. So it takes about 2 or 2.5 hours before I even start talking about the cards to get this ready. So it takes a while. But anywho, next we have Frilled Sandwalla, 1 green for a 1/1 lizard which has 1 and a green. Frilled Sandwalla gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate this ability only once each turn.
And it even has a basking root
walla. It does. Reference. It's so cute.
Yep.
I don't hate this. Activation threat is a real thing. This compares decently to something like what was the black one? The card in Battle for Zendikar that was like surprisingly good.
Oh, the one that gave itself Death Touch?
No, the one that pumped. No, the black one that pumped. It was a black 1/1 with Ingest.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Sludge Crawler, that's the one.
Yep.
It reminds me a little bit of Sludge Crawler. I don't think it's as good as Sludge Crawler because Sludge Crawler had Ingest synergies, so you needed Ingest to make a lot of decks work. But the activation threat is real enough that your opponent can't really block this with most 2-drops.
Yeah, this card's another weird one to evaluate because Triple Amonkhet is super aggressive, and simply having 1-drops is good. Mm-hmm. Now, the mana requirement is worse in this format than normal, because you usually have stuff to do in your first 4 turns, and then after that, this is great because it's filling in your curve.
Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to say this is probably good just because, as you said, activation threat is a real thing, mm-hmm. and it's like an exert creature, except instead of exerting, you just have to spend 2 mana. And if you're aggressive, this is going to be great, and if you're not super aggressive, this can really hold off the ground.
Yeah. I think the key is that it takes 6 mana for Sludge Crawler to be bigger than this. That's a lot of mana.
And I think this is better than Sludge Crawler simply because 1-drops are still probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah. And this is a 1-drop that trades for most 3-drops. That's hard to find.
Except in Amonkhet, where you have 2-drops that attack like 5-drops.
Yes, that's true, but we're not going to see that many Hooded Brawlers anymore. So
true.
Anyways, I kind of like this. I think we can give this just a straight C. I think that it's average.
I think it's slightly above. I think I would give it.
How many of these do you want? Because they get worse in multiples.
They do get worse in multiples, but you want to have 1 in your opening hand. If this is an aggressive format, mm-hmm. like remember, Slitherblade could be an amazing card. Mm-hmm. If this format is anywhere near as aggressive as Amonkhet was, you might be happy to have multiples of these because how many blockers are your opponents going to have? Right. If you attack with 2 and they have 1 blocker, activation threat still stands.
True. All right, so we can give this maybe a C to C+. Sure. Better than it looks, comparable to Sludge Crawler and Slitherblade in different ways. Interesting card. All right, Gift of Strength, 1 and a green for an instant giant growth. Not bad. Oh, and Reach. Oh, wow. So this is the giant growth functional reprint of the set that costs 1 more.
And gives you a sometimes relevant ability, but only works on defense.
Only works on defense, right. The ability only works on defense.
And usually when green has a combat trick that gives something Reach, it also untaps it. Mm-hmm. I mean, this feels worse than Spidery Grasp in my book, just because Spidery Grasp had excellent exert synergies, as well as it makes your creature a threat on offense and defense, and it's super flexible. This, you kind of have to lock in what mode you want to use.
It's true. I think that the nice thing, though, is Spidery Grasp didn't allow you to double spell in a turn, and this will frequently allow you to do that. I'm a big fan of being able to cast a 2-drop and a pump spell. True,
and I think that like the floor on this card isn't super low. The ceiling isn't crazy high, but it suffers from it's not a creature, it's not a removal spell,
right,
and it's not synergistic.
Right,
it's a fine pump spell.
Right. That's why cards like this frequently get cut, because you have a limited number of spots in your deck for non-creatures in an average draft deck. Like average draft decks are, around 14 to 15 creatures and around 8 to 9 non-creature spells or something along those lines. And you want a majority of those non-creature spells to either be game-winning in some sense, removal spells, or synergistic, and this is none of those things aside from synergistic with an aggro deck. So I don't know. I think this is decent. It depends, like how good it is depends on how aggressive the format is and how awkward the removal turns out to be. If this ends up just blanking a lot of removal spells, which is possible because there's, a red lightning bolt at 3, there's a sorcery speed, 5 damage in red, there's sandblast. Like it's possible that this blanks enough removal that this goes up, but as is, I think it's like a C to C minus.
I'd probably give it a C minus simply because it's not a bad spell. It's just it's never going to be a high pick. Okay. Or if it is a high pick, the format is weird.
Right. Yep. So I think C minus is about right. Yeah. Go ahead.
But like comparing it to like Beneath the Sands, which is the rampant growth with cycling, this is going to be better more often than Beneath the Sands. But Beneath the Sands is going to be a deck that certain kinds of decks are really going to want.
Yeah.
Cards like this are usually serviceable, welcome in aggro decks, but never something those decks are desperate to have.
Yep.
Even something like Synchronized Strike, which was incredibly powerful and incredibly synergistic, wasn't always a really high pick just because you needed the creatures that were really good with it before you needed that.
Yep. Sorry, I'm sending out a Twitter blast with tagging you or something. So now, let's see.
Twitter blast.
Yep.
2 in a red. 4 to a clear creature, but not Planeswalker. 2 to yourself, and also tweet about it.
Yep. All right, next we have Harrier Naga, 2 and a green for a 3/3 Naga warrior with no downside.
There are 2 3-mana 3/3s in this format.
There are. There's this one and the black one, right?
Yep, and the black one can't block unless you have another zombie.
But that I don't think that's that text isn't actually that important on that card. I don't think.
Yeah, if this cards like this make me think the format is still going to be aggressive, just in a cleaner way. Mm-hmm. It's like creatures are going to be just as good on offense and on defense.
Yep. Yeah, I mean 3-mana 3/3s are almost always great. Or maybe not great. Great might be a bit hyperbolic, but 3-mana 3/3s are almost always very good. And you usually draft them reasonably high. You will play probably 3 to 4 of them and be happy about it. Because they're real cards. 3-mana 3/3s are much better than 2-mana 2/2s. And if you think a 2-mana 2/2 is like a C or C minus, then 3-mana 3/3s are a C or C plus.
Mm-hmm. It is incredible comparing this to Amonkhet, where you had a 3-mana 5/4.
Yep.
Because that's a thing that happens in Magic.
Yep. And you had multiple 2-mana 3/3s basically.
Yep.
So
with evasion or some other ability.
Yep. Is there a bear in the set? I don't know if there's an actual bear, but there are 2/2s.
With no text, there is a red 2/2 for 2 with no abilities.
I think Oblivion is asking about literal bears, like the creature type bear.
Oh, literal bears?
Yeah.
Not on Amonkhet. Bears aren't native to deserts, I don't think.
Yes, not typically. Anyways.
But yeah, in terms of 2/2 for 2 at common, red just has one. Black has one with Afflict 1.
Yep.
I haven't memorized the whole spoiler yet.
I haven't memorized it either. I think white, maybe white doesn't.
White has, and green does. Green actually has a really good one, though we haven't seen it yet.
Right, we'll get there. All right, next, Life Goes On. 1 green mana for instant. You gain 4 life. If a creature died this turn, you gain 8 life instead.
I love when they bring back old keywords for 1-off or 2-off uses. I think it's a great way to get people excited and keep using good mechanics. In this case, morbid.
Yeah. This one's interesting because
that's a lot of life.
That is a lot of life. Most experienced drafters will automatically go to, life gain bad, right? And they will look at a card that only gains life and they'll say, not playable. But I distinctly remember citing in Feed the Clans multiple times in Khans of Tarkir to deal with Mardu decks that had Aerostorm.
And it was also, it was very good against specifically the red-based aggro decks
Yep.
in Mardu or Jeskai because you were countering a spell with that.
Yes.
Because the reach in that format was really powerful, or Jeskai was reliant on big prowess turns where they were
Yep.
spending spells to be damage.
Right.
This is a format that's defined by creatures smashing into people over and over again.
Yeah. I suspect that this is just a sideboard card. Because, like, here's a question, like, and I want to throw this out to chat. So, okay, chat, how much life would you have to gain for a card that just said, pay 1 generic mana, let's say green mana, right? Just to keep it consistent with this card. How much life would you have to gain for a card that just gained life to be good, right? How high would, like, for it to be, let's say, a C or a C plus or something in that range? How much life would you want to gain? Because, like, at a certain point, this type of card gets better than a fog, right?
True.
And fog isn't a terribly good Magic card, but
I would still argue that Life Goes On is even this card is often going to be gaining 4 life when you really need it to gain 8. This is a format that isn't going to be defined by post combat your opponent arrow storms you with raid and creatures died and you gain 8 and counter it and gain 3 for 1 mana. This is your opponent is attacking you with 12 points of power, and creatures aren't going to die until combat damage is dealt anyway. So unless there's first strike, you're going to die, or you're just going to gain 4.
Yeah.
I think this is still pure sideboard material, and it's going to be it's worse than it looks, because even though 1 for 8 is a lot and is often going to be a fog, it's often going to be 4 when you really need it to be 8.
Yeah. Because, like, I guess what I'm trying to get at with my question to chat is there is a number. I don't know what that number is, but there is a number for a pure life gain card that makes it a bomb, right? Like, if a card said
not even
green,
a bomb, but a card you wouldn't be embarrassed to have in your main deck.
Sure. Like, if there was a card that said green, gain 12 life, oh, hell yeah, I'm in. I will take that card because I can probably leverage 12 life into a card worth of stuff. Maybe 15. I don't know. It's like in that range, right?
That also depends on the format. If it's a format that is defined by spells doing damage, if like prowess is a major set theme, if Arrow Storm is a very common card and there are other cards like it, then yeah, where this gets to be a counter spell, I'm happy with it. But in a format that's still defined by creature combat, I guess this is good in a race situation.
Right. Yeah.
But even then, it's
terrible
not
at parity.
enough life for me to want to main deck it. And then I'm ready to be wrong. I'm ready to have somebody play this against me in pre-release where we're just 3 life apart from each other and they win the race. But
yeah. I mean, I'm trying to, like, play a little devil's advocate here. I'm not going to main deck this, but I'm just trying to think about in the future if they print a card like that, a card that said, like, green mana gain 12 life or green mana gain 15 life. Like, at what point do we start main decking that card in a creature combat format? And I think there's a number. It's out there. Because at some point, gaining life is actually worth a card if you're gaining enough.
It is going to be worth a card if you are using it to answer an opponent's card, or if it is buying you enough time if the format is decided by races. But that's still format dependent.
Right.
And it could be this, because this seems like another race format.
Yep. I suspect that this won't be main deckable like you do, but we'll see. All right, Oasis Ritualist, 3 and a green for a Naga Druid, 2/4. And you can tap to add 1 mana of any color, or you can tap and exert it to add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool.
Yeah.
That exert at instant speed is very relevant. There are several cards that, like, tap a creature when you exert. So
yes.
So the fact that
there's the white uncommon, the 3/2 for 4.
Right, and there's a couple other things that do similar sorts of effects. Like if you have True Heart Duelist, I know that's an uncommon from Amonkhet, so it's not super relevant. But that plus this is kind of cool because you could block and then exert this, and then your creature gets +1/+0. That's kind of neat. The real question is, like, I don't think that the exert is super important with the synergy, but the
does
question,
green have any when you exert a creature effects? I remember those being in like red.
I don't know if green does. I know red and white certainly do.
Yeah, and
I don't know about green though. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Maybe one's slipping my mind.
which makes this a little bit worse. Like the
Mm-hmm.
the goal of this card is to support a big mana, multicolor ramp archetype.
Yeah.
And as a body, this is not a good creature. As a ramp creature, it ramps you from like 6 mana on turn 5, which usually is too slow for limited.
There are a lot of very strong 6 and 7 drops though, that we've said go in a ramp deck, but probably nowhere else. Like we were looking at, what was the red one? Like the Chaos, like this is a rare, but Chaos Maw. If I have Chaos Maw and trying to play this,
I guess here's a comparison I would make.
Yeah, sure.
Naga Vitalist, the
Yep.
one of the green for the 1/2 that taps for mana of a color any land you can produce, was not one of green's best commons because the format was so aggressive, and it nevertheless synergized with all of the green cards that were like put 1/1/1 counter on a thing you control.
Yeah.
That was at the like sweet spot for ramp creatures, and it was okay. This card has not a good body. Its ramp ability is way less relevant, and double ramping is powerful, but not on turn 5. I think this card is like it's going to be one of two things: either this format is aggressive and this card is really bad, or and like things with bodies like this that block okay, but oftentimes aren't eating like a 3/3, get worse in a format with Afflict.
Yeah. I think this is okay. I think that this is a card that is kind of engineered for the green red or green black or green blue or whatever ramp decks, and that's fine. I don't think it's a super high pick. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, I think that this goes in a percentage of green decks, but likely not a majority of them. If this is a format where you want to attack, this isn't very good, and if this is a format where you need to block, this block's okay. 2/4s are usually good blockers, but there are still like green has the 2/2. We're about to get to it. It has the 2/2 for 2 Exerter.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm like a little distracted because my cat's being a little jerk. Hang on. Cat. Stop. Oh my god. What are you doing? Silly cat. Ugh, my cat has a Q-tip fetish and has been digging through my Q-tip box and fishing them out and chasing them all around the room. Right now she's...
How do you chase a Q-tip?
I don't know. She manages it. She is currently savaging a Q-tip. It's really cute, but very annoying. All right.
It's very cute.
True.
You asked for that.
I did. All
D.
right.
I vote D or D+.
D? Oh, man. I was going to go with, like, C or C-. I think
C
we're...
minus at the best.
All right. I can go with C- to C. I think that this is going to be a pretty strong role player in red-green, because I think red-green is going to be a big mana deck. But we'll find out. I think I'm a little higher on it than you are.
I've drafted a lot of ramp decks and a lot of 5-color, 4-color decks. This is not the kind of card I'm excited to have.
We'll see.
How good a mana producer is heavily dependent on where in the curve it is and what else it does. And this doesn't block super well, and if creatures are still enormous and undercosted, it blocks real bad.
Fair enough. Oh, sorry. One more thing I wanted to point out. I don't know how relevant this is for you. There is a lower than average number of 4-drops in this set. There are a lot of 2s and very few 4s, relatively speaking.
I would need to. That's a good point. I would need to crunch the numbers.
Yeah, because I saw it was actually on Reddit.
Means,
let me
that
see
means
if I can
on
find it.
turn 4, it's easy to play 2 drops or to like play the giant growth and another 2-drop, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
And if your opponent taps out and plays this, and on your turn 4 you untap, crash into it, kill it with a combat trick, and play another creature, you're way up.
Mm-hmm. I just posted it in chat, by the way, if you want to check that, guys. This is a... Hang on, let me just put it here. This shows the... oh, wow. Is it getting the Reddit hug of death? Looks like it might be getting the Reddit hug of death right now. Because that is not loading. But definitely check that out when the site's back up.
Sure.
And because they did an analysis of the converted mana cost breakdown. Okay, next we have Rampaging Hippo, 4 green, for a 5/6 trample with cycling 2. How does this compare to something like River Serpent or, I don't know, something along those lines, like River Serpent or Desert Ceradon?
I would compare this favorably with both of them.
Okay. And it's in a better color for a big mana card.
It is in a better color for a big mana card. It has a relevant evasion text. And it's like, whereas River Serpent couldn't always attack, and yeah, red didn't need the big drop, and blue needed a better stabilizer.
Yeah.
The bodies were just worse, and that was sort of offset by the low cycling costs.
Yep.
But particularly given the amount of ramp support that green will have, and the fact that this just eats almost everything on the ground and still attacks well, I like this better. You can still overload on this, and as I think we've seen, Cycling 2 isn't stellar in this format, particularly when it's competing with Cycling 1 cards.
Yep.
But like, this is a top-end finisher I'm not displeased to play.
Yep. Cool. I think that this is probably, having said that, in the C to C plus range, because I'd rather have a finisher that's better than this, but it's not
Total
terrible.
agreement.
I think we just give it a straight C. 6 mana, but cycling and trample make this pretty decent.
Oh, yeah.
Vigilance seems
important. Like, there's less. Every graveyard reliant card is a little worse now because there's an appreciable amount of graveyard hate.
All right,
this doesn't matter for this.
I'm gonna kick my cat out of the room. She is being a very annoying cat right now. I know you are cute, but you are leaving me. Get. All right. Next, Ronus' Stalwart, 1 and a green for a 2/2 human warrior with upside. You may exert Ronus' Stalwart as it attacks. When you do, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
Green finally gets the Gustwalker it needs.
Yeah, this is really strong. This is better than Bitterblade Warrior for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like, I like the evasion on this. I like the fact that, you know, you could just attack for 2, just like, you know, Bitterblade Warrior and other similar cards could. This card's good.
I think this is in the running for best common. It's between this and Ambuscade, which I see you've given a B, and I probably would have given a B+.
Well, I gave it a B under the logic that Clear Shot is probably a B+, and the fact that it doesn't give a point of toughness.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Your rating system and mine are really different. Usually just because I rate commons. Yeah, this gets some B.
Yeah, I think we can give this a B or B-. I think I give a lot more. My rating scale has a lot more C's, like middling cards, and then less on each end of the scale. It might be good for me to make my rating scale a little broader. Speaking of which, I haven't talked about the way that we're rating, and I think I promised to before we got to green, so I apologize for that. Let's just review that really quickly. So the way I'm doing my ratings are that A's are game-breaking bombs that change the way the game is played. When your opponent plays an A, you're like, well, crap, all my plans are out the window, and how am I going to win this game now? Cards like Glorybringer, Angel Sanctions, Pack Rat, Citadel Siege, like these iconic sort of game-winning bombs get in the A to A+ range.
Yeah, interestingly, only one of the 3 Planeswalkers in Amonkhet really deserves an A.
Would you say Liliana?
Absolutely, Liliana.
Yeah, Liliana was insane. Oh, thanks for the subscription, by the way, Michelle, aka One Hip Cat. I appreciate it. It's nice of you. Anyways, you were in the middle of something.
About Ronus' Stalwart. I guess I can go back to that. I would rate this about the same place as Ambuscade, just because there are, in Amonkhet, this would have been a better card than Ambuscade. If this format slows down a little bit, this card gets a little bit worse. But this evasion like this is pretty similar to Gustwalker, just because with Afflict and with Exert, a lot of creatures have smaller stats on defense. This could be green's best common.
Yeah, I could see it. I think I like B- to B. There's a world where this is a B. I think there's a world where this is like a C plus. But I think B minus is about where I like it.
Fair enough. I could even see there's a world where this is a B plus, where like
really,
like
that's
yeah,
like the Magic Origins world, isn't it?
I would argue Gustwalker was a B plus in Amonkhet.
Really, I would give it a B.
It was better than Fanbearer. It was better than Compulsory Rest.
Sure.
Gustwalker was the white common you were most happy to play with, and it was in a format which is defined by what you do on 2.
Sure.
It was one of the best things you can do at 2 mana. Below rare.
Fair enough. All right, so I like this. I think that it just goes in any aggro deck. Honestly, any green deck. I don't think you ever don't play this. Sweet. All right, Sidewinder Naga. 2 and a green for a 3/2 Naga warrior. As long as you control a desert or there is a desert card in your graveyard, Sidewinder Naga gets +1/+0 and has trample. So how do you like a 3/2 with no text for 3 in green?
I don't like that in any color.
Right. Well, I guess in something like blue it'd be unusual, but
yeah,
but not particularly good or anything. So, but how do you feel about a 4/2 trample for 3 if that's what it is?
I think it's okay.
Right. It feels like a trial, like a green trial with some upside, but also some downside in that it doesn't bounce.
I mean, the only reason I was ever excited to play green trial was because I had a cartouche.
Right, exactly.
There were better things that you could do on 3 that just didn't trade with your opponent's 2-drops.
Mm-hmm.
And having 2 toughness isn't that powerful.
No,
I'm remembering Alpine Grizzly, which was an okay card in a format.
Yep. This trades with almost every single 2-drop in the format, even with the bonus.
Yeah, and the bonus should be easy to get, but is the question of how happy are you going to be throwing like a random colorless land or several random colorless and or tap lands and or pain lands into your deck to enable a couple of these cards.
Yeah,
I think that this is a low pick. It is a creature, which I'm going to be more generous with than I would pump spells, but this is a very replaceable 3-drop.
Yeah. I think I like it at C minus maybe.
Sure.
Like normally, I don't know, like 4/3s for 3 in green are fine. And if we assume that it's a 4/2 for 3 in green, it's fine. But the fact that it trades for every single 2-drop means that it's actually, weirdly enough, a better creature for blocks than attacks, which means that the trample is barely relevant, I think.
And also, blocking could be really bad in this format.
Right. I don't like it.
Blocking was really bad in Amonkhet.
Yeah, very mediocre 3-drop. All right, well, that's the commons. So far, green seems like it has the best commons. By far. I don't think it's close. Just looking at Ambuscade as a B, Bitterbow Sharpshooters as a B minus, and Ronus' Stalwart as a B minus to B, like, those 3 commons seem super good. The removal isn't quite as good as black or red, but I suspect that just on first glance, Jund decks look really strong in this format.
I'd have to take a look at your other ratings. Actually, if you want, drop me the link to that.
Sure. Let me just post it in the chat.
Okay.
I think we rated Stalwart and Sharpshooters too high. Maybe we're a little too focused on Amonkhet. It's possible that we rated Stalwart too high. I don't think we rated Ambuscade too high. Ambuscade just seems super solid. Anyone who played with Clear Shot knows how good that effect can be.
Or even Fall the Hammer from Theros.
Oh, yes, wait.
One of the gods.
Yeah, never mind. They said Stalwart and Sharpshooters. Yeah, Sharpshooters is, I don't know. I think like Vigilance Reach 4/4 is bigger than pretty much anything else at common in this format that doesn't cost like 6 mana. So I like the Sharpshooters. All right, moving on to uncommons. Our first uncommon is Devotee of Strength, 2 and a green for a Naga Wizard 3/2 with 5 mana. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is
I think
not the best, but it's a mana sink, and I do like mana sinks.
Mana sinks are good. It's just for this card to be doing work for you. It's the body on the front isn't great, and that ability is so expensive. You will likely rarely be able to activate it twice in a turn. You could do the root wall thing of you threaten activation and it lets you get in damage you wouldn't normally be able to. But
So how would you rate? So here's a question, right? Like, how would you have rated Ronus if its ability was 5 mana, and this ability instead of +2/+0 and trample?
How would I have
rated Ronus? Yeah,
it's a good question. I think Ronus would be pretty similar. The +2/+0 and trample means Ronus can't be threatened to be used on defense. And oftentimes, I mean, it meant instead of Ronus being able to pump twice in the mid game, Ronus would be
worse, right? Way worse.
I mean, yeah, Ronus would be worse, but I don't think it'd be substantial. A lot of Ronus's power is still being the god.
Right. And so you're right. So like what we're basically saying is this ability is worse than Ronus, and the other stats on this are worse than Ronus.
But we're comparing it.
But we're comparing it to one of the best mythic rares, right? So if Ronus is like an A or an A+, because I think that's where I would rate Ronus, then where does this fall on that scale from crap to A?
I mean, I would argue much of Ronus's power is in Ronus being a 5/5 death touch for 3. That's also indestructible.
Yeah.
That ability is certainly relevant, but the really relevant text on Ronus was the creature type, the creature. I kind of want to compare this to, remember when they had in like Theros and a couple of the things, there was a 3-mana 3/2 that could make something unblockable for 5.
Amphin Pathmage?
And yes, and the one in Kaladesh that gave something Daunt.
Oh yeah, 3. Yeah.
I would compare this to those, which is not a great body, underpowered for the format, and a fine mana sink, but only if the game goes late.
Right. I think on balance we can give it like a B- or C+, maybe B-.
I think this is like a C.
C?
Of like it. You need mana for this thing to be good, and we already had the question about Frilled Sandwalla of like how often are you going to have that mana. And having 2 mana if you're dumping your hand on 4 is good. But also, if this is still a format that's defined by aggression and creature combat and shaving lands out of your deck, this gets worse.
So, like, let's think about this on turn 5, assuming you've hit your land drops and assuming you have like maybe 2 other creatures on the board or 1 other creature on the board. Like, how good is this in combat?
That ability is strong. It makes it really awkward for your opponent. But it also means if this is a 3-drop you're often not going to be attacking with, because if you attack with it, your opponent's just going to assume you're going to pump it and trade with it. And then it's sort of this 3-mana enchantment that suddenly isn't adding to the board. And if you're going wide, your opponent can just block and you get to pump one thing. And if you're going tall, depending on what your opponent has, you either get in a small amount of damage or you get a 2-for-1 for the low cost of your original creature and 8 mana.
Yeah. Okay, I can be convinced down to like C+. I think that this is better than most commons. But not by much. I think it's barely better than most commons.
I think
it's like better than average, but not by much.
I think this is the power level of a reasonable common, but upshifted in rarity and with a really powerful, annoying ability. But I'm skeptical that this is going to be nuts. But as always, happy to be proved wrong.
Right.
And if you're in a slow, grindy matchup, this is going to be nuts.
Strong ability, late game card.
But I disagree with Terabad MTG. I think a 4/4 Vigilance Reach for 5 is substantially better than this. Like, that is a body that you play, and it has immediate impact on the game state. Devotee of Strength is something that, if you are willing to leave up 5 mana, has an impact on the game state.
Right.
And that's a much bigger cost.
All right. Dune Diviner, 2 and a green. You can pay 1 mana and, oddly, tap an untapped desert you control and gain a life for a 2/3. What?
That's what divination is, gaining life by looking at sand.
I don't like this very much. I mean, you could theoretically gain like 3 to 4 life in a game with this, in a long game with this, maybe a little more. But I don't see why this card is in the set. This seems really bad.
I'll actually play devil's advocate with you here.
Okay.
What is reasonable about this is if you're in.
It's also a 3-mana 2/3, but yeah, go on.
The body's not terrible.
Yeah,
that ability is not exciting, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is for a slower green deck. Mm-hmm. It's a weak 3-drop, but it's not a terrible body. Mm-hmm. It blocks 2/2s, fine, but it helps you survive to the late game. If this is gaining you like 2 life when you're like desperate to survive. And then I wouldn't be surprised if deserts are sort of a third color in this format. Mm-hmm. If later on this just lets you pull out of range of the like 3 damage burn spell and make you not have to be super conservative with your blocks. Mm-hmm. I think this is fine. It's definitely not good, but it would go into the green desert ramp deck as a late pick.
Sure, but I think you got it right there. We're talking about 1 or 2 decks as a late pick. I don't really want to play this in a green deck if I'm not running deserts. And I guess most decks will have a desert or 2. But I just don't think this is a high pick at all. I think this is probably like an 8th or 9th pick.
And even if this said 2 mana, gain 1 life, it wouldn't be that exciting. And it's way worse than that.
Right. I mean, the floor of this card is it's a 3-mana 2/3. But the problem is green wants more stats than that. Right, like green deserves 3-mana 3/3s.
Wants more stats than that.
Right, that's true.
And green has a literal 3-mana 3/3, which 9.5 times out of 10 is just better than this card.
Yep. So like if we think that what was it, Harrier Naga? I think that was the 3-mana 3/3. If we think that this is like a half letter grade below that card, then this is probably a C-.
Yeah, that's fine.
How does this compare to Lux Rivershine? This is way better than Lux Rivershine, but
Lux Rivershine does not have power.
Also, if you have the Mythic Horse, this card is busted. Holy crap, I'm in.
That's what I love. Uncommons that get a lot of value from being combined with a Mythic rare that's already pretty good on its own. I mean, that's where it matters.
Yeah. But like actually that's pretty good flavor because like on the horse card they're saying there must be a pure part of this world still, and the Dune Diviner will find that pure part of the world. Ooh, that's like really good flavor. Anyways, so I think C- is about right. Oh, my microphone's like dropping on me. So yeah, okay for late game decks? ? All right, Hope Tender, 1 and a green for a human druid. 2/2. You can pay 1 and untap a land, which that fixes your mana but doesn't ramp you. But you can also exert it and untap 2 target lands. That's relevant.
Oh, it totally is.
Right,
and
like,
it's going to be good with Gift of Paradise. I don't think there's a new one.
There's not a new one, no.
And like being a 2/2 for 2 in this format with the relevant ability of producing mana for you sometimes ain't bad. Mm-hmm. But I predict every pre-release is going to have at least one person who plays a Hope Tenter, puts it on 2, tries to play a 4-drop on turn 3,
and cries a little bit,
and is told not to, and then goes, "This card sucks."
I mean, yeah, the floor is this can't be lower than like a C- because it's a 2-mana 2/2. But the fact that sometimes it will ramp you is worth it.
Yeah, the ability to ramp from 2 to 4 is big.
Right.
And I this card isn't nuts just because it's slow, but the floor of a 2/2 for 2 ain't bad.
Yep.
And if this needs to fix you, fine. And if you combine it with Gift of Paradise, that's great.
Yeah, there's definitely a few synergies with this card, so I like it. I guess, this plus Dune Diviner means you gain 2 life a turn, sort of.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap, we did it.
I mean, there are like 15 deserts in this set. It's not going to be hard to get deserts.
Yeah, I think this is like a C+. There's like 3 commons that I take over this, maybe 4. But, I mean, it's at least on par with most of the good commons in green.
Yeah.
So I think C+ is about right. Decent ramp, but exerting kind of sucks. 2 bear is fine.
And to respond to Scufo, yeah, you can absolutely produce 4 mana on turn 3, but compared to most mana dorks, this ramps you from 2 to 4 and then to 4 again.
Right. Yeah, so like I think what Zach was saying earlier is like if someone taps a land, uses the ability, and doesn't exert it, they're going to realize that they don't actually generate mana. So there's probably going to be people that misplay, like I guess not as much at a pre-release because that's not like competitive or professional REL, but at higher RELs, there are going to be people that misplay with this. Because like at normal REL, you could just say, oh, do you mind if I just take that back and tap 2 and exert? Right? Like it's not a big deal. But if we're playing at competitive RELs, then people are going to misplay with this a lot.
I just meant people are going to be incredibly excited about this card.
Oh, yeah.
And like at pre-releases, they're going to be like, oh, I meant to exert that.
Mm-hmm.
But people who put this in their decks, they're like, man, this is great. It ramps me. It's a 2-drop that can ramp me for 1 and sometimes ramps me for 2.
Yeah.
And when they realize it's not that, they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, Machine Schooling, you're joking, but the pre-release that I go to has like, 5 or 6 people that are regularly on the Pro Tour, Zach? Like at Complete Strategist?
There's usually some number of people there.
Yeah, like Godinez, Ferrando, Hughes usually, often on the Pro Tour.
Hughes been to the PT once.
Oh, I thought he'd been more than once. Huh? Whatever.
Hughes only been once. He's been close to going back. Tan is going back.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And BDM's always at the Pro Tour,
yep.
but not
technically.
On the side.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be at that pre-release this time, by the way.
Oh, gotcha. Where are you going?
I'm going to 20-sided.
Oh, I might follow you there.
Taking advantage of the fact that living in Williamsburg right now means
I didn't know you were in Williamsburg.
Nice. For another month, then I move.
Gotcha. Where are you moving?
I don't know.
Oh, wonderful. In New York, or are you planning on moving to like the West Coast to be closer to Wizards or something? Oh, you just cut out, by the way.
Nope.
There we go. Hello?
All right. I'm staying in New York until I get a job that will require me to move. If I got a job at WotC, I would probably have to move to the West Coast, and I'd be okay with that.
Yep. All right, well, let's move on. Next is Nissa's Defeat. 2 and a green mana for sorcery. Destroy target forest, green enchantment, or green planeswalker. If that permanent was a Nissa planeswalker, draw a card.
Womp womp.
Right, so all of the other monocolor hate spells have been playable pretty decent from the sideboard. How excited are you about 3 mana Stone Rain for a forest against a green deck? Is that worth a card?
This is an F in my book. Or like... This is a sideboard card at best.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Like none of this cycle you really want a main deck unless it turns out like red is the best color in sealed, and then maybe you main deck the red one.
Oh, well, yeah. No, we're not talking. I don't think any of these are main deckable. But like we're saying that white, blue, black, and red are all better from the sideboard than this one.
They're all good out of the sideboard.
Right.
But
I'm just wondering how good this one is.
This deep into green, and we haven't seen an enchantment that we want to talk about.
Right.
Means this is awful. Of like, and even if it were just like 2 and a green, destroy target Nissa or Samut, you're not excited to play this.
Yeah.
I mean, if your opponent has 2 Nissas and a Sandworm Convergence, sure, you can play Nissa's Defeat.
Okay. Is there a scenario where you side this in against a green opponent just to kill forests?
Stone Rain isn't a card. Okay.
All right. So let's call this, in that case, a sideboard D, maybe. Okay against enchantments in green enchants.
There aren't even that many good green enchantments. I guess the most excited I would be about Nissa's Defeat is if it's something like Sealed, and my opponent has a bunch of copies of Gift of Paradise and is relying on those.
But then if they're smart, they probably don't put it on a forest.
Easy to play around.
Right. Yep, I don't like this.
The next card, however, is nuts.
Oh, hey, it's Underrun. So we've got Overcome, 3 green for sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. Oh, hey.
I've got really bad news for Kempsey's Charioteer.
Wait, what?
If you look at the flavor text, I have really bad news for that
Oh,
cherry
right.
here.
Forward until the horizon is ours.
The more forward you go, the more forward the horizon goes.
Yes, that's
Or
true.
you fall off the edge of the world.
Yep.
To respond to Thunderdan, you can still kill the gift, but that's not an exciting trade.
No, that's not.
Of like the situations where destroying your opponent's one forest massacres them are few and far between. The enchantments that you want a 1-for-1 kill with this are sandworm convergence. I can't think of any others. The situation you want is where you get to 2-for-1 a land aura.
Really rare. So,
anywho, that card's an uncommon.
Yeah. All right, so overcome 3 green. I mean,
It's not.
This card's very good. I mean, overrun is always very good. This isn't quite as good as overrun because it costs 1 less.
Yeah, but overrun's somewhere like.
Overrun's like an A
it costs
or an
the
A-.
same as overrun. It's slightly more splashable, but it gives +2/+2 instead of +3/+3.
Right.
But creatures are big, and if this is an aggressive format, this is the play you want to be making on turn 5.
Yeah, like curving 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop overcome. It's very difficult to lose that game.
Yep.
So I think that we could call this in the context of green, which usually is playing a very high creature count deck. I think we can give this probably in the B+ range, maybe? Is that ambitious? All right. B+ strong.
White-green one in Kaladesh did not give trample. It gave +5/+5 in trample to one creature, or +2/+2 in vigilance to your team.
Yeah.
And it was usually bad.
Right. Now, it is worth remembering that Overcome is not particularly good when you're behind, but this takes games that are at parity and blows them open and just absolutely crushes games where you're even a little bit ahead. So, like, I think, limited resources, they came up with what's called quadrant theory, where you think about, okay, there's like 4 or 5 phases of the game, depending on how you count. There's the developing phase, which is the beginning parts of the game where you're developing your board and developing your mana. There's the parity part of the game where both players have a good amount of creatures on the board and things are about even. There's the behind part of the game where you might be behind. And there's the winning part of the game, or the ahead, like you're ahead part of the game where, you have an advantage and you want to press that advantage. And so Overcome is, not really a card in the developing stage. Because if you're developing, too expensive, and giving 1 or 2 creatures +2/+1 and trample isn't a huge deal. But if you're at parity, this card is a bomb. It absolutely crushes.
If you're winning, this card pushes you over the edge. And if you're losing the game, you can set up situations.
Right.
This is worse when you're losing, but you can still have situations where it's like, all right,
exactly.
I'm not going to chump block and try and race my opponent, and it looks really unfavorable, and then boom, Overcome adds 6 to 8 power, and you win.
Right. And the trample is not negligible on this card, so... anyways, I think, B+ is probably about right. Okay, Quarry Beetle, 4 and a green for a 4/5 insect. When Quarry Beetle enters the battlefield, you may return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
This is a great commander card.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when I look at this, I'm thinking, all right, it blanks Eternalize cards. 5 is a really nice amount of toughness to have against some
Why
decks.
does it blank Eternalize cards?
Well, it doesn't blank them, but it blocks them, sorry. Did I say...
Oh.
I meant to say block. So it blocks Eternalized cards, which is really nice. So it's good on defense. 4 power is a pretty sizable attacker, and it's hard to block this with 1 creature and have that creature come out ahead. The ability is not super meaningful.
No, it lets you cycle a desert, and in rare situations, it lets you get an extra use out of one of your uncommon sack deserts.
Right. Now, there are quite a few deserts. I think we said earlier that there's 6 commons, 7 uncommons, and 3 rares. So probably every deck is going to have at least 1 or 2, I think.
But not all of them go to the graveyard that easily.
Right,
There's
and
the
not
5
all of them go
common
to the
cycling
graveyard.
ones,
Yep.
which don't combine super well with this because that requires in the first 4 or so turns of the game, you've had nothing to do with 2 mana on a turn and have more than enough lands.
Yep.
I mean, it makes this a fine top deck in the late game, but if you're top decking this in the late game to get back a cycle desert, you don't need the mana from anyway. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is worse than Bitterbow Sharpshooters by a non-zero amount.
I think it's...
You're getting...
Yeah, I think it's a little worse, but not by that much, honestly.
I think
I think the most to me the most relevant part of Bitterbow Sharpshooters is the power and toughness. And this has a little more power, a little more toughness.
I think I think vigilance plus reach is way more valuable than plus 0+1.
Okay, I think I agree with you there, which is why I think that the Bitterbow Sharpshooters is better. Yeah. But I don't think it's that much better. So
I don't hate an extra point of toughness, but I think reach is real powerful, particularly on a creature with good power and good toughness.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this has more interesting shenanigans you can do, but those shenanigans are slow.
Yep.
And a 4/5 is big, and it interacts well with eternalized creatures, as you said. But I don't think this card is doing anything exciting. Whereas Bitterbow Sharpshooters, I'm excited about on offense and defense.
Yep. All right, I think we can give this like a C or C plus then.
Perfect.
Yeah. Worse than sharpshooters, but respectable, and blocks eternalized creatures. Yeah, I'm not looking to first pick this ever, so Sifter Worm, 5 green for a 7/7 worm with trample that says when it enters the battlefield, scry 3, then reveal the top card of your library. You gain life equal to that card's converted mana cost. Well, this is a reason to play Oasis Ritualist.
Yes. Being able to play this on turn 5 is nice.
Yeah. Like, this is why I think that the Oasis Ritualist is closer to a C than a C-. Cards like this, there are several strong 7-drops at uncommon and rare that stabilize quite nicely. Between this and Chaos Hellion, and like there's a couple others. What I really like about this card is, funnily enough, the life gain more than anything else. I don't know. I shouldn't say more than anything else, but like one of the problem with these 7-mana stabilizers is when you cast them and then you die to a swarm of creatures, because the opponent doesn't care if they suicide a creature into your board. But you have this and maybe one other blocker, and it's very, very difficult for your opponent to capitalize on you tapping out unless they have an unconditional removal spell. And this survives most of the removal in the format.
I mean, let's see. Black has the sack a creature, kill a thing.
Right. And they have a rare exile.
Yeah,
and white has an uncommon that kills this. Most of the removal that kills this is at uncommon or rare.
Yeah. Although
just there's the black one at common.
And there's also there's still going to be an appreciable amount of fan bearers, compulsory rests, final rewards.
Sure.
That all answer this very profitably. I actually disagree with you about the big value of this.
Well, I mean, there's so much here. Maybe I shouldn't have focused on the life gain, but like...
No, like, the life gain is relevant. I think the life gain isn't as relevant as it might. I think this is going to be gaining 2 to 4 life. This isn't going to be gaining massive amounts, because then you have a very large amount of high drops in your deck.
I think this is gaining 4 life on average, but maybe not. Looking at 3 cards, 4 cards, sort of.
A 7-mana 7/7 that scries you 3 is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Of just like, oh, it's the late game, I've got stuff to do. I'm still bearish on this card, forgive the pun. The chat won't even get why. Because this is always a 7-drop.
Yes, that's what I was about to get to, actually. Is that this doesn't have cycling. Like, I think that Greater Sandworm and this card are fairly close. This card is much better at stabilizing the game when you can cast it, but if you think about Greater Sandworm, and Iseroc and I had this discussion, you have to think about, all right, how many times did you cycle Greater Sandworm compared to the amount of times you actually cast Greater Sandworm? And I gotta say I cycled Greater Sandworm more than I cast it.
Particularly as the format evolved, I saw way fewer Greater Sandworms in general, as people learned, like, oh, I can have this card, but most games aren't going to last long enough for me to survive. Like, Greater Sandworm would rot in your hand otherwise. This is always going to rot in your hand.
Right.
It's way better, but I think you can't rate it that highly for the same reason that a lot of the ramp-only cards weren't rated that highly. The ramp deck is going to love this.
Yep. But you have to be in the ramp deck to really want this, I think.
Yeah,
like,
or the format is slow.
Or you're in sealed. Like, if I'm in sealed, sure, I'll play at least one copy of this like 90% of the time if I'm in green. Because sealed is almost always a slower format. And this is sort of card advantage, or at least card quality. It stabilizes. It's 7/7.
It's basically card advantage.
Sure. Yeah. So anywho, I think that we can give this like, I think it's powerful enough that it's better than a C, but I think it's powerful in that it enables an archetype. And it's you could think of this as a synergy card in a sense.
Yeah.
So I think I like C plus.
I do too. I think Chat and I may disagree about Bitterbow Sharpshooters. I think Sharpshooters is nuts. And I think this is more powerful than it, but worse because it costs so much more mana.
All right, so I think C plus is fair for this. Lack of cycling hurts this card, but it's sick when you can cast it.
Yep.
All right, last uncommon. Then I'm gonna have to manually type in some rares. We've got Tenacious Hunter, 2 green for a 4/4. I'm in. But it also says, as long as the creature has a -1/-1 counter on it,
incredibly powerful.
Tenacious Hunter has Vigilance and Death Touch. Now, this is kind of funny because if your opponent has a -1/-1 counter creature, you attack this into them, and they're like, oh, snap block, right? They just block with the -1/-1 counter creature, but at that point, this has already generated card advantage, and you don't care that much. This is very difficult to block properly.
Vigilance is a really good ability.
Yeah.
And especially when combined with Death Touch.
Yeah.
Or Reach.
Yep. Sorry, go ahead. Keep interrupting.
And I'm sorry I keep comparing things to Bitterbow Sharpshooters, but I think this card explains why A, that card is good, and B, this card is nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, like the fact that this has Death Touch, like it's funny because people look at big creatures with Death Touch and like, oh, that's not great, but it means that if your opponent has a horde of 2/3s or 3/3s and they block a 7/7 or something like that, they don't get to keep one of those 2/3s. It kills all of them.
Yeah, they can play a combat trick even after you order blockers.
Yeah.
And Death Touch doesn't care.
Right, exactly. Plus, giving things like this,
isn't bad. It's a 4-mana 4/4.
Yep, and giving something like this trample wins games on the spot. Like I don't know, there's a lot of incidental things about this card that, like, if you start with a
Cartouche of Strength on this thing.
Oh my god!
Or even just put a Cartouche of Ambition.
Any of the cartouches on this, really. Like,
I guess
literally all of them.
Giving it flying or first strike is
or
pretty
haste.
good. Giving it +1/+1 and haste doesn't excite me that much, but still good.
It's still pretty good. So, anywho, like when you just start from a 4/4 for 4 and then get better from there, it's really hard for this card to be better than a B, I think, or worse than a B.
Yeah, I would put this probably at B.
Yeah, I think
it's
just
probably
solid
better
B.
than Ambuscade, but not so far enough that I would bump it up a letter grade.
Yeah. So let's see, Tenacious Hunter. Let's just say B. Strong stats, nuts with the ability. All right, cool. Let's go to the rares. How do you feel about the commons and uncommons, by the way?
In this color or in general?
In this color and then in general.
I think green. Green is pretty simple in this format. It's not doing very complicated things. It is playing mostly big creatures. It's got a bit of a ramp sub-theme. I think green is actually going to be a little bit worse than it looks, just because it's like it doesn't have massive creatures. It has a 3/3 for 3, and it has a 3-mana removal spell that works most of the time, and it has a pretty good 2-drop that attacks well. But it's not, because everything that it's doing is pretty straightforward, and because it doesn't have a really powerful combat trick. It doesn't have an incredibly powerful removal spell. It is worse than it looks, but still good.
Yeah, I think that the power level of green is mostly in just how good the creatures are. And Ambuscade, a common, helps a lot. So we'll see. We'll see. I think Ambuscade is this set's Cartouche of Strength. Excuse me. All right. Hour of Promise, 4 and a green for a sorcery. Hang on. Sorry. Search your library for up to 2 land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. Then, if you control 3 or more deserts, create 2 black zombie creature tokens. Okay, so let's do some math. So let's do some hypergeometric stuff. So odds, let's say that there's 40 cards in the deck. Let's suppose that you're running just 4 deserts. That seems reasonable, right?
Yeah, so you need to draw one of your 4 deserts and this.
So we have 4 successes. We have, let's say we're on turn 5. So that would be 12 cards if we're on the draw, 11 on the play. So let's just go with 12. And let's suppose that we need one desert. You have a 78% chance of this making 2 black zombie creature tokens on the turn you cast this in that deck.
So if
that's actually pretty good.
Those are pretty good odds, but it is worth noting for this card to be good, like we're basically not willing to evaluate it as 5 mana, get 2 spell deserts if you have them.
Sure.
Like that's not good enough to be played. For this to be good, it has to be 5 mana, get 1 or 2 lands, at least one of which has a reasonable ability, and get 4 power.
Right.
I also Dox says like this card seems reasonably good for a 5-color deck.
Oh yeah, I'm looking to play this in sealed for sure.
But even then, you need, I don't know. It's fighting with a 3-drop and a 4-drop for better fixing. It's way less restrictive on what you're doing. And of the rare lands we've seen, how many of them are we super excited to put into your deck?
The rare lands?
Or sorry, not the rare lands. Of all the deserts.
I'm not like super stoked, but there's enough payoffs that there are probably desert decks out there. Like we saw this card, we saw there's a good one in red if I recall correctly.
The 3/3 for 4, that's a Flame Tongue Kabu?
Yes, that one. That one's really good. I don't know. I think that it requires a little bit of build around, but I think that the fact that you can just make a mini Stir the Sands with this and ramp to your 7 drops is really nice.
I think this card has a very, very high ceiling.
Yes.
I think it has more fail cases than it does success cases, particularly since it is a minor non-bow with your cycle deserts.
It's true, because you don't really, like, when you have a lot of lands, you're tempted to cycle away your deserts, but if you have this in your deck, you're likely to actually play them out. And unless you draw this, then that's the wrong play, right?
Yeah, and also if you're relying on deserts as your sources of colored mana,
they're a little awkward too, because they come in tapped and whatnot.
And it also means that the 3-mana Rampant Growth can't find you those lands. So this encourages you to play, like, let's say I'm splashing red, I have to play the red desert, and I have to play the mountain, and the cycle desert comes into play tapped and doesn't cycle unless you have the other one. I think this card and deserts in general and the Deserts Matter archetypes are fascinating because they're going to be hard to build.
Yes. But this really facilitates it. Yeah. Like, I see this as more of a build-around bomb, because this turns on, like, let's suppose you're playing a 3 or 4 color deck. Yeah, like, if you take this kind of early, you can make that happen. You can engineer your draft around this card and get rewarded for it, because this is potentially game-winning.
I see this more as an enabler than I do a bomb itself.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think the ceiling on this card is reasonably high, which is to say you play this on 5, you get 2 2/2s, you find a spell land, and then you play like a Sandworm Convergence, or even the 5/6 Trample Hippo the following turn.
Yep.
And you have 2 mana left over.
Yeah.
But I think it doesn't fit in an aggro deck at all, and it does contort your deck a reasonable amount, and playing lots of deserts it reminds me a little bit of playing wastes, even though a lot of the deserts tap for colored mana, but it means a 5-color Deserts Matter deck with a lot of awkward deserts with awkward activation costs is almost like a 6-color deck.
Yeah, almost. I don't know. I think we can give this a bit of a build around grade. I don't think that's unreasonable. But I like it. I think it's like a pretty strong card in that deck.
Yeah.
And I think what we're not really talking about is how this takes you from 5 mana to 7 mana, which actually matters sometimes. There are a decent amount of cards that have cycling that are big bombs that you want to be able to cast if you can.
But if you're really excited to ramp from 5 to 7, there is that 4-drop 2/4 that I didn't speak super well or super badly about. Like, that lets you untap on turn 5, play a land, and play a 7-drop there, when normally you'd be playing Hour of Promise.
Yeah, you have to. I think the lesson of this card is you have to build around this for it to reward you. But if you do, it can really reward you. So interesting. I'm going to be excited to play this, or at least try it out. Majestic Miriarch. That's a cool name. 4 and a green for a mythic star, which has Majestic Miriarch's power and toughness are each equal to twice the number of creatures you control. So if this is your only creature, it's a 2/2. If it's
another creature, it's a 4/4. If you have 2 other creatures, it's a 6/6.
Right, which that's probably good enough as it is. I think I would play that in limited, because at 5 mana, I probably have 2 other creatures. It will change the way you play a little bit, because you're going to be less likely to want to make trades, but that's fine. And then the kicker is, it says, at the beginning of each combat, if you control a creature with flying, Majestic Miriarch gains flying until end of turn. The same is true for first strike, double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, maddox, reach, trample, and vigilance.
Yeah, it also had prowess. You would have run out of breath there.
Right. What's that delve card from Fate Reforged that did something sort of like this? Soul something, right? Soul Scourger, or soul something. Someone chat will help me out here. This seems better than that card. This reminds me a little bit of Opposite Audric.
Yep. I get all the things.
Yes. Soul Flayer, that's the one.
Soul Flayer.
There we go. Soul Flayer was pretty bad. It was like a 4/4 for 4 most of the time.
I had played against one that was, I think, on turn 4. It was a 2-mana 4/4 flying lifelink first striker.
Oh god.
I did not win that game.
Yeah. I mean, it had really, really good upside sometimes, but normally it was just a 4/4 delve for 6 mana. This card is better than that, I think.
This card, well, Soulflare at least sort of always had those abilities. Majestic Miriarch makes you really scared about mid-combat tricks for its power and toughness. But yeah, like this is a weird card, but it's not that weird. It's going to be a 5-mana massive creature that, if you manage to give it 2 abilities, is nuts.
Yeah.
And given that, like, well, let's see what green is giving you. So Bitterbow Sharpshooters, I mean, nuts.
Yeah.
And
there's a trample.
There's actually
in there.
not that much else. You can give trample and
death
higher
touch,
rarities.
maybe if you're at uncommon.
Green has a death toucher in there?
Yeah, the Tenacious Hunter.
Yeah. But then, yeah, if you combine this with black and give it death touch, or white or blue and give it flying.
Yeah, flying is really what I want to see on this thing, because if you can make this a 6/6 flying on turn 5, that's pretty good. Eternalized Cat. Oh god, yeah.
To give it double strike.
Jeez.
And you could curve Sacred Cat, Eternalized Cat. This.
It's pretty good.
I mean, this card is good. I think it is not an insane mythic in the sense of, like, you can't play this on an empty board and it changes the rules and turns the game to your favor.
It's not Nissa or like Wingmate Rock or anything, but it's good. I think this is like B+ range, maybe A-.
I would probably give it a B+ just because it is reliant on what you're having, and it's so bad if you're behind.
Right.
And if you're winning, but like if you're winning, it probably wins the game. If the board's at parity, like you give this vigilance and flying, you give this vigilance and death touch, it's already going to be doing a lot of work for you. I think Ian was probably referring to the Kaladesh Nissa, probably not Amonkhet Nissa.
What? When did I say Nissa?
You said Nissa or Wingmate Rock as cards that would just change the rules of the game.
Did I say Nissa? I don't think I said Nissa. Maybe I did. I didn't mean to say. I meant, if I said Nissa, I meant Liliana.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. My bad. Yeah, I mean, that Nissa was okay. Speaking of which, this card is pretty good with Nissa, because making 2 flying lands makes this instantly a 6/6 flyer.
Yep, that's what we need. Another mythic.
Right. Anywho, seems decent. All right, Pride Sovereign, 2 and a green for a 2/2 cat. Pride Sovereign gets +1/+1 for each other cat you control.
So weird.
And you can pay white and tap it, exert it, create 2 1/1 white cat creature tokens with lifelink. So guess what this combo's with? Majestic Miriarch.
Yeah, it does do that.
It does do that.
It combos obscenely well with it. I mean, this card is great. I think it
Army in a
is.
can.
It's a weird play pattern that it pumps itself, but you never want to. You never really want to be attacking with it.
Not for a long time, at least. Yeah, but just anything that makes a creature token every turn, for a creature token with lifelink every turn for 1 mana, like that would be a playable enchantment on its own, right?
Yeah. This card's great.
And like, you only need to spend 1 mana every other turn, even. Wow,
you need to spend 1 mana every other turn. It stabilizes the board for you.
Oh, yeah.
It's good on offense and defense.
It's great with things like Overrun.
This hits everything in Quadrant Theory. And I think Channel Fireball had an interesting piece a couple weeks ago about how Quadrant Theory doesn't hold up super well to how they've been designing Limited lately, just because synergy doesn't fit neatly into the quadrants.
It's true.
And synergies become more important. But this is synergistic and just good at every stage of the game. It's cheap. It's not a major mana investment. It gives you an army on offense. It gives you a really good defensive army on defense. And there's not much of an investment. And sometimes randomly, game goes long, you have a 20/20.
Yeah, someone asked if Feral Prowler is better if you have this. Yeah, it's maybe a half grade better. Because like if you have a 2/4, sometimes when that dies, when it dies, draws a card, it does get a little better. Oh wait, no, never mind. It pumps this. Maybe not. Anyways, this card's
the 1/3?
Right, the 1/3. I don't think the 1/3 actually never mind. I forgot that this doesn't give other cats +1/+1.
Yeah.
Right, so never mind. I don't think the 1/3 gets better. So whatever I typed in chat, that's probably probably wrong. Anyways, I think this is just like an A-, maybe. It's hard for this to be ever bad, so I like it.
And particularly since you can even just play this in a green deck and splash it.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be a lightning rod for removal, and sometimes you can just run this out on 3 when you don't find one of your 3 white sources, and it dies anyway.
Yeah, I like Armies in a Can. Really
I mean, it doesn't have the dramatic effect we would see of an A of like, boom, the rules of the game are different right now.
Right.
But this says, next turn I'm going to get a couple creatures, and every other turn I'm going to get a couple creatures.
Right. Plays similarly to something like Glorybound Initiate, but I think this is better than Glorybound Initiate by a little bit.
The 3/1 that becomes a 4/4 lifelinker?
Yeah. I think they're close. I think they're close.
I mean, I think Glorybound Initiate, because it was like 2
maybe in the
so
context of that set, Glorybound was better.
Yeah, this set we don't know what it could be, and this is a really unique effect. Whereas Glorybound Initiate, we knew exactly what it was doing. I am racing, and I am racing effectively.
Yep. All right, next Ramanop Excavator, 2 and a green for a 2/3 Naga Cleric, which says you may play land cards from your graveyard.
Woo!
That's actually, I think, deceptively good in this format. I don't think it's nuts, but I'm looking forward to playing this, and then on turn 4, bringing back a land I cycled on turn 1. This draws cards in that sense.
Wait, how are you cycling a land on turn 1?
Sorry. Well, yeah, no, turn 1. You play like a plains and cycle a desert.
They're 2 colors. They're 1 in a color to cycle, right?
Are they? Maybe they are. Let me check.
I mean, we haven't gotten to that section yet.
Let me check. You're probably right. Oh yeah, they are 2 to cycle. Okay, so maybe this is slightly worse, but
I think that.
But you see what I'm saying, though.
This is way better than the 2/3 that gains life.
Yes.
From deserts, but and this is another grindy card, and I'm seeing the pattern of actually most of Green's cards are grindy, which is weirdly similar to what we saw in Amonkhet. Green had a lot of grindy cards, and then it had good aggro cards.
Right.
But there's a lot of stuff you can do with this because let's see, the green desert's not stellar, but it's fine. I think it gives something +3/+3 and trample.
Sorry,
I don't know if it gives.
Which one again?
I know the white one gives vigilance. I'm not sure if the green one also gives trample.
Right, the ones you sacrifice, right.
But if you're in draft or sealed and you get this and an evolving wilds, or the Amonkhet land that you can sack to make a desert, or the Hour of Devastation land that when it hits the graveyard gives you a zombie and a sacrifice outlet for that. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this, but like that said, this is not an engine by itself, and for you to get that value, your deck needs to be slow.
Right. I think this is okay. I don't think it's a slam dunk first pick bomb. I think I take most of the uncommon removal over it. But
would you take the 2/2 green common that attacks as a 3/3 Dawn?
That's
If
hard
the
to
format is
evaluate,
aggressive, I
right? If the format is aggressive, I do. If the format's mid-range, I don't.
Yeah, if the format's mid-range, this gets a lot better.
Right. I suspect it's a little more aggressive, so I would probably take Ronus' Stalwart over this, but it's close. So I think that on balance, this is probably a B- or a B. This can generate, this can generate some very real value, but there's a very real deck building cost to it as well. So
yeah. I'll try this out, but I won't be surprised if it's worse than Bitterbow Sharpshooters by a reasonable amount.
Right, and the worst case scenario is that this is a 2/3 for 3. That's playable but unexciting.
All right, are we ready to keep staying in Ramanop?
Yeah, I think we are. And we are going to take a look at the Ramunap Hydra, 3 and a green for a 3/3 Snake Hydra. That is terrifying. Ugh. Vigilance, Reach, Trample. Well, I'm in. That's good already.
Not even going to make Majestic Myriarch references?
What's that? Oh, God. That's so good. And it gets +1/+1 as long as you control a desert, which I don't think is hard. Like, again, we said that if you have 4 deserts in your deck, and assuming you're playing them, the likelihood that you have one on the battlefield by turn 4 is approximately 75 or 80%. So if you have, like, that's not too difficult. But also, if you are cycling this still gets +1/+1, because it also gets +1/+1 as long as there's a desert card in your graveyard. So I'm in. I like this.
This card is nuts, and it's nuts because Bitterbow Sharpshooters is really good. No, because like
I wouldn't say because, but yes, I see what you're saying.
No, but like in its best case, which probably isn't that difficult to get. Like most often, I think this is going to be a 4-mana 4/4 Vigilance, Reach, Trample,
which is sick. That reminds me of Woodland Wanderer. Not quite as good, probably, but close.
Although the support is probably way better for Deserts Matter than Converge is.
Right.
And I wouldn't give this an A+ just because it's probably going to be a 2-for-1. But like the combination of Vigilance and Reach just blanks so much of what your opponent is doing.
And Trample means that your opponent can't like chump this and then This is very good.
This is an excellent big dumb thing.
Yeah.
But I know people are disagreeing with me about Bitterbow Sharpshooters, but this is good, and Bitterbow Sharpshooters is good because they're very similar cards.
Yeah, I think it's like B+, A-.
I would probably put it in the B+ range. It still ultimately is a big dumb thing that can get 1-for-1, and you have to do a little bit of work for it to be good. But the fail case of a 3/3 with a little bit of like keyword broth, it's not full on keyword soup the way Majestic Matriarch is, Myriarch. This is good. And its best case, it's not insane, but
and even
a 5/5 Vigilance, Ranch, Trample is pretty good.
And the fail case of being a Hill Giant with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample is fine. Right, like I would play a 4-mana 3/3 with Vigilance, Reach, and Trample 100% of the time in my green decks, and the fact that this can be a 5-mana 4-mana 3/3 4-mana 5/5 Trample, Reach, Vigilance is really good.
And also the turn you untap with this, the fact that let's say you have a desert but don't have one in your graveyard. The threat of cycling a desert is pretty sweet.
All right, Resilient Kenra, 1 and a green for a 2/2 Jackal Wizard. That's an interesting creature type line. And then it says, whenever Resilient Kenra enters the battlefield, you may have target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is Resilient Kenra's power. This is very reminiscent of that one elf in Origins that I remember. And there's been quite a few cards like this. But that card's always playable. And then it has Eternalize for 4 green. This pushes a lot of damage.
I'm reminded of the the 1 and a white Kithkin, the 2/2 that ETBs to give something +1/+1. This is just an excellent aggressive creature. It rewards you even more for having a 1-drop or for playing a 2-drop off curve. And then it has Eternalize, which says you pay a bazillion mana and you get to throw more damage around.
And Old Metal Ship has a good point. There is a Sacred Cat in the background, and that Sacred Cat is now a 3/3. That's like one of the best plays you can make in the format, actually.
It is pretty good,
Yeah.
particularly if you're racing.
Yep.
I think this card is good. I don't think it's insane.
I think that
just-
on average, this pumps 4 damage on turn 3 because you play a 2-drop into this, and your opponent can't block the 2-drop, so you get in 2 extra damage plus the +2/+2. So it pumps 4. I don't know. I think this is good.
I think this is probably better than every common,
Yes.
but
I
at
would agree with
about the similar level of them.
Mm-hmm.
Of like, yeah, I mean, early on, I'm definitely taking this above Ambuscade.
Yeah.
And I'm, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's a 2-drop, so it's never that bad, and it has a lot of levers, which is good.
Yes.
And it has Eternalize, so it's relevant in the late game. Yeah, I like this card.
Here's a question. Let's suppose you have this and 2 4-drops in your hand and 3 lands. Do you play this on turn 2?
Yes.
I'll be sad, but I think that is the correct play.
Absolutely. Like you when you can't squeeze the value out of this card,
Right. You
you're
just
just going to
fire
get it on the flip side when
Yeah.
you Eternalize it.
Right, right. Okay, I think we can just call this a B, or maybe a B+.
Sure.
Um,
I think Rabanop Hydra is definitely better than this, but I guess not by a ton, just
right,
because
it's close.
it's a 2-drop.
Right, right. Aggressive and good value late. Awesome. All right. Next, we have Ronus's Last Stand. Green sorcery. Create a 5/4 green snake creature token. Lands you control don't untap during your next untap step.
Unsummons in this format, right?
Yes, it is, but I'm still main decking this every time.
No, you're definitely main decking
Oh my
it.
god, this card's amazing.
Of like, would you play a green 5/4 with Echo in this format?
Hell yeah.
Yes, you would. Would you be incredibly excited to play? No, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
The fail case of this is awful, but like in the early game, it's bigger than anything that's going on. In the mid game, it's at its worst because you're gonna want to be like this and another creature, and then I untap and do nothing. But at the late game, it's a perfectly fine top deck because you have the mana, and
Yeah.
not untapping 2 lands is fine.
Yeah, this does have a little more downside than Echo, but I don't think it's that bad. Like, honestly, skipping a 3-drop isn't terrible unlimited. Like,
Because you've already played your 4.
because you've already played your 4 or 5-drop, right? Like, this has a 5-drops worth of stats on it.
Or, as we know from Amonkhet, a 3-drop.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. So I don't know. I think this is pretty close to an A. I don't think it's quite
I'd
an
give
A.
it a B+.
I think it's a little worse than an A. But B+ for a truckload of stats is awesome. Great stats. And I think the downside on this card is far more manageable than all the other versions in the cycle.
Except for I think the blue one is better. I
one's
think
the
the
blue
blue
one
one and the
again?
black one are better.
Oh, right, the mind
blue
control?
one is control magic, but you can also get an artifact or enchantment.
Right.
And the black one is a wrath. I think
the black one's worse than this, honestly.
interesting.
Yeah.
I would argue the black one is better just because it's a way more dramatic effect.
It is more dramatic, but is it though? Like making a 5/4 on turn 2 is pretty dramatic.
Let's see.
That wins
Blue
a lot of limited games.
In order to deal with this, black has a 2-mana 1/1 Death Touch. Blue has a bounce spell. White, Sandblast isn't a very good answer to this, but you can do that.
Right.
I think when you leverage the blue and the black one for value, you're getting more.
Right.
Whereas this, you'll play this on 2, and your opponent will just die, or they'll
Sure.
take 10 damage.
Right. I think the problem that I have with the black one is when you cast Wraths, you usually you want to really press the gas in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, and
it really makes it a lot harder. Right. So I recognize the black one's very powerful. I think that it's just going to be more awkward than it looks, and people are going to fire it off and then realize, wait, they get 2 turns before I get to take my next turn, basically. And that's going to be pretty rough.
They get,
How do you
think
rate the 3
because-
white Wrath? Actually, that's a really good question.
I'm sorry?
How do you rate the 3 white Wrath of God? Or, destroy all
That's
non-land
an
permanents?
excellent question.
I actually rated it very low. And my logic is that we did the math on it. If you are running 11 planes, you have about a 75% chance of being able to cast it on turn 6 with no fixing. And I'm not sure I'm in. Like that means that 25% of the time it's a dead card in your hand, even on turn 6. And you can't fire it off on 4 to stabilize against a fast aggressive opponent.
How many planes did you calculate having?
11.
Okay, yeah, that's the number you probably should be running.
Right.
I think my gut says that planar cleansing has often been okay in core sets. If this format is aggressive, it's gonna probably be too little, too late.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
And it does really contort your mana base, and it is a bit of a nombo with a lot of the green cards that fix your mana, because you're blowing those up, even the enchantments.
Oh yeah, and that was 11 planes on the draw.
It does combine well with the 2 mana 1/3 awful cat that dies and draws you a card.
Yeah.
I think Hour of Revelation, I think that's the one it is. It's gonna it'll take some time to remember which hour is which, other than Devastation.
Right.
It's awesome. I think it's fine. I think if the format is slow, actually no. I think if the format's fast, it's too slow, and if the format is slow, your opponent's gonna have time to eternalize the stuff you just blew up.
Right. That's why I really don't like it. I think it's like a high D or maybe a low C, which is rough for a Wrath, but I think it's there.
I would still probably put it at the like C plus area, just because that is still an incredibly powerful effect, but it might be way worse than we're used to it being.
Right. I mean, I'm already very confident that it's way worse than we're used to seeing. My question is like, how castable will it really be? Is there enough fixing to pull it off? Like, I could see playing it in a green deck which has access to Gift of Paradise and
there's
some
no rainbow fixing in this format. There's no monocolor. There's Traveler's Amulet.
There is
Traveler's Amulet does change things a lot.
It does change things somewhat, yes. Yeah. Because that's a 3 mana rock, so similar to something like Darksteel Ingot. So yeah, I mean there's cases where it comes up.
Manolith kind of sucks, but
right. Anywho, I like Ronus's Last Stand. Let's move on.
Final green card.
Uncage the Menagerie. X green sorcery. Search your library for up to X creature cards with different names that each have converted mana cost X. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle.
This card is so bad.
Yeah, like. Well, is it though? Okay. Let's suppose we cast it for 5 mana. That means we're drawing
3 3/3s.
3 3/3s. Right. How good is drawing 3 3/3s from your deck? Fetching, like tutoring for 3 3/3s.
How many 3/3s are you? How many 3/3s are you having, and what do you have in your deck? And what turn are you casting this on? Because you don't really want to cast this on 5.
Right. Let's suppose we have dumped our hand and we're on turn like 7 and we're casting it for 3 or 4 or something like that.
And the reason I don't love this is if you have enough 3/3s in your deck that you like stand a good chance of this not being a bad card. So you're looking at least 7 3-drops at this point, which is not unreasonable.
7? I think like you could run this with 6.
Well, let's see. How many?
Three is the most
geometric calculator. If you have 6 3-drops, what are the odds that by the time you've drawn, let's say, 13 cards from your deck, how many of them have you found?
13.
Or that you found 2 or fewer 3-drops?
So we need. How shall I format this? So we have 40 cards in the deck. We have 6 3-drops. We have 13 draws. How many do we need? So we're looking, let's say 2, right? Or let's say 3.
Yeah.
All right, so I think that's pretty low. There's a 30% chance that we draw 3 or more cards, 3 or more of 6 cards from 13 draws in a 40-card deck. So that means that there's a 30% chance, no, less than 30% chance. Actually, hang on. We could figure this out by subtracting the odds of the...
Yeah, what this means is there's basically a 70% chance that if we have 6 3-drops and we cast this on turn 7, if we're on the draw, that we still have 3 3/3s to find.
So if we have 6 cards, then that means there is a... actually a 93%, 92 or 93% chance that we have 3
Although we
drops to
still
find.
have that.
Yes.
So I'm not worried about this in the sense of the fail to find. It is
Right.
if our deck is full of 3-drops, like for this to be good, we want to be finding cards that are better than like Sidewinder Naga.
Right. Which one's the Sidewinder Naga?
The 3/2 for 3 that is a 4/2 trample if you have a desert.
Right. But I don't think that's too hard. Like a lot of the 3-drops in this format seem reasonable. Like there's three mana 3/3s. There's
But also I feel like we don't even. I don't know. The knobs on this are so awkward. It's hard to evaluate, but it does feel like if I'm in the late game, like let's just say everything that I'm getting is the 3/3 for 3, which we've evaluated as one of the best common green 3-drops.
Right.
If I on turn 8 draw 3 3/3s, that could swing the game. That might not.
Here's a question. How would you rate 5 mana Harmonize?
I'd say it's fine.
Is this better or worse than 5 mana Harmonize?
This, I think, is worse than 5 mana Harmonize.
Really? I think it's close. Because this guarantees that you're drawing gas.
Guarantee you that you're drawing spells.
Right.
But it's never going to fund you your bombs. I mean, let's just say you have an amazing 5-drop, and this is 7 mana Demonic Tutor for the 5-drop you really want.
Yeah, but that's not how you're casting this, though. I think
you can.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you usually are. The interesting thing that we're not really talking about is like this is fairly modal, and there are cards that are 2 or 3 or 4 mana that are bomb-like. Like you could fetch God. You could fetch like.
You could fetch a god.
You could literally fetch a god. You could fetch a 4 mana 4/4 trample vigilance reach. Like I don't know. There's
as well as every other copy of
4 drops in your deck, right? So like
for the low cost
of 6 mana. But like that's if we're in a grindier game, that's good. I think we're kind of on the same page, but we're running off of different assumptions of how aggressive the format's going to be. Also, are you getting thunder where you're at?
No, it's actually sunny.
Oh my god, it is raining cats and dogs over here.
Yeah, and I'm not even that far away from you. I'm just on Long Island.
Yeah. Wait, where are you exactly? Long Island. I thought you were in Williamsburg.
I'm not at home right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I think that this is pretty strong, but I think that it has to be a pretty dirtily, like, you have to be in a deck that's comfortable with going to the late game, but assuming you are, this card does win the game.
I think for this card to be good, for this card to be something that, I think this card is very rarely going to be something that you're happy to find in your opening 10, other than I have a game plan. I think this card rewards you for having a good diverse curve. I think this card is not a terrible draw in the late game, particularly when it's just like, you know what, I've got 1 6-drop left, but I really want to find my Scaled Behemoth, or I want to find my Scaled Behemoth and my Giant Hippo. And for 8 mana and modality, I can do that. But the fact that this is a very big, expensive card that doesn't affect the board and is highly constrained by your deck building makes it powerful, but like for a very flexible card, it's very inflexible.
Yeah. So what do you rate this?
I would just, you know what, I'll call it a build around B.
I think it's just a straight B+. But I might be a little high on it. We'll find out.
I'm still, like, at pre-release drafts, or drafting with prize packs, I'm taking Bitterbow Sharpshooters over this.
Okay.
Just because I know what I'm getting, and I'm always happy with what I'm getting there. Or, like, I'm taking Ambuscade over this. I'm taking the 2/2 that exerts to attack as a 3/3. I'm taking every other B+ on this list over this.
Okay.
I think that this card has very powerful dramatic effects, but that ultimately they don't affect the board, and it's not quite got fail cases, but it's so weird to use.
Yeah, but I just think that I see this as very close to a 5 mana Harmonize with upside.
But I wouldn't rate a 5 mana Harmonize as highly as you would.
Right, but it's I don't know. I just think that the fact that it's tutoring the 3 drops you want from your deck is pretty strong. But yeah, we'll see. I could be too high on this. I think it really depends on how dirtily the format is. If this format ends up being dirtily in the sense that what was that M13 was, where Opportunity was like the best
M14.
possible rare, M14, where Opportunity was the best possible rare, this is on par with Opportunity. But I think that if it's a little slower than, or if it's faster than that, then this goes down. Like if this is as fast as Amonkhet, this is probably a C+. If it's as fast as I don't know, if this is like a cons style format, then this is probably closer to a probably closer to where I've got it, B+.
In cons, this would be great, but that's just because you could freely play 6-drops.
Right. I think I'm gonna revise it to a B. And actually, it's the funny thing is, I think in cons it'd be worse because all the best creatures are morphs, and so they're all 5 and 6 mana.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
It's good because you know what, you were getting to a lot of mana in that that format. You often were playing more lands, and given that so many of your morphs were all 5-drops or all 6-drops, usually all 6-drops. You'd play this for 8, and you could still find, like, 5 things.
Yeah. Anyways, what do you think about green overall? How are you feeling about it? Oops. Oh, I have a sad kitty. Hang on, I'm going to let her in.
Sure.
But keep talking to chat while you're...
I'm curious what chat thinks. I stand by what I said of, like, green has cards that have very overt power and not a lot of complexity. And oftentimes, looking at other formats... Either this is a format kind of like Kaladesh, where there's a lot of cool stuff you can do, but really it's about smashing oversized creatures into your opponent's face. Or this is like most formats where raw power is often trumped by synergy and trickiness. And green is unusually low on trickiness.
Right.
It is a solid color. It will probably be an excellent support color and a great primary color, but it...
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a ton of explosiveness, particularly at common. Of like, as much as I didn't have nice things to say about, I think, Oasis, a ritualist, it actually blocks almost all of green's creatures at common really well.
Yeah. We'll see. I think it's weird that it's happening this way, but green seems like the grindiest color that I've evaluated. And how good green is probably depends on how slow they can make the game. Like if green can grind the game down, I don't see it losing that much. They have a lot of really overwhelming late game cards. Even just kind of ignoring the rares and mythics, right? Like a lot of the uncommons and commons are grindy and strong. So
it is worth noting we are very high on the rares. And
yes.
The uncommons seem fine.
Right.
But green could just be one of those colors of like, well, in sealed, if you open some green rares, you're very, very happy.
Right.
And if you don't, you're potentially playing another color, or just green's perfectly fine filler.
Yeah, like we were looking at red, and red had 2 dud rares. Black had 1 dud rare and Apocalypse Demon.
That's the enormous thing that you have to sacrifice creatures.
Yes. It's huge, but you have to tap it unless you sack creatures.
And you need a really full graveyard for it to be good.
Right, exactly. Blue has at least 3 duds, or at least 2, if not 3
Swarm
duds.
Intelligence is awful.
Yep.
Frang's Sanity is weird, and Hour of Eternity is weird.
So blue has like some pretty strong uncommons, but the rares just aren't there. I think how good blue is.
Hang on. What's the name of that? The common, the one in a blue dehydration thing.
Oh, that's
Unquenchable Thirst.
Unquenchable
That card's
Thirst.
good.
We gave it a C+.
Good.
I could see it better than that. We have seen a lot of good desert synergy. We rated this before we saw some of the desert related cards, so I could see pumping that up to like a B- or B. It's like Blue Doomblade. White had 2 dud rares in Jeru, which is kind of a dud rare. Actually, like 3 dud rares.
Yeah, what is it, a 5-mana 4/3 Vigilance with no text?
Right. Well, if you have a Planeswalker, I think it goes up to like a B.
No text.
Yeah. I'm not... Yeah. Like, you don't pick it high.
If you have a Planeswalker, you're happy to play it, although... I mean, Samut, I think, is fine, but nothing stellar, and playing Jeru and Bolus in the same deck seems ambitious.
That doesn't happen, right. So you're looking for, like...
Gideon or Liliana.
in pack 3, which is hard to do. Oh my god, Kit Kat is going back to her old knock things off the shelves ways. Do you need to play? Are you bored? Do I have to entertain you? Oh my god. This cat. All right. Shall we
To
move
respond to
on?
Irish
Yeah.
Exit, I don't think rare strength has much to do with color strength in draft. In sealed, it is, I think, a much bigger consideration because oftentimes your deck building it's not decided by the rares that you have, but it is often affected by it. And green at common has a lot of good stuff. Nothing super exceptional or super tricky, but if you open some good green rares, you're likely to have a full deck already. But that is specifically for sealed and not for draft.
All right, let's move on to multicolor.
Sure.
All right, so for multicolor, let's start with the uncommons, and this will be interesting because the uncommons kind of give a sense for what Wizards thinks we should be doing with each color combo, so that's always interesting to see. Green has Appeal to Authority, which is a split card, or an Aftermath card, sorry. In the front side is 1 green mana for a sorcery until end of turn. Target creature gains trample and +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Let's suppose you're not running white. Is that a card you'd be interested to play in any green deck?
Yes. No. It is a card I would see played in green decks.
Right.
How often is this better than the Kaladesh card?
Which one?
+4/+4 and trample at sorcery speed.
Oh, right. Not much. I mean, the problem with Appeal, like, people look at this and they're like, oh, strength in numbers. But the point of strength in numbers is you put it on your one unblocked creature. Yeah, and you just completely blow out your opponent. Appeal is no strength in numbers. By far, the most important part of strength in numbers is the instant part of the card. Yep. Authority says tap up to 2 target creatures your opponents control. Creatures you control gain vigilance until end of turn. Okay, I'm in. Like, if with both parts of this card, if I'm playing green-white, that's actually quite strong, I think.
And vigilance is extra powerful because of Exert.
Because of Exert, there's not as much Exert anymore, but it's still relevant. And yeah, I'm a big fan. I think Appeal to Authority is great.
I'm still not tempted to. Yeah, I wouldn't pick it to go into green-white. I would pick it if I was in green-white.
Right. It's a bit of a signal, but not.
It's definitely worth trying out. And just tapping 2 creatures kind of for free is good. It is worth noting that neither half of this card is one you're excited about, and as I'd argue for the rest of this cycle, the Aftermath half is underpowered because the front half is good enough on its own. Right. This isn't the case here.
Right. So I think, like, remember that my ratings, generally speaking, are grades as first picks. So, you know, I'm specifically grading these dual-colored uncommons as first picks. So this is not something I'm really looking to first pick. I would probably say it's about the same as a slightly better than average common, because, you know, these cards are pretty powerful in the right archetype, but they're very committing. So
you know what I would compare this to? Sure. I would say that this is an appreciably worse Trial of Solidarity.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
1 green-white. You get vigilance and a good attack, but you get less stats.
Right.
You're just getting less stats, and you don't have any cartouche synergies, and this is multicolored.
Right.
And like the Trial was great, but it was great because it synergized with the fact that the format was really aggressive and
cartouches.
Vigilance was unusually powerful, cartouches.
Yeah.
This doesn't synergize nearly as well, and it's much harder to cast. And you need to cast this to win the game. Because this is doing, or going back to Quadrant Theory, this is doing nothing in the developing stages of the game. This is
quite good at parity.
Probably, but not insane at parity.
Right.
Like, if the board is wide enough, you set up a good attack, but then maybe your opponent also has a good attack. Nah, I guess this is still good at parity. This will likely win you the game if you're already winning. And if you're losing, this does nothing.
Yep. So I don't know. On balance, I think as a first pick, I like this at a C or something like that, C+. Because, yeah, it's powerful, but I think that I would take Overrun over this, or Underrun, or whatever we're calling it these days. And, yeah, the fact that this is committing you to 2 colors for it to be playable isn't great.
I would
Exert
rate
is a lot
it
less
even lower,
aggressive.
still, just because it's a spell that's not a removal spell or
Sure.
really an archetype card.
Sure.
Blood
All right,
Water.
next we have Bloodwater Entity, which has some really cool art.
Art is so good.
1 blue-red for a 2/2 flying prowess. I'm already in if I'm in blue-red. And it says, whenever it enters the battlefield, you may put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library.
I would like to draw that removal spell again, please.
Yep. Like, I'm seeing this and being like, okay, so I get to put Lightning Bolt on the top of my library? Sweet.
It also does something kind of unusual for Modern. There are not a lot of ways, particularly for low mana costs, to put a Miracle spell on top of your deck that you're not scrying there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that this is Modern playable, even though this is hilariously bad with Devastation Tide.
Uh-huh. I don't know that card, so...
Exactly. 3 blue, bounce all non-land permanents, Miracle, 1 in a blue.
Oh, gotcha. This reminds me, I used to play a Melic Dragonstorm EDH deck, and
This would be happy with that.
this is pretty good with Melic.
I still don't think this card is nuts, just because, as we've learned, Windrakes aren't as good as they used to be, and blue already has a Windrake with no red mana cost and a super relevant ability.
Yep. You know what weird card that just randomly popped into my head that this would be great with?
Want to give me a clue, or you want to just say what
it is from Fate Reforged.
Still options there, but
Right.
probably not the common blue-red card.
No.
What are you thinking of?
The blue, I forget what it's called, but it manifests the top. You look at the top 2 cards of your library. You can put.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And you manifest one of
2 in a
them,
blue. Yeah.
and you can put the other one in your graveyard.
No, you put it on the bottom.
Was it? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not as good, but still pretty decent. Anyways.
Yeah, that card was fine.
Lame. Okay. Anyways, that was a silly thought. I think that as a first pick, this is probably not worth it, but I could see doing it in a weak pack. If this is in it, this could get there, right? Like this is definitely a card that would I would read as a signal if I'm seeing from the right. And I think that blue-red is going to be strong in this format. Right into being, that's the one. Yeah.
I think this is fine. I think this is about on par with the 04 with Enigma Drake. Enigma Drake had a high ceiling, but a really low floor, and blue red was just not that great.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you; it's likely to be better, and there are very good spells to get back.
Yeah, and like we were looking at blue and red, and the blue 2-drops are actually surprisingly aggressive in a blue-red spells deck.
Oh yeah, like the 1/3.
The 1/3 that gets unblockable when you cycle. And
does it get +1/+0 as well?
It gets +1/+0, yes. And the 2-drop that has prowess 2/1 afflict 2.
Yeah.
Surprisingly aggressive blue cards.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, like I think that blue-red is going to be pretty strong and pretty aggressive. So I like this as a first pick a lot more than Appeal to Authority. I think it's a great reward card in Fear and blue-red, but I'm still probably not trying to first pick this because it's committing.
Yeah, I'd still probably just give it a C, just because maybe a C+ if you have good spells already.
Right. So archetypes, blue-red. Oops, not black-red. I could also see potentially splashing this to get back your final rewards and your black removal spells and whatnot.
They're definitely being excellent decks.
Yep. Claim to Fame. Everyone's buzzing about this for Death Shadow in Modern. 1 black to return target creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And Fame, which is Aftermath, target creature gets +2/+0 and haste. Excuse me. Ooh, sorry. And haste until end of turn.
This is great for Modern.
Yeah, this is great for Modern.
Let's.
Oh my God.
It's not
I
very
need to
good for Limited.
Kick my cat out again. Kit Kat! Why are you so crazy? Ah!
I'm a dog owner. I don't.
Silly
I have to
cat.
deal with different kinds of shit. But that's the play with me instead of I want to maul you. I would say in Limited, you want to play a reasonable number of 2-drops because curving out is very important, particularly in an aggressive format. And usually your 2-drops aren't that great. And the last thing that you're looking to draw in later parts of the game is another 2-drop.
Yeah.
This is only ever going to be another 2-drop, but it's not a 2-drop on turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Like, Fame is a fine spell if you get it for free, but it's not a very powerful ability. I think that this is, by and large, a sideboard card.
I could see it in an aggressive black-red Afflict deck, which is trying to trade, get Afflict triggers, trade, get Afflict triggers, and just grind the opponent.
There aren't that many Afflict... I mean, there aren't a ton of Afflict creatures that you can get back with Claim to Fame.
Yeah, there's like 3, I think. But
there's the black 2/2 for 1.
Yep, there's a blue one if you're in Grixis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is great. It's probably a C-.
I think that, or put it this way, we have double Raise Dead for 3 mana.
Yeah.
With cycling, and I mean that was a faster format probably, but that card was okay.
Yeah, I liked it actually.
I liked that card a lot too, but I recognized you didn't main it. You didn't main that many copies, and you didn't main it as often as you would often think. This is more mana efficient, but incredibly restrictive, and will never give you card advantage, and doesn't have cycling. I think that this is like a D.
Okay,
I think in certain decks it'll be very good, but I think in the majority of decks it won't. Unless you're going to be a Snapcaster Mage, and then it's insane.
Yep. All right, Consign to Oblivion, 1 and a blue, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Wow, that's already playable. And then Oblivion says 4 and a black, target opponent discards 2 cards. I am in. Let's do it. Denrova Horror is a good Magic card. I don't think this is as good as Denrova Horror.
No.
Because you don't get a 4/4, but I mean, yeah, this is decent.
Yeah, I mean, Disperse is usually a fine card, sometimes an insane card, sometimes a bad card. The Disperse that was in Amonkhet was good. It was not nuts, but I think that was more a consequence of the power level of blue than it was a failure of that card.
Yep.
And particularly if the format is slow, normally Disperse effects get worse when the format's slow because you don't benefit from the tempo advantage. But the format's fast, this works at tempo speed. And if the format's slow, you're killing an eternalized creature.
Yep.
And that's just evaluating the top half of the card. Getting a free Mind Rot, and then in some cases, probably at the end of the game when your opponent's low on cards, getting to go 7 mana, destroy target non-land permanent, your opponent discards another card, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so like, how would you rate this as a first pick? Is this just worth taking as a blue card? That sometimes you can play with the black half of it.
I think, particularly since you rated Unsummon at, like, I'm guessing a C or a C+.
I think we rated it as a C.
It
might be better than a C. But
I think this is slightly better than Unsummon. And I think Unsummon should probably be a C+, and I would be like, this is a C+, note better than Unsummon.
Right. Fair enough.
But I definitely wouldn't be excited to first pick this card.
Right. Decent in just blue.
I think the addition of black makes this card a little bit better most of the time.
Adds a bit. Yep.
But there's a lot of... This card has a lot of utility.
All right, next we have Farm to Market, 2 and a white for an instant, destroy target attacking or blocking creature. And then the market half of it, 2 and a blue, Aftermath, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards.
Notably
at
sorcery speed for that one. Farm is a fantastic Magic card.
Yes. Was it Immolating Glare?
Usually costs 4 mana.
Yep. I like this.
Yeah, this is like a B.
Yeah, this is great
in terms of farm on its own. Market is not good.
No.
You should never be putting cards that are just card disadvantage like Market in your deck.
Right.
But the fact that you can play a very good white removal spell, and
which
then
comes with the
at
Desperate
some point,
Ravings or whatever.
Even if you just have like Painted Bluffs in your deck,
yeah,
the fact that you could just randomly turn your flood into cards is good. This is an excellent Magic card. It does not pull me into blue at all because it's already an above average white removal spell.
Great. Blue is minor upside, very minor upside,
Yeah, but like that said,
yeah,
it's real upside if you're actually playing blue, and then the game, this lets the game go long, and then when the game goes long, you're drawing better. Oh boy, this card is so good.
Obelisk Spider, 1 black green for a 1/4 reach spider. I'm already happy about this in black green. Then
I mean,
it says,
I'm not super stoked about it just
it's
yet,
playable, but it says whenever it deals combat damage to a creature, you put a -1/-1 counter on that creature. And
so that's better than Wither.
Right. And whenever you put 1 or more -1/-1 counters on a creature, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
This is a 3 mana 2/4. One of that power is Wither, and whenever it does combat damage or other shenanigans happen, you drain. This card is a very defensive card because if you attack, your opponent just is like, fine, I'll take 1.
Right.
This card's very good.
Yeah. I mean, I like that it's a dirtily card in green-black, which are both dirtily colors.
Yeah.
I thought originally that black would be a little more aggressive. I think it has a weird split personality in this draft. I think that some of the black cards are very aggro tilted. Some of them are very defensive, like the 1/1 Death Touch for 2.
This also isn't bad in any black deck, just because both black and green are going to be good at putting counters on things, and every speed of green deck is happy to drain. Yep. And even if you're just going like aggressive 2-drop, this aggressive, like 2 aggressive 2-drops on 4 or a 4-drop, this is still fine because it's real hard to race this card.
Yeah. So is this something you would be interested at all in first picking?
This is an uncommon of a high enough power level I would consider it. I think the fact that it isn't it is ultimately a defensive card doesn't make me super stoked to do that, but I am more excited to first pick this than any of the multicolor cards we've seen other than Farm to Market.
I think I agree. I think we give this like a C+, B-. Like, I'm still not super hyped to pick a double-colored 3-mana card because I can't really splash this, but...
I would give it a B- just because green does want to be this multicolored deserts big mana deck, and this is so good at holding off. Like, this is a 3-mana 2/4 lifelink drainer.
Yep, it turns Splendid Agony into, -1/-1 on 2 creatures, and they lose 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Like, it's pretty cool. All right, oh man, imagine having Archfiend of Ifnir out with this is on the field. Like, that's living the dream, but hell yeah.
I would just imagine Hapatra, but yes.
Oh yes, that's pretty good too. All right, Resolute Survivors, 1 red, white for a 3/3 that you may exert it as it attacks. And whenever you exert a creature, Resolute Survivors deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life.
This card's powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 3/3 for 3, which
already
is already good,
great
even
in
though
white
green
red.
gets that as... I'm sorry?
Yeah, already great in white-red, which doesn't get that frequently.
Yeah, but the fact that this probably more often than not is just going to be a 3/3, and it attacks without exerting, but then on the critical turn, you're going to do 2 to 4 damage to your opponent.
Lightning Helix to your opponent. Yep. I like it. I think that on balance, this is probably not something I want to first pick, but I wouldn't completely write it off. And if you see this like 3rd or 4th pick, it is a signal.
I'd probably put it at C+.
Yep.
I think it's a little bit better in its archetype than Bloodwater Entity is, but it's about... I'd be taking it at about the same part of a pack. I'd be seeing it as about the same amount of a signal.
Yeah.
This is more a reward for being in a color combination.
Yeah.
That whereas the Boros Uncommon from Amonkhet was more of a pull because 2-drops were just better. Yeah. And it was more above the curve there.
Yep. I like it.
Hoopu,
I think.
Poo?
I think it's Hoopu.
I need to know how to pronounce it correctly because I'm going to be casting a lot of these.
Hoopo.
Hoopo or Hoopu?
Hoopo.
All right. I'm on dictionary.com or Oxford Learners Dictionaries, and it says
Hoopu.
Hoopo. Or Hoopo. Anyways, so River Hoopo. What do you prefer, Hoopu or Hoopo?
Hoopo, hooray!
Hoopo. All right. So River Hoopo is green blue for a 1/3 flyer. Hang on, I need to sneeze.
Tight.
Let me blow my nose out of it. Okay, it's a 1/3 flyer, and it has 3 green blue for you gain 2 life and draw a card.
This card's so good.
It's so good.
I mean, like we were talking about the cat, that the 1/3 for 2 that when it dies you draw a card. This is a better creature to begin with because a 1/3 flying, can peck in for bits of damage, can block reasonably well, and I would compare this to also the 3/2 green uncommon, 5 to pump something for +2/+2. This is a better body than that, and I would argue a more powerful ability.
Yes, I agree. Green-blue probably wants to dirtle, and this card lets you do that. Like, if you have this on the field and you get to untap with it with 5 mana, like, that game is suddenly in your favor, even if you're a little behind on board. Because
green.
In a weird way, this blanks 2 2-drops, because this can block a 2/2 for 2, and it gains 2 life and draws a card, so it's like the other 2/2 isn't really mattering much.
Yeah, this is the card that rewards you for playing all those green things that say, I'm going to throw a card away to get a land.
Yes.
And then the Hoopoe does that, and it also is blocking along the way, or pecking in for damage.
Is this something you're looking to splash? Is this the Cloud Blazer?
If you are in the green multicolor deck, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I think we can give this, in that case, I'm inclined to give this like a B-, or maybe even a B.
Well.
Because
I think this is about on par with Obelisk Spider.
Yep. Yeah, it's potentially first pickable because it's just quite powerful. All right, Struggle to Survive. 2 and a red for an instant. Struggle deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. And
you
the survive.
Do not need to read the other half.
Right. Each player shuffles his or oh yeah, it's not a card. I guess it's sort of a card the opponent has to eternalize. It kind of hates
eternalize, but
right, not really. So I mean, Ground Assault is a good card.
Yeah, and this
not
is
quite Ground
speed.
Assault, but
I
it
think
is
this is better than Ground Assault.
Oh yeah, it is.
Ground
instant.
Assault was 2 colors and sorcery speed. This is 1 more mana, but it's monocolor and instant speed.
Yeah,
this is good. This is Doomblade, and Doomblade is like a B.
Yep, I think I like it. B. First pickable for Struggle. I should like this card a lot because I got a degree in biology, and so this is like, I don't know, Charles Darwin said struggle to survive. Anyways, Unraveling Mummy. 1 white black, 2/3 for a zombie, 1 and a white. Target attacking zombie gets lifelink until end of turn. 1 and a black, target attacking zombie gets death touch until end of turn. This card makes combat a nightmare.
This card makes combat a nightmare.
Yep.
This card's great.
Yep.
This, unlike some of the other multicolored cards, is not. It will pull me into the color combination, but it is not the kind of thing you want to splash.
Nope.
This wants to be in a aggressive tribal deck.
Yes.
Fortunately, zombies is good, and it is aggressive, and it is tribal.
Yep. Zombie Guild Mage. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is honestly just a straight B. I'm not going to be too sad to first pick this. This is better than Wayward Mummy, right?
Which one's Wayward Mummy?
1 white black drains when a zombie comes in.
No.
You don't think so?
I think this is way I think that's better partly just because it's a 2-drop. The Wayward Mummy or Wayward Zombie has.
I thought it was a Wayward Mummy because they're all.
No, you're right. Wayward Mummy has good stats for the curve. Unraveling Mummy's stats aren't stellar on their own.
Wayward Servant. Sorry, yeah, that's the one.
Wayward Servant.
My apologies. I got it wrong.
I mean, this card is very good. I think it's slightly worse than Wayward Servant just because it's slower, but not by that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that you can basically start turning your zombies into lightning helices is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the threat of activation is such a nightmare on this card. You attack with a couple 2/2 zombies, and your opponent's like, well, I have a couple 2/3s, but...
I mean, then they trade, and you've spent your turn, and now you don't have zombies to pump, and you didn't develop the board.
You didn't develop the board, but it does grind quite well, and life gain's relevant, so...
I would put this on par with the other good multicolor uncommons. I wouldn't elevate it probably beyond a B- just because it isn't splashable. It's not as mana intensive as other cards, but it's more archetype dependent. Whereas like the Boros one is, I hope you have creatures in attack, and if they have exert, great.
Yep. Cool. All right, so that's the uncommons. How do you feel about them?
I like most of them.
Yeah, me too.
In general, I like the advent starting a couple years ago, probably around Theros, of we're always going to have multicolor uncommons, and they're always going to kind of tell you what a color's about. And by and large, I think that they are doing a good job of communicating these colors' themes. Driven to despair.
All right.
Driven to despair.
Driven to despair. 1 and a green for a sorcery. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And you can pay 1 and a black for a sorcery for the aftermath. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain menace, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player discards a card. Wow. So that's 4 mana, potentially a lot of card advantage if you have a decent board.
Yeah.
You have to have you have to curve 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop this, and then it's kind of backbreaking, honestly.
I think a card that's kind of worth comparing this to is Open into Wonder.
Yep.
And that card was worse than it looked.
Yes, it was. But I think a significant part of why it was worse than it looked is because it was in arguably the weakest color.
Yep.
And the color that was most offensive.
Yep. And the color that was worst able to take advantage of it.
Right.
Exactly. It already had that evasion.
Yes.
And oftentimes the cards you were drawing were, as you said, they were blue.
Right.
I think that this card is one we're just going to have to play with. My gut says we've seen cards like this in green that said, if you are able to hit your opponent, you get some card advantage.
Yep.
And
they're usually pretty bad.
Yeah, they've generally been underwhelming. Hunter's Insight was really good.
I thought it was Hunter's Prowess.
The 4 to green sorcery from Theros block.
Yeah, I thought that was Hunter's Prowess.
I would trust your memory of the names over mine.
Let me check. Card Hunter's Prowess. I know because I got a foil one and played it in limited once, and it was pretty okay.
You're right, Hunter's Prowess. And I think that giving your opponent giving menace is super relevant. But how often are the creatures that are getting blocked trading versus getting chumped? Or just
chump attacking, right. And I suspect that when you cast this card, one of your creatures...
I'll be right back. I got to take a phone call.
Go for it. I think that when you play this, on average, one of your creatures ends up chump attacking. But I think that in general, that's not a huge deal. Like if you're drawing... Let's say you're drawing 2 cards off this and your opponent's discarding 2. That's probably worth 4 mana. But yeah, I don't know. I think that this is decent. How high of a pick this is, I'm not sure. I think I take the premium uncommon instant speed removal over this.
I think I take Obelisk Spider, Obelisk Spider.
Really, this. I think this is a little better than Obelisk Spider, but I don't know.
I think also in general, I think I hit the old bread a little harder than you do.
Probably.
Of the this is not a removal spell. This is not a creature. But I think the upside of this is incredibly high. Of just if on turn 5 you play this, you suicide in one creature, trade another, and then draw a card. Your opponent discards a card. How you doing?
Is that really how it's going to be though? If your opponent on turn 5, how many creatures does your opponent have on average?
How good can this be? Turn 1, you play a Rootwalla.
Well, let's not go as good as possible. Let's just say an average game, right? Average game, you play a 2-drop, a 3-drop. Maybe you're lucky you play a 4-drop. So you have maybe 2.5 creatures on turn 5, right?
And you give them menace in this ability.
Right.
If you're attacking with 2 creatures, one of them gets blocked and probably trades for something of the same size.
Right.
And then your opponent probably gets hit by the bigger one.
Right.
Or I guess or they double block and you downgrade your bigger creature. Your opponent discards a card, you draw a card. Ultimately, you've spent 2 resources and you've gained maybe 3 from drawing cards of your opponent's stuff dying.
Right.
So you had to work pretty hard to get a 3 for 2.
Right. I think that the breaking point of this card is, do you have 2 creatures on turn 5 or do you have 3 creatures on turn 5? If I have 3 creatures on turn 5, I think this card is very good. I think if I have 2, it's probably not great. And the problem that I see with this card is it doesn't really pull you back from a losing board state. right? Like if you have this card in hand and you cast it and you've got 2 creatures on the board, let's say your opponent's being aggressive, right? And they're tapped, like their creatures are tapped out, right? Well, okay, you might make them discard a little bit and you might draw. Does it say trample? Oh, it does say trample.
The trample makes it a little bit better that they can't just like they have to put enough toughness in front of something, although with menace it's usually easy to do that.
Right.
Yeah. It's weird of like if you're in a race situation, you can just cast Driven and win the game.
Yes.
And if you're in a board stall, you can cast Driven to Despair and it does very little. Of like the later the game goes, the worse Despair gets.
In some ways yes, in some ways no, right? Like the later the game goes, the more damage Despair represents.
Yeah, but then I feel like we are evaluating Despair very, very heavily on creatures you control gain menace, and that's most of its value.
Right. This is an interesting one. I'm gonna try it out.
It's absolutely worth it.
Right. I suspect that this is not as good as about half of the uncommons we rated.
I think this is.
I think it's on par. I think it's very average compared to the gold uncommons we looked at, which makes me not want to first pick it.
Yeah, I would first pick this to try it out, but I wouldn't be surprised if overall it is a pretty bad card.
Right. So I'm going to give it like a C+ to B- just at the start of the format. This is one of those cards that if this format turns out that it's quite aggressive, I think it gets a little better.
Yeah, if blocking's really bad, and then, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm not super sure of that. And the depowering of exert creatures makes this worse. Or I guess here's a different question: if this were a rare in Amonkhet, how would we feel about it? And I think the answer there were decks where Keen Sense was playable.
Yes.
But even then, Keen Sense wasn't that good.
It wasn't. It was good with Slitherblade, right?
And just that.
Yeah. I lost to that once. It felt really bad.
I think this card is probably slightly better than Keen Sense, which is to say bad.
We'll find out. I'm interested to see how this one goes. This one's a tough one to rate. I feel like this is one of those cards that a C+ is like a cop-out grade, and it could easily be a D, or it easily could be like a B or B+. I think it's more likely on the lower end of that range, but I think C+ is like a fair grade for now. Next, we have Grind to Dust, 1 and a black. Sorcery, holy crap. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 creatures. We've already seen a lot of X1s in the format, and we're like, well, there aren't that many ways to give -1/-1 counters. Well, this is a blowout.
Grind is Splendid Agony for 1 less at sorcery speed.
Right, which I think is about the same card, honestly. Maybe a little better.
I think it's a little bit worse. I think it is better at killing a single creature, whereas Splendid Agony was an amazing combat trick.
Yes.
But you combine it with Dust, and everything changes.
Yep. Exile any number of target creatures that have -1/-1 counters on them.
That card is so incredible.
This card's such a bomb.
This is 6 mana, exile 2 target creatures.
Right.
Oh, and maybe some others as well.
Right. Like this makes Grip of Desolation look bad if you're in black-white, right? Like this card is nuts.
I would.
If you're in black-white, this is strictly better than Grip of Desolation, basically.
Oh, the instant speed was relevant there.
I guess that's true. It was instant, wasn't it? Fair enough.
But yes, this is probably better than Grip of Desolation. This card is good in black. Like, I think this is already a high pick because it's a monocolored card.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, like, Deadweight
this draws me into white, and like
this debilitating injury, which is usually a very good removal spell anyway. This card is like, I would probably put it at a B+. I don't know if you put top tier, premium tier removal at
B+
the A-
is fair to me. I like B+. Because in order to get full value, you do have to be splashing white. There is a bit of a deck building concern, but the fact that here's the other thing: like you don't have like, let's suppose you played Grind on a creature and you killed it. Well, if your opponent's a green-black deck and they have creatures that have -1/-1 counters on this could just plague win them.
Yeah,
if you're lucky.
I think we mentioned this earlier. There are very few things, I think, in Hour of Devastation where you put -1/-1 counters on your own thing.
Not a lot.
There's like the black sorcery that lets you kill a creature, but we don't have things like the Scorpion Demon. We don't have things like that green
Crocodile.
Warrior.
Yeah.
Crocodile of the Crossing.
Yes.
There's just less of that, so this is not getting as much value as one might think, but still 6 mana, exile up to like 2 target creatures and possibly more is really good.
Yep. I like it. I think that this gets a B+. Any black deck wants it. And like if you can, you splash white for this.
And I get the sense there's a lot more incentives to splash this time around than there were last time.
Yep. Leave to chance. 1 and a white instant. Return any number of target permanents you own to your hand. Then the chance says 3 and a red. Discard any number of cards and draw that many cards.
Womp womp.
I'm not feeling it. I mean, the leave part isn't nothing. You can save your creature from removal. This plays like a very bad flicker effect in a sense.
Yeah. I mean, paradoxical outcome was a playable Magic card. It was a playable Magic card.
It was very bad, but it was technically playable,
yeah.
yes.
And this is worse. This is more colors, no card advantage. I guess the nice thing about Leave to Chance is you can be like, you know what? I flooded out. I'm going to play all my lands, then I'm going to get them back and discard them.
Right.
And if you discard a lot of lands, I mean, I guess you float stuff that turn. But how would you feel about 6 mana, sorcery speed, sacrifice 4 lands, draw 4 cards?
Seems kind of bad to me.
I think this is a constructed,
yes,
viable card. Of
this
like there
feels
are going
more
to be decks
constructed.
there are. I mean, what is it? Aetherflux Reservoir is still in the format.
Yep.
And this is for things like that.
Yep,
But
and you could do cute things with things like Bantu's Last Reckoning, like you bounce your stuff and then you wrath the board. I mean, okay, but I don't think this is great. You could probably find a way to make this card decent, and there's probably times when you sideboard it in.
If your opponent has a lot of aura-based removal, this gets better.
Oh yeah.
And if the game is going to go really long, you can get value from both sides. But there's not a ton of aura-based removal. There's Compulsory Rest. There's the new blue thing that makes something thirsty. And like there's some -1/-1 counter stuff. And it's not even like there's a lot of the blue cartouches around, of like things that just cantrip.
Yep.
It's hard to get your value from Leave. And like Leave is card disadvantage, and Chance by itself is card disadvantage, and combined maybe you can spend 6 mana and throw away a lot of crap to hopefully get something better.
Yep. Everyone's favorite Planeswalker, Nicol Bolas Godpharaoh, 4 blue, black, red for a 7 loyalty Planeswalker. Holy crap, this is never dying. You can +2, make an opponent exile cards from the top of his or her library until they exile a non-land card. Until end of turn, you may cast that card. Okay, +2 card advantage. Draw a card, cast it for free, sort of. The +1, each opponent exiles 2 cards from his or her hand. Okay, so Super Mind Rot with the +1. This is already an A. -4, Nicol Bolas deals 7 damage to target opponent or creature an opponent controls. Okay, so it's removal. And then -12, exile each non-land permanent okay, win the game. So the problem I see with this is primarily the mana cost and
it's
the
7
colors.
mana and it's 3 colors.
Right. If you can, like, okay, but here's the question. Like, there are clearly ways to splash in this format. There's Manalith, which makes mana of any color in colorless, which is relevant. Blue and black and red can be more controlling because they have decent removal.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Which is better at winning the game in limited when resolved? This or Sandworm Convergence? Because the +2 draws you a spell from your opponent's deck. You cast it for free. You hope it's a creature.
Yep.
The +1 mind rots your opponent at a part of the game where there's a very good chance they're hellbent.
Yep.
The -4 is very powerful.
But half of the loyalty when it comes down.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I feel like the play pattern for Nicol Bolas is very similar to the play pattern for Chandra Torch of Defiance, who is excellent but also 4 mana. Right. Of like Chandra comes down and kills a thing via damage and then starts getting you card advantage.
Yeah.
And Bolas probably comes down, kills a thing, and then starts getting you card advantage from your opponent's deck.
Yep.
It's also giving you mana advantage, but it's doing it when you're hellbent anyway.
Sure.
I think Sandworm Convergence is better at ending the game.
Yeah, but it's also 1 more mana, which somewhat offsets the The
But it's
Nicol Bolas being 3 colors.
true, but it's also in the color that
It is in
best
the color
able
that's
to
best
ramp
to
it,
ramp, yes.
and it is in the color that's best able to splash.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, particularly in Grixis colors, where you're getting a lot of eternalized creatures, you already have plenty of stuff to do with a lot of mana.
Right.
I'm not going to pretend like this isn't a game-winning Planeswalker, but if the format's aggressive, and you already have a lot of eternalized stuff, and you're already kind of grinding the game out, this could be a lot worse.
Right. So I think that this is like probably an A in sealed.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
In sealed, you play it
is,
as much as you can. As long as Grixis colors are playable, you try to play this. In draft, I'm not convinced.
I would still probably put this as like an A-, because let's be honest, it's a Planeswalker. It's a card that, when resolved,
does end the game on the spot.
Probably wins the game, and even if it doesn't win the game, it dramatically changes the way that the game is played.
Yep,
like,
and
Gideon of the Trials doesn't do that.
Right. I was way higher on Gideon than I should have been.
Even the blue-green Nissa doesn't do that. Liliana was the only one because she was constantly affecting the board.
Yep.
And Bolas will consistently kill a thing on turn 1 and then probably play a creature on turn 2.
Yep. Did I tell you what I got to do with Liliana in GP Vegas?
What did you do?
I got to cycle Sandworm on turn 2, play Gift of Paradise turn 3, and play Liliana.
Play a Liliana
turn 4.
on 4 and get a 7/7?
I did that, I think, 4 times during day 1, and won every match that happened in.
I guess you sometimes can have your cake and eat it too.
It was pretty sick. Okay, anywho, I really like Nicol Bolas. I think that this is a mythic worth building around, but there are times when you're supposed to not include it in your deck. And I think that that's the most skill testing part of this card, is figuring out whether you should put it in your deck or not.
Reminds me actually a little bit of Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Yeah.
Who
yeah.
I want to say famously, but it certainly wasn't famous. At GP Cleveland, I did not play Ugin the Spirit Dragon in my deck.
Wow.
In the main deck, and it was 100% correct. Because my long game decks were just bad. I had like 17 playables in a deck that wanted to go as long as Ugin did, so I played a garbage blue-red aggro deck, splashing 2 copies of Warflare. This was when Fate Reforged was out.
Yeah.
But not yet Dragons of Tarkir, and I boarded into Ugin sometimes, but like my long game wasn't good enough to ever want to draw Ugin.
Right.
So yeah, knowing when Bolas doesn't go in your deck is worthwhile.
Mm-hmm. All right. Reason to believe. Ooh, this is interesting. I love the small amount of text on this first one. Scry 3 for 1 blue.
That is not worth a card.
Probably not. And then the backside...
Mystic Speculation is not a good enough Magic card, and that wasn't a rare.
And so believe, 4 and a green for a sorcery with Aftermath. Look at the top card of your library. You may put it onto the battlefield if it's a creature card, if you don't put it into your hand.
This is a card that you need to be playing both colors.
You do need to be playing both colors.
And moreover, this isn't like other Aftermath cards where, like, what is it? Grind to Dust. Grind to Dust, you could cast Grind on curve and then later on cast Dust.
Yep.
Reason to Believe says you don't have to cast them both in the same turn.
But you probably should.
But you need to cast them within at least a turn of each other. Because missing on Believe is
real
like,
bad.
This really wants to be 6 mana. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Put 1 creature from among them onto the battlefield and scry the rest wherever you like.
Even that doesn't seem very good, to be honest.
I'm sorry?
Even that doesn't seem to be
I
to
completely
be very
agree.
Good.
You're paying 6 mana to, if you're really lucky, get a 6-drop, a 7-drop, a 5-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're likely to be paying 6 mana to go, I'm going to get a 3-drop creature on average from the top 3 cards of my deck, and then scry the rest wherever they want, and that's not worth 6 mana.
Right. So, I mean, the real question, I guess, is like, and this is something I've thought about before, what would the amount of scry have to be on a card for
5?
For a 1-mana scry to be playable? You think 5? 5 is pretty sick, yeah.
And even then, I wouldn't love it, just because, like, we've had Taigam scheming before.
Right.
And Taigam scheming is not and the version from Eldritch Moon, Contingency Plan.
Yes, yeah.
And those basically say, Scry 5, except bin them in formats where you want cards in your graveyard.
Right, and they weren't that good. Like, I remember playing Tygon Scheming once, and I think that once was correct, but it was almost always rotting in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Um,
1 mana Scry 5, I think, is like starting to push it, but even then, that has the asterisk, or just like with the life gain spell, it needs to be either a format where the games are going so long that that level of card disadvantage doesn't matter because your card quality is increasing by so much.
yeah.
And you're treating these kind of like a looter. Or
Yes.
with like the life gain spell, there's something weird going on in the format.
Right. I don't like this. I think that this is probably in the D range, to be honest.
I would just give this like a D.
Yeah.
Of like, if you're blue and you're green, you'll play this some of the time. It gets better if you are the multicolor ramp green deck. This is at its best because it gives you, like, it's something that you can do on turn 4, and then turn 5 you have a reasonable chance of hitting.
A reasonable chance to hit?
I've been trying not to be too overt with my puns, but yes.
Nice. All right. Anyways, I think it's just a D. Let's move on. Refuse to cooperate. 3 and a red. Refuse deals damage to target spell's controller equal to that spell's converted mana cost. And cooperate, copy target instant or sorcery spell. You may choose new targets for the copy.
I think the most interesting thing about this is if you switched the order of which was the front card and which was the aftermath card, this would be substantially better.
Right, right.
Refuse is not the kind of card you want to be playing. You will kill people with it sometimes, but a lot of the time you'll spend 4 mana, if you're really lucky, lava axe your opponent, and then die because you threw away a card and held up mana consistently.
You know what I'm excited to do?
What?
I'm excited to refuse my opponent's Nicol Bolas and then
I
die.
thought about that, and then
then die immediately.
Anyway.
Yeah. This card's
7,
not actually good.
I threw away a spell.
Yeah, like there's maybe a case where you just want a high instant sorcery count where this could be playable, but I really don't think this gets there.
Yeah, this card's bad. I get, like, I can see it at its best in, like, the blue-red super aggressive deck.
Yeah.
But even then, like, is Refuse going to be doing more damage than a 4-drop creature would?
Probably
not.
I mean, so, what was I going to say?
It's so much worse than Geist Blast. Now, Geist Blast, which was the same card, is way better.
It's also worse than, Mind Swipe. And I liked Mind Swipe. That card wasn't particularly good,
but it was. I've definitely domed people for a lot with that card.
Yeah, I think the most I dealt to someone with Mind Swipe was 8. And that felt pretty good.
I think you have me beat. I think my max was probably 6 with Mind Swipe.
Yeah, Mind Swipe was great. Anywho, next, Samut the Tested, 2 red-green for a 4-mana Planeswalker. Up to 1 target creature gets double strike until end of turn. That's a +1 ability. That's not that relevant, to be honest. Like, it represents some extra damage. It could maybe help a creature push through that doesn't normally, but that ability really requires you to be winning already. The -2 says Samut the Tested deals 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 target creatures and or players.
Which is fire.
That is, fire isn't bad. Like,
Fire's a good card.
I don't hate if it was like a 4-mana fire with rebound, that's not a terrible card, right?
You want Stagger Forked Bolt?
What's that?
You want Stagger Forked Bolt?
Is that an actual card? That's not an actual card.
No, that's Stagger Shock plus Forked Bolt, which were both in Rise of the Eldrazi.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, but like I think that would be playable. I don't think it'd be fantastic, but I think it'd be playable. And then the 7 loyalty ability is search your library for up to 2 creature and or planeswalker cards, put them onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. Which is fantastic in Super Friends and EDH, but not the best here.
I mean, in this, you're probably gonna get the 2 best creatures in your deck.
Right. Which is good, but like
I would happily pay 6 mana for that effect, but that means you played Samut on 5 and then on 4, and then on turn 7 you have either won the game because
you're double striking every turn.
Getting double strike, or she's done nothing for 3 turns.
Yep. I think that this Planeswalker is pretty mediocre as a Planeswalker, but I think that she's on par with like a Dovin Bond.
I think Dovanbon is better.
Yeah, I think Dovanbon's slightly better as well.
Dovanbon protects himself and straight up draws you cards.
Yeah.
Getting 2 copies of Force Bolt is really good, and I wouldn't be surprised if she has a play pattern kind of like Jace Architect of Thought,
Right.
which is you play her on 4, you minus, you plus, you minus, and then after that you've kind of gotten what you wanted.
Yep.
I think Architect of Thought is substantially more powerful, particularly since, not only does she not protect herself with her plus,
right.
her plus makes you want to put your defenses down.
Yes.
And
which is fine if you're being aggressive, but...
It is also weird at the sheer number of red-green planeswalkers that get printed and how many of them are kind of bad.
Yep. I mean, Domri Raid was pretty good.
Xenagos
was quite good.
Xenagos was good.
And then Arlencord was okay weird. In Limited. I remember you had her in GP Montreal.
I did, and I splashed her, and it was potentially not the right choice.
Right.
I had an Arlencord and a Nahiri, and I didn't draw either of them very much, and Nahiri is way better. But I played with and against a lot of Arlencords. She would just go like, make a dude bolt a thing, make a dude bolt a thing. Which is good, but she just died a lot.
Yeah.
And often wasn't relevant when you played her.
Yep.
And then of course there's like the original Sarkhan, who is awful.
Yep.
I think she is about the power level at which I think planeswalkers are sort of fun and interesting.
Yes.
I just wish that she was about something, because
right.
her personality as a character doesn't shine through, and as something to build your deck around, it's there.
Not exciting, yeah.
Like it's a bunch of disparate abilities, and I think this is
the -7 kind of makes sense with planeswalker cards from a game design, or from a flavor standpoint, but with the planeswalkers specifically.
But I mean, even from the storyline, my understanding is the Gatewatch is kind of useless in Amonkhet, and Samut is leading people to victory.
Right.
So
right.
she's not getting planeswalkers to help.
Right.
And I think I like her as a character from what I know. I do read the stories, but I found that there's now 2 cards that I have felt didn't very well communicate the fact that her power set is speed.
Yep.
And giving something else double strike and doing something that we often associate with fire magic. Don't communicate what she's about. And like if you have a speedster, you probably want to have them in artwork running. I mean, EC figured that out with the splash over half a century ago. I think the flavor isn't good. I think the deck building constraint isn't good. I think from a design perspective, this card doesn't tell you mechanically how to use it or flavor wise what it's about. In Limited, it's probably going to be really good because you cast 2 shocks.
Yep.
And 2 shocks for 4 mana is usually really good. Stagger Shock is a broken magic card.
Yep.
And giving something double strike and having 5 loyalty protects yourself well, but I think this is worse than is this better than Farm to Market?
It's sure close. I think they're very comparable.
And that's why I think she's a B.
Right. I think that Farm to Market is a better first pick because it's just white.
Yep.
This commits you to green-red if you take it early, but I mean, I think in a green-red deck, this is going to be one of the best cards in that deck. I think that people that are saying, "Oh, it's barely playable," that is hyperbole.
It's definitely not barely playable.
In constructed, sure, you could say it's barely playable or not playable.
Even in limited, we're not comparing this to planeswalkers that just end the game. This is not Elspeth Sun's champion.
It's not Gideon Alia Zendikar. It's not.
This isn't Liliana Death's Mastery or Liliana.
Literally any of the Lilianas.
It's better than Liliana the Dark Realms.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
And Liliana Vests is not insane.
Right.
But this is a planeswalker that hits the sweet spot on mana, hits the sweet spot on loyalty, does protect herself, but doesn't give a deck direction, doesn't provide card advantage very easily, doesn't protect herself against much, and doesn't reward you for doing anything in particular.
Yep. All right. Moving on.
Now we get to move to the last 3 mythic gods.
These are so ridiculous that my mind broke when I saw these spelled. So I'm like, Holy crap, I'm going to hate losing to these things.
And the Locust God's the worst of them.
Right, and this one's already insane. Okay, so 4 blue-red for a 4/4 flyer. I mean, that's already playable.
It's a dragon. It's playable. It's not insane.
But then, whenever you draw a card, you create a 1/1 blue and red insect creature token with flying and haste.
So you get a free Bitter Blossom that doesn't cost you life.
Free Bitter Blossom with haste, right? And you can pay 2 blue-red to draw and then discard. Okay, never mind. So it's Bitter Blossom plus if you want to just activate this. So, okay, I don't see how you're losing with it. Like, if you untap with this card.
And the fact that it's a 4/4 flying means it's going to block what you need, just like Bitterblade were.
But wait, there's more. When the Locust God dies, return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step.
This is going to be miserable to play.
Jesus Christ. Like all of these gods are just insane. This is no fun to play against. I'm going to love casting this and looking at my opponent's facial expression being like, yep.
So many people are going to miss triggers on their draw step.
Yeah.
And it's not going to matter because you're still going to have a dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, this card is great. You're gonna open it. You're gonna first pick it. You're gonna play it in sealed. You're gonna splash it.
Yeah. This is like a textbook A, right? The only strike against it is 6 mana and double color.
Yeah, the reason I might just say A- instead of A is it does change the game, but there's a bit of time you have to wait. It is a 6-drop. It is multicolored.
Unbeatable bomb, but expensive, and 2 colors. Like, if you ever untap with this, I think you win. Like, you're 90% to win a game if you untap with this
card and just get to be like, all right, I've got. Yeah, the way you lose is just like you're so far behind on board. But if you're at parity, you win. If you're winning, you've already won. And if you're in the developing stages of the game, the one potential strike against this is this would not be the greatest card in Amonkhet Limited because you play this, your opponent untaps, goes Trial of Solidarity, and you die.
Hang on. Professional REL.
Professional and oftentimes at competitive REL. I know they've changed some of these rules recently.
Yes.
At competitive REL, this is a missable, entirely beneficial trigger. Which, if you forget, your opponent will be given the choice whether to put it on the stack or not.
Yep.
Again, do not try and cheese people out with stuff like this at pre-releases or at FNL.
Don't be a douche.
Those are casual REL, in which places people get to make mistakes, and if you catch them, they will get put on the stack. People notice that, like, don't rules lawyer people. But if you're at a Grand Prix, you are under no obligation to remind your opponent of their beneficial triggers. If your
Is that true at professional REL, like day 2? I forget if that's true or not for this kind of trigger. Because I thought at professional you're supposed to.
My understanding is entirely beneficial triggers you do not have to. If there is something that would confuse the game state, like if your opponent, there are certain kinds of things that don't fall into this all beneficial trigger, or things that have to be done of like, I forget, if your opponent like taps a land that also taps a talisman of a pristine talisman from New Phyrexia that like gains a life and gains a mana. I think there, like gaining life isn't a trigger that you can miss. It's part of the mana ability.
Right.
And there you are obliged to make sure that there's no life total discrepancy.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But there are not as many of those situations as far as I know.
Okay. Cool. Next ridiculously broken card, 3 blue,
it's
black.
It's the Scarab God.
Yes, the Scarab God. At the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses X life and you scry X, where X is the number of zombies you control. So this is one of the weaker triggers, I think, in that if you don't have zombies on the field, this doesn't do anything yet.
If only there was some way to get zombies on the field at instant speed.
Yeah, 2 blue, black, exile target creature card from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie. That's just ridiculous. Like,
on stats alone, the Scarab God is the worst of the gods, simply because the Scorpion God is a little bigger and a little better, and the Locust God is flying. Mm-hmm. And has a more relevant triggered ability. But holy crap, does the Scarab God get snowball fast?
Yes. Yeah. Like, if you untap with this with mana open, again, you probably don't lose the game, because making a 4/4 black zombie at instant speed and draining your opponent and getting card quality from the scry, it's just so hard to lose with this thing.
I mean, I remember playing against Have and Go Lich, and this is going to be replacing Have and Go Lich in my cube.
Mm-hmm.
But if this just said, like, 4 mana, create a 4/4, that's insane.
Yeah.
And at this point in the game, there should be creatures in graveyards.
Yeah.
And if there's not, there will be soon.
Yeah, and you can hit your opponent's graveyard too. Just do it on like their upkeep or something, and yep.
Unlike things like Have and Go Lich, which are sort of contingent on you getting something good, although Have and Go Lich, you could let something die and then bring it back, and die and bring it back.
Right.
This says your opponent's crappiest creatures are still 4/4s.
Yes.
And, like, your Sacred Cat is now a 4/4 lifelink.
Yeah. And do note that if your opponent attempts to eternalize a creature, you cannot exile that creature in response.
But
you can't do that because it's part of the cost of the eternalize or the embalm. But you can do this on their upkeep or during your turn to prevent them from getting access to the card in the first place.
Yep.
So don't try to respond to your opponent eternalizing with this, basically.
Are we giving this another A minus as an unbeatable mob, but expensive?
I think this is a little better than the Locust God, just because it's a little cheaper.
I think the
close.
Locust God snowballs better.
Mm-hmm.
I think more things have to go. Nothing needs to go right for the Locust God to be good.
Right.
A couple things have to be going your way for the Scarab God.
Fair enough.
So I think, but like again, it's we're being like, is this insane or extra insane?
I think this is just normal insane. So we could just say A-A. Like, we're really quibbling at this point. You're never taking an uncommon over this.
Yeah.
Like, the only conceivable case where you pass any of these 3 gods is if there's a foil in the pack. And even so, it would have to be a foil other god, essentially.
I mean, if you somehow opened an Untethered Express, the dumb Magic card.
Jesus Christ, the card was not remotely fun.
I am not a fan of the design of vehicles.
All right. By the way, there are going to be vehicles in Ixalan. I don't know if you saw that.
I have heard that.
Yep. The Scorpion God, 3 black red for a 6/5 god. Whenever a creature with a -1/-1 counter on it dies, you draw a card.
If only there was a way to put -1/-1 counters on.
Oh, but you can pay 1 black red to put a -1/-1 counter on another target creature. Welp. Okay.
Actually, reading the gods again, I think the Locust God is the best.
Yeah, I think it's close between the Locust and the Scarab God.
Like the Scarab God and the Scorpion God, I mean, they're 5 mana, either a 5/5 or a 6/5. It's an extremely relevant ability. The Locust God, you don't need to pump any mana into for it to be insane.
Yep.
Whereas the Scarab God and Scorpion God are just very good creatures on their own, but they don't take over the game unless you put a little bit more into them.
So Machine Schooling says forcing you into 2 colors really does make them less insane as first picks. That's not that true, I think, because you are willing to splash these, and like you're incentivized to splash these heavily. So it's not really forcing you into 2 colors. It's forcing you to play some number of sources of one of those colors and main deck, or like main source the other.
I mean, I will agree that a multicolor bomb is, like, assuming all else is equal, a multicolor bomb is worse than a monocolor bomb. That's just true because it's going to make your deck a smaller percentage of the time. But we are evaluating the gods as these are incredibly powerful cards that give you a very, very strong pull into their colors. And unlike something like Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh, are castable and splashable.
Castable and much more splashable. So, yeah, I think that this is on par with the Scarab God. Maybe we just bump the Locust God up a little bit.
I'd do that.
So we could just give the Locust God an A, and the others are A-A's. I think that they're very close.
They're all amazing. The Locust God costs 1 more, but really doesn't require an additional mana investment.
Oops. Yeah.
But all of them can snowball in different ways, and all of them will take over the game just as giant threats that don't die for long.
I am not Dennis. Are you willing to splash these, though? You need multiple mana to activate the effects. Look, if you took the effect off the card, it would still be first pickable.
Yeah,
right? Like
if you
a 6/5 that regrows itself
that,
is ridiculous. And that alone makes it good. Like everything together, these cards are so incredibly pushed that they are on their stats easily the best creatures in the set.
I will at
And
least
it's
say they are
not
much
particularly
healthier
close.
for limited than a lot of other gods have been, in that these are incredibly powerful, expensive things.
Sure.
And actually, just realized the counter magic in this format really does suck. Like
for the most part.
If you're for sealed, you really are relying on Amonkhet to give you cancel or Essence Scatter.
Or Censor, which is relevant for these because people are going to slam them on 5 and 6 respectively.
But like good bomb design is making like 5+ drops that are really powerful.
Yeah.
So at least your opponent has time to go wide.
Yep.
And I think these are going to be annoying to play against, but they're no Pack Rat. They're no Umezawa's Jite.
Right. They're not Wingmate Rock either. Well, actually, no, they are Wingmate Rock.
They are Wingmate Rock.
They are Wingmate Rock.
But Wingmate Rock is just a different order of magnitude.
Right. Well, Wingmate Rock, there are a lot of things going for that card.
Actually, and these cards aren't Long Tusk Cub. That card was annoying.
Yes. Yeah. Though, here's a question. Do you think you'd first pick Long Tusk Cub or one of these in Kaladesh? Let's suppose we teleported the Locust God, Scarab God, and Scorpion God to Kaladesh, and all pandemonium ensues, and you have a first pick between Long Tusk Cub and one of these three, and everything else stays the same in the set.
That's an excellent question.
I think I would take a God.
Let's see. Would I take I'm trying to remember the exact speed of that format, because if it's triple Kaladesh,
right, it was
green
fast.
is by far and away the best color.
Yep.
The format's really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure. In Ether Revolt, no question I would take a God.
Sure.
I think in Kaladesh there's a question of like they pushed the power level of commons like Renegade Freighter and uncommons like Long Tusk Cub so heavily.
Yep.
I think if you're at a top 8 draft of the PT, which you never would do because it'd be standard. I think there's a good argument for taking the Cub.
Yeah. Anywho, that was this was fun. We still have artifacts and lands. Are you good for those?
I can do artifacts.
Okay. And then lands, there's a few, but I can solo
lands
those.
we can probably breeze through. Like
Right.
A lot of them are the same.
Great. All right, so artifacts. There are some interesting ones. The first is Graven Abomination. 3 mana for a 3/1 horror artifact creature. Whenever Graven Abomination attacks, exile target card from defending player's graveyard.
You know what would make this card way better?
What?
It being in Shadows over Innistrad.
Yep, that would make it better. Because it would get Delirium and it would nuke graveyard stuff. Yeah, that's true.
I think this card is bad.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play this too much. It doesn't have a relevant
trade for
type line.
your opponent's eternalized creature, and they'll get to eternalize it anyway.
Right. Yeah.
This is going to be fine in that it's going to let you fill out a curve.
Yeah. I think we can give it like a D+. Curve filler.
Sure.
Manalith, 3 mana artifact. Add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Oof.
This card is bad.
These cards are polarizing.
I know that people are going to see Manalith and be like, wow, I cannot wait to put this in my 5-color deck. And if this format's aggressive, this card is awful.
Mm-hmm.
And if this format is slow, this isn't great fixing.
Right.
And it's not great ramp either. This card is weak.
I mean, it's not great. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're trying to say is this isn't great fixing because it comes down on 3, so you don't have access to the fixing until turn 4 at the latest.
And it doesn't have a body on it. And it has the advantage of being a rainbow thing. But if you really need to be in multiple colors, green has better fixing and better ramp.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not unplayable, but I remember back in cons where they had the banners.
Yep.
Those you could cycle.
Yep.
And those weren't great, but you usually play one in sealed.
Mm-hmm. So with Manalith, how high of a pick do you think this is? Like, is this going in before the wheel or after the wheel, do you think?
I think this is going after the wheel. I think particularly since Traveler's Amulet is in this format, there is even less, and because it doesn't fix for deserts, there's even less of an incentive to play Manalith than there would normally be.
So why don't we call it like a D plus or C minus?
I'd call it a D+.
Yeah, because like it fills a very important role, but most decks won't want it. So
Yep. And like if you have a Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh and you're splashing a Samut, yeah, you're gonna play a Manalith.
sure, at that point you've already won life though. Traveler's Amulet. This is a reprint. 1 mana. You can, for an artifact, you could pay 1 and sacrifice it. Search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. This card is much better.
This card's great.
Yeah.
It's no Renegade map.
No, it's not quite as good as Renegade Map, but this does things.
Yeah, the fact that it gives you, it is a play oftentimes on turn 1 when you have nothing else to be doing, and it will let you splash an off-color land for an aftermath cost or splash a bomb and it replaces itself, unlike Manalith. It's just good.
Yep.
Yeah, Manalith is a reprint from I think M12.
Right. It doesn't ramp, but I think that's okay. Like, I think there's a significant incentive to play 3 colors in this format, because there are a lot of fairly strong cards that only require 1 mana symbol and decent aftermath cards as well, that are a little front costed. So I don't know. I think that we could give this something like a C or C minus.
Yeah, I'd probably give it a C.
Yeah.
It just, unlike Manalith, has an incredibly low opportunity cost.
Yep.
And you're not going to just throw this into a 2-color aggro deck. But
any deck that's splashing wants this for sure.
Yep. Or even, and this helps enable the greedier decks.
Yep. All right. So Iseroc already rated this S+, but we have Wall of Forgotten Pharaohs, 2 mana for a 0/4 defender. You can tap it and have it deal 1 damage to target player, but you can only activate this ability if you control a desert or there's a desert card in your graveyard.
This is a neat one.
This is neat. I mean, cards like this enable build-around archetypes, and I love those. So
remember, what was it? Not Battle Rampart. The Archer's Parapet. From
Yep.
Now, this card doesn't have the 5th point of toughness, which was crucial on that card. And this card's really bad against afflict creatures.
Right.
But it blocks well. It's a bit of a clock.
It's good against eternalized creatures.
Yeah, against the 5-color. Wait, why is it good against eternalized creatures?
Because it blocks them and doesn't kill them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's relevant.
Yeah, and if this is going to be a card you wheel if you're in the many-colored deserts archetype, where no matter what colors you have online, you're going to play a tap land on turn 1. Turn 2, you play this. It buys you some time. It's definitely not a high pick.
Nope.
But
there's probably only one drafter that wants this at the table, and that one drafter can build a deck around it.
And if this is going to be a 2-mana 0/4 that over the course of the game does like 5+ damage to your opponent and puts a clock on them while buying you time, that's fine. I mean, it's still like a C- at best, but but there are plenty of C- that can do really good work.
Yep. I think it's a build around C. I can see this creating an archetype, which is always a card to watch out for. All right, time to go on to uncommons. There are 3 uncommon artifacts in the set, the first of which is Crook of Condemnation. 2 mana for an artifact. You can pay 1 and exile a target card from graveyard. You could pay 1, exile it, and exile all cards from graveyards.
Card is awful.
Sideboard D. I mean, you might side this in sometimes, but
if your opponent has like 5 eternalized creatures and 5 aftermath cards, I can see that. But like your it even costs mana to use, so it like continually hurts your tempo. And the graveyard shenanigan, I mean, you'll board this in if your opponent has one of the gods, like the new gods to deal with them.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But like particularly since so many of the aftermath cards are costed that all their power is on the front side.
Yep.
Means you're not even getting you're like throwing away an entire card to deal with a fractional card.
Yeah. I don't like it. Dagger of the Worthy, 2 mana for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature has +2/+0 and has afflict 1. And the equip cost is 2.
Man, Bone Splitter was a stupid magic card.
Yeah, it really was. This card costs 2 to equip, which is not insignificant. So the question is like, what decks want this? And I think that very low curve aggro decks want this as a mana sink. Because it turns a 1/1 into a 3/1 that guarantees a little damage and trades for a 3-drop or a 4-drop.
I don't love this card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not. I think it's about on par with Honed Kopesh.
Yeah, I agree.
Honed Kopesh was surprisingly good just because of Exert, creatures were kind of small, and +1 toughness often meant you just survived combat.
Right.
But the format, if it gets a little bit more dirtly, a bit more defensive, if it's full of 0-4s and 2-4s, this is better at getting in damage.
Yeah.
I think this is fine, but not exciting.
Right.
And it also is a spell.
Mm-hmm. So I think C- is fine.
Yeah, maybe even a D+.
Yep, aggro decks. Next, Sunset Pyramid.
This card is so good!
2 mana, Sunset Pyramid enters the battlefield with, 3 brick counters on it. You can pay 2 and remove a brick counter and draw a card. Wow. And then when you're out of brick counters, you just get to scry 1.
Yeah, it's this card's going to be really bad if it's an aggressive format.
Yep.
But I really liked Oracle's Vault, and there was way more of a setup cost for that.
Right. This card, is it better or worse than Oracle's Vault?
It is better.
I think it's better too, because it only costs 2 to cast. So
like
you
by
can...
the time,
Yeah.
by the time you have cast your Oracle's Vault, you've drawn 1 or 2 cards off of this already.
Right. Right.
And Oracle's Vault doesn't draw you cards. You have to play them that turn. And eventually Oracle's Vault gets better. But
Yes.
this has such a lower setup cost, and it doesn't contort your play at all. It just gives you stuff to do with extra mana.
Right.
It makes the game want to go long, so it isn't going to go in that Boros aggro deck.
Yep.
But this, JMJ Tome is not a good card anymore. But if you have all of it, it's a good card.
Right. I think that we could give this a B or B-. It doesn't affect the board state. There are going to be games where you cast this and you get run over, and you would have much rather had a 2-drop, like an actual creature.
But you should also have enough 2-drops if that's what the format's like.
Exactly.
I think this card is great. I think it is not as good as Obelisk of Authority, but I think
that
it's
card was like a B+.
But that card's a B+, and I feel like this is and I think this is half a letter grade below.
Yeah,
that.
I think I like B for this.
And it's also just better because it's colorless.
Yep. Also, you can do shenanigans like put brick counters on it. Yeah, Edifice of Authority, that's the one.
There we go.
All right, rares and mythics. Abandoned Sarcophagus. 3 mana for an artifact, which says you may cast non-land cards with cycling from your graveyard. Whoa. That's an interesting line of text. And it also says, if a card with cycling would be put into your graveyard from anywhere and it wasn't cycled, exile it instead. Okay, so that's downside.
Yeah, it just means that you can't
recur them infinitely.
Yeah, you get to cycle something and then play it again. So
yep.
It says all of your cycling cards turn into add the cycling cost to the normal mana cost, and it's the same thing, but it draws a card.
Yep. Huh. I kind of like this. It's obviously a build around card.
Yes.
But it rewards you handsomely. This does represent card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is
also,
go ahead.
And I hadn't thought about this until this moment. There's also a really weird play pattern where you have 3 mana and nothing to spend it on turn 3, and you don't play Abandoned Sarcophagus, so that later on you trade your cycling creatures, and then you play this, and then you get them back.
Right. Yeah, I like it. I think we can give this something like a build around B or something.
I would call it exactly that.
Strong in cycling decks. And the great thing about this card, it's colorless, so yeah, you're investing a card, you're investing half of a turn or all of a turn to play this, but man, once it gets going, it really gets going. Okay, I'm still disappointed that they actually printed this card and that they didn't just not print God Pharaoh's Gift and have Gate to the Afterlife not fetch anything.
You're a jerk.
Dude, that would have been so flavorful though. There was no gift. Anyways.
Yeah. Okay. That's a fair point, but I like the gift being an evil thing.
Yeah, fair enough. I think this is the second best thing. Anywho, 7 mana, artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, you create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 4/4 black zombie, which gains haste until end of turn.
So it's an artifact for 7 that says beginning of combat, which means the turn you play this,
yes,
you can eternalize a creature any creature from your graveyard for free, and it gets haste.
Right. So this stabilizes.
That's a lot of work for 7.
Yeah, I mean, it stabilizes in that like you get a 4/4 the turn you play it, and then you get a 4/4 every turn after. Well, not every turn after, but for probably 2 or 3 or 4 turns after you play this. It's slightly painful that it says from your graveyard and not from any graveyard, but that would probably be a little too busted.
Yeah, particularly since you're forcing your opponent to chump and then you get their stuff back.
Right.
But I feel like, I mean, Eternalized costs seem to be at the like 6 to 7 mana mark by and large.
Mm-hmm.
There's that white one that like eternalizes for 4, which is kind of shocking.
There's one that eternalizes for 4 or 5 in green, I think.
The white one, I know, the one that gains you life equal to its power.
Right, and there's another one that does the same thing. You have to discard, and it eternalizes for 5, I think. I forget what color. But yeah. Either way, I agree. Most of them are 6 or 7 mana.
The fact that this has an impact the turn you play it, unless somehow you have no creatures in your graveyard, which in that case it's like kind of your fault.
Mm-hmm.
By and large, I don't love 7-drops. I don't love 7-drops that kind of want a deck built around them, but you're not going to draw them that often because they're rares. But like this is going to give you a zombie army.
Yes.
And flavor-wise, this should give you a zombie army.
Yeah.
And this is like one of the biggest flavor wins in the set of like, this is what Bolas gave everybody. A gift to himself.
Zombies! So anyways, I think that this is probably like, I don't even know. Like it's a 7-drop bomb. It's not the best 7-drop bomb, so maybe like C+, B- range.
I'd probably still give it, I think if you're calling something a bomb, it still wants to be in the B range. I would call this a B and not a build around B because
I agree.
It's a 7-drop that mostly wins you the game.
Right.
It's not that hard to do, and it's colorless.
Fair enough. Balmy, but 7 mana. Yeah.
I
think
say
I agree
balmy with a chance of rain.
Yeah. Okay, anyways. Hollow one. 5 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature golem that costs 2 less to cast for each card you've cycled or discarded this turn. And it has cycling 2. Wow, there's like no downside to this card? Sort of?
I mean, it's a, what is it? Not a stone giant, something like that. It's a fine creature. It's a 5 mana 4/4.
Yep.
That if you have a 1 mana cycler, you can ritual it out as on curve as a hill giant. That's a little big. I think that this is way better in constructed than it is in limited.
Yep. I think this is still playable in limited.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to put this in most decks just because it's a free, not bad on curve cycling creature that goes into any deck. But there's nothing very exciting about this card. There's nothing very powerful about what it's doing. And if you're playing green, your 5 mana 4/4 also has vigilance and reach.
Yep. This is okay. I think we can give this like I'd like it because it's colorless, so it goes into any deck.
You don't pick this highly in draft.
No, you don't pick this super highly, but I think it's better than most commons. Right? Like you could cycle and then play a 4/4 on turn 5 or something like that.
If any particular color had a 5 mana 4/4 that cycles for 2, I don't think we'd be very excited about it.
No.
In fact, actually, wait a minute. I know exactly that. There's that Onslaught 4/4 beast for 5 that cycles for 2 colorless. Something about Bark.
I don't remember. But
that card's not that good.
It's not. But like what I like about this is I can cycle a River Serpent and play this on turn 4. Which is not bad.
It's not bad.
Right?
It's not great.
It's not great, but it's definitely not bad. And yeah, this does things. I don't know. I think it's nice because it literally goes in any deck. I don't see myself cutting this, which is why I think C+ is fair.
C+ is fine.
Right. Like I expect this card to go in the first 5 cards of a pack.
I would expect this to go in the the 3 to 5 range.
Right, 3 to 5 exactly.
If you're second picking this, it's a pretty weak pack, or I'm just wrong about what the card is.
Yep.
All right.
I am not Dennis says if you have God Pharaoh's Gift and exert combat celebrant, does Pharaoh's Gift also trigger again at the beginning of combat? Yes, it should. Because you'd have 2 beginning of combat phases.
I would need to make sure because some things say at the beginning of each combat on your turn, but I'm guessing they just changed how they formatted that. That probably would work.
Yes, I think it would.
Interestingly enough, it means they really shouldn't kill the combat celebrant because then you could just get a copy and exert it again. Copies of 4/4.
That's pretty good. All right, Mirage Mirror, 3 mana for an artifact, 2 mana. Mirage Mirror becomes a copy of target artifact, creature, enchantment, or land until end of turn. Wow. So this is a lot of mana to pay for a shapeshifter.
And clones tend to be good in limited.
Right.
And making something colorless tends to make it better but more expensive. And this can copy your opponent's god. This can copy a God Pharaoh's Gift.
Yep.
This copies a land in case your opponent has an artifact removal spell. It wants to abrade this.
Right. Huh.
But
I don't hate it.
It's we talked about the mana cost of like keeping your Rootwalla online or keeping that thing that requires 5 mana for +2/+2, and those at least had bodies.
Yeah.
I think that like this is a card that's hard to evaluate, but I have low expectations of it in that if your deck is good, you don't need to be playing a 3-drop that does nothing so you can hold up mana. And if your opponent's deck is better than yours, this gets a lot better.
Yeah. Like I like that I can just use this on my opponent's turn and trade it for a creature.
And for 5 mana, that's not the worst.
It's not.
But it's a very situational removal spell, but it goes in every deck.
Right.
But you have to hold up mana, and your opponent has to attack.
Yep. Or you can, copy a flyer that you have and dome them for 8 or something.
Or if you have Gideon of the Trials, you can animate Gideon, then copy it with Magic Mirage Mirror, and then sacrifice Mirage Mirror to the Planeswalker Uniqueness rule.
Yes, that is a play you could make. Maybe you really need Revolt for some reason. Anyways, so I don't really like this that much, but I think it's not terrible. It's strange, and I'm going to be picking it early just so I can test with it, but I don't have super high expectations. I think we can give this like a C or C+. I think it's decent. It's very unique.
Yeah, it's worth trying out. It could turn out to be awful, like a lot of unique things, but it's it's weird.
All right. Real quick, we got some lands. You okay with those, or you gotta head
let's
out?
speed through them.
All right. We have commons. And I'm just gonna say we talk about all the deserts at once of this common cycle.
I think we should say that perhaps the green one is slightly better than the black one, but slightly worse than the blue one.
Right.
Because colors. Yeah, they're all good. You're probably going to play every single copy of these. You're not going to draft them super highly.
Right.
But like lands that you can throw away when you don't need them are great. And
the fact
they
they
have
come
extra
in
value because they have Desert's mana.
Yep.
Or Desert's Matter.
Yeah, there are a lot of Desert's Matter in the set, so I like them.
I would probably put them all at like C's of you should probably be taking an on-color desert over a mediocre creature just because the desert doesn't take up a spell slot.
Yep. So what would you grade them all?
C.
C? All right. So we could just say they're all C's. I think,
for
yeah.
Survivors and
Yeah. Survivor's Encampment is a desert. You tap to add colorless, or you could tap an untapped creature you control to add one of any color.
This is. I remember playing with this.
Yeah. What was this one?
The other
Ally Encampment.
Allies
Ally
like
Encampment.
that?
Yeah.
No, I thought that was the rare.
That was the rare.
It was the like people living on a Hedron, but it was the same card, and you played that
Holdout
because
Settlement,
you needed colorless mana.
Right.
This is bad.
You might play
Like,
this
you
if you
will
need a desert, but
You might put this in your deck if you need a desert, and you're the like 5 matte color Desert's Matter deck, but it's like this. You're actively hurt. It's just bad.
Yep, I agree. All right, moving to the uncommons. We got some more lands. Crypt of the Eternals.
This card's bad.
When it enters the battlefield, you gain 1. You can tap to add 1 to your mana pool, but it's colorless, and you can pay 1 and tap, and it's the worst painted bluffs, basically.
Yeah, it is.
I don't
it's
like
not
it.
even a desert.
Right. If it were a desert,
it is a shimmering
it's
grotto that gives you a life, but can't give you white or green.
Yeah, so I think this is like a D- or an F maybe. I could see a situation where I'm playing 1 to splash some
Not
aftermath
even good
or something.
play
but...
Nicol Bolas Godfair because then you need 8 mana.
Exactly. Cool. Next we have Dunes of the Dead. A desert, you can tap to add 1, and when it goes into a graveyard from the battlefield, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token.
I think that this is like a D+.
This is more of like a constructed thing, right? Seems like.
Yeah, I mean, in limited, the goal is you combine this with one of the uncommons that we're about to look at to sacrifice to get a zombie, but that's just an enormously slow setup cost.
Right, right.
I can see you playing this with like the rare, the green hour that searches up a desert, and you can find this and something to sack with it.
Right.
But it's really slow.
You know what would make this better? Weirdly, if it were legendary.
Yeah.
That would make it better.
If it were like Rato, the Spirit Gateway, whatever. That's what you were supposed to do with that land.
Yep.
It was the same thing, but you got a 1/1 flying colorless spirit.
Yep. All right. Next we have Hashep Oasis. These are the cards you want to synergize Dunes of the Dead with. They all read kind of the same. You tap to add 1. You could also tap pay a life and add a color. And then they all have an activated ability which costs a certain amount of mana. And you tap the desert and sacrifice a desert, which could be Dunes of the Dead or any other desert you have. And target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn in this case. Most of them can only be activated at the same time you can cast a sorcery.
Yeah, the blue and the red ones don't have combat relevance, so they don't have the timing restriction.
Right.
I think the green one is underwhelming.
Right. Sorcery speed, giant growth isn't exciting. I could
Coming
see
into play untapped makes this whole cycle good, and the fact that you don't always have to pay life.
Right.
But like a +3/+3 combat trick and no trample is you get to turn a land into a little bit of a fireball, maybe.
Right. I don't think you play this in a green deck that doesn't care about deserts. Or maybe you play one.
I feel like if I'm not hurting for colors,
right,
and if I'm playing a bunch of green sources, playing Hashep Oasis has a very low cost.
That's true.
And if I'm playing this in a Deserts Matter deck, I'm happy with it. But I think in the random green deck, like the green cycle land is going to be better than Hashep Oasis a lot of the time.
That's true. So this is okay. I think it's like a C minus. I think I think the cycling common lands are slightly better than this one.
Yes.
Next we have Ifnir Deadlands.
This is the best.
Right. So you can pay 1 to add black, like the other one. Otherwise, it makes colorless. You can pay 2 black, sack a desert, put 2 -1/-1 counters on target creature and opponent controls, and activate it only anytime you can cast a sorcery. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah. 5 mana and sack a land.
Yeah.
Getting a debilitating injury. Like this, not only is this card excellent and should go into every single black deck, it encourages you to play deserts where possible.
Yep. One other thing I want to mention is that these require 2 symbols of each color to use, or at least the green and the black one do. And I think the red as well. That's actually pretty rough. It follows the same math as...
It means you need to have triple black.
Right. It follows the same math as the White Wrath Hour of Revelation that we looked at earlier.
But there is one difference there, which is Hour of Revelation, if you can't cast it, it doesn't do anything.
Right,
if you're Deadlands, if you can't use it, you still have a land.
You still have a land, right. So I think this is actually pretty decent.
I would give this a B.
Yeah, B minus.
You're going to play this in literally every single black deck and be happy with it.
Yep.
And it rewards you for Deserts Matter, but it's like the perfect kind of build around because it rewards you for building around it, but it's also very good on its own.
Mm-hmm. Ipnu Rivulet, same thing. You get a colorless, you can pay a life, make blue. You could also pay 1 in a blue, sack a desert. Target player puts the top 4 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. I'm not into this unless I just want deserts. I don't think I'm activating that ability.
If you're playing a like 10 desert deck, this will probably end the game faster than any of them.
Mm-hmm.
But like you're gonna have to activate that ability at least 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
And every other one progresses the game state more.
Yep. I think this is like a D plus, maybe just a D.
Like this is like Dunes of the Dead of just like.
Yeah, you only play this if you need deserts, and blue isn't the color that needs them that much.
No.
Ramunap Ruins, it's same thing, but you could pay 2 red, sack a desert, deals 2 damage to each opponent.
That ability is
very minor.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it have done 3?
If you're the red aggressive deck, this is excellent.
Yeah.
Just because it's Barbarian Ring, but you don't need Threshold, but you can't kill a creature.
Right.
I think I'd still put this at like a C minus, like Hashep Oasis.
Yep. I think I agree. C minus is about right.
I don't even remember which one Hashep Oasis is, but I think I would do that. Wait, which? Oh, that's the green one.
That's the green one.
I put this at about the same place as the green one.
Yeah. Shafet Dunes, you can do the same thing, but 2 white, sack of desert. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. That's not terrible.
It's not terrible. I think it's definitely better. It's the second best one.
Right.
But like the black one is excellent. This ability is not bad.
I think it's like a C+.
Yeah, I'd probably put it at C+. It will make every white aggressive deck, which would probably be most white decks.
Yeah.
And yeah, a land that just says 4 mana, sack this, get a mini anthem. That's fine.
Yep.
Not great, but fine.
Not great, but fine. All right, Endless Sands, and boy, is this card bright. Oh my god.
I got somebody at Hipsters to Photoshop Commander's Authority.
Oh yeah.
In front of it, which is the Avacyn Restored card that is somebody putting a ring or something on somebody else in front of an incredibly bright light. They line up very well.
Yes.
This card is bad.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, there's cases where I could see it being not terrible, but I think normally this is just a desert that produces colorless mana. Like the case where I could see it not being terrible is if your opponent is trying to remove your creatures, you can exile them, and then in the late game you get them back for free, sort of.
Yeah,
for
but
5 mana.
This is best in the situation where like your opponent is using aura base removal, so you can do it at your own pace.
Right.
There aren't a ton of instants or flash creatures that reward you for holding up mana on your opponent's turn. So the times at which you're actually able to save your stuff is few and far between.
Yep. Cool for constructed maybe, like EDH perhaps, but I don't. think
EDH. There's cool stuff you can do, but like constructed, you're usually not going to have time to throw away that much mana.
Yeah.
And like standard has Mirror Pool as a like colorless spell land.
Yeah. I think I don't like this very much. It's probably like a D+ or D.
And Seagate Wreckage, yeah. I would put it as like a D.
Yeah. Yeah, Dunes of the Dead's probably slightly better because it gives value to the other uncommon ones. Okay, Hostile Desert. You can add a colorless, it's a desert, or you can pay to exile a land from your graveyard and have it become a 3/4 elemental until end of turn.
So that's enormous for a colorless creature land, but that's a real cost.
It is a very difficult thing to do.
It combines really well with cycling lands.
Yep. Is this a high pick?
I was about to say I don't think it is. I think Mutavault is an incredibly high pick. Mishra's Factory is an incredibly high pick. This is big, but it's like
very difficult to activate.
Yeah. 2 is a lot more than 1. It is technically twice as much, but really it's more than that.
It's more the land in the graveyard. Like how easy is that? And I don't think it's that easy.
I don't think it's going to be incredibly easy.
Right.
There's the 5 common cycling lands.
Right.
And this is a colorless land, and it wants to get aggressive. I think this card has cool constructed applications, but for limited, I think it's still like a C++.
I think it's a C. I think I take it about the same as I take the Colored Deserts. I think the Colored Deserts might be slightly better than this, so
I'm not inclined to disagree with you there.
I think it's very close.
Getting lands in your graveyard is not an easy thing to do.
Right. Scavenger Grounds, desert, and you can sacrifice a desert and exile all cards from all graveyards.
I think that this is slightly better than all the deserts that have basically no abilities.
Yep.
And that's about it. Like
it's like a C minus maybe.
Being able to sacrifice a land to keep your opponent from eternalizing a creature is fine. But yeah, there's nothing very exciting here.
Yep. Well, there you have it. That is the last card in Hour of Devastation, aside from all the invocations, which I'm not going to bother rating too much. Like, some of them are great, some of them are medium, but if you're having to make that choice, just use your brain, I guess. I don't know. Are there any that are truly bad?
I have to even look them up. I don't pay attention to masterpieces, and I won't have to for much longer.
Right. Well, they're going to bring them back from time to time.
I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it back in Dominaria.
Armageddon, Capsize,
is stupid.
Forbid.
Omniscience is awful and limited.
Yeah, you won't play Omniscience. Opposition.
Sunder's
Oh
gonna
my
be
God, Opposition isn't. Oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Threats of Disloyalty, Avatar of Woe, Desolator Angel. These are all good. Damnation is nuts. Edict isn't insane, but it's good.
Yeah.
Doomsday is not good and limited.
Not with that attitude, it's not.
None of these are good. Slaughter Pact is stupidly good. Blood Moon's not great in limited.
No, it's not.
Although it was good sometimes in Modern Masters.
But I'm taking it for the $60 bill or whatever it ends up being.
Yeah, Shatterstorm is good.
Yep.
Boil is going to be Boil
the
and
best
Choke,
sideboard card possible. Yeah.
Boil and Choke speak to some of the worst aspects of Magic design, and it'll be great. I don't know. I'm kind of mean. In this regard, I hope that Grand Prix are won on the backs of cards like Soul Ring and sort of Fire and Ice and Boil, where they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't reprint mistakes we made in the past in the standard limited format.
Yep.
Through the Breach isn't nuts, but
yeah.
By and large, these are insanely powerful.
Most of them are. Cool.
All right.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Zach.
Thanks for having me. It's been a fun 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Why don't you post your info in the chat so people know where to find you on Twitter or Twitch? I don't know if you're streaming very much in the near future.
I'm probably going to stream some pre-release stuff.
Nice.
So this is me on Twitter. I barely use it.
And if you are interested in this broadcast, I guess you could say, you will be able to find it both on my replays on Twitch, and you will also be able to find it on YouTube, hopefully, if I remember to do it this time, which I think I will.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks, Zach. See you later. Have a nice one. Hello. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I don't know why so I'm using my mic right now, my headset mic. That was very strange. I think when Zach left, the audio just entirely cut out. So sorry about that. But yeah, consider following, consider potentially even subscribing. I'm going to be trying to stream a lot more over the summer. I know I sound mono. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's good to have you around. I'm going to go ahead and host someone real quick. So the fact that it's mono doesn't matter too much. But let's see who's on. Let's see here. Who do I know? I like to generally host smaller streamers so they have some fun. Kadar's on. Kadar's a New York local. You know what? Let's host Kadar. Send you that way. He's a pretty cool dude. I have played Team Draft League against him probably 3 or 4 times at this point. He is very knowledgeable and a fun dude. So I will see you all later. And yeah, have a nice one, everyone.